Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. Today with us we have Chane Jackson. I've been working on this interview. Man, I think we got linked up last February.
Yeah,
I think it was February.
That's February. Right.
And we were doing a story about Gregory Trent, and man, we tried like heck, man. We just could not get our schedules aligned. You had
I know.
You had a bunch of irons in the fire, and we were kind of newer in the game, and but you're one of the few guests that I've hunted down meticulously and like, please come on and talk to us, man.
You didn't hunt me down.
But look, man, I know you're an entrepreneur. You got a lot of stuff going on, and I know time is very important. And I really appreciate you taking the time to come in the studio and tell your story. It's an amazing story, and it's one that I'm really excited to talk about.
Let's do it.
So as we get started, before I give you the introduction, I just want to ask you a question. Chane, before we dive into your story, I want people to understand who you are. You're a retired Special Forces officer. You've got multiple combat deployments. You've been through some of the most intense training the military offers. And now you're running a men's health clinic, and you opened a D1 training facility last year, which is pretty cool.
Right.
When you look back at everything, how do you introduce yourself? Who is Chane Jackson?
To be honest, I introduce myself as someone who's trying to help the community. I really don't, as a person, I've gotten to where I am because of the people around me, the people who have supported me, the folks who have pushed me. And I will say, and my teammates that run alongside me throughout everything. So who I am is because of everyone else. I think I do like a good challenge. I do like to strive for excellence, but all those things I've learned from the folks around me. So I haven't done it because I was born that way. I did it because, even my mom herself, like, she's lifted me up, and sister, everything has gotten me to where I am today. And I thank my teammates and everyone and my colleagues and friends, because I always talk to folks and they say, hey, how come you got so many friends? These friends have helped me get to where I am. That's who Chane is. But who I am as a whole, as a person, is I want to see others do better. I want to make sure that others achieve excellence. I want to make sure that people around me get to where they need to be and achieve their goals. So, I guess like that's really who I am as a person. I really embody that selfless service that they teach you when you start off in the military. They talk about it. But I think, when you stay in the military for so long, you really start to understand and you wrap your head around that and what it means. And so I'm a selfless servant to the people in my community and people of this nation, for sure.
I have had the fortunate experience to befriend some of the folks that you led. And I've never heard a group of people talk about a leader, other than maybe some of Dave's dudes, with just such reverence.
Dave's a good leader too.
Yeah, Dave's a great leader. It was, you always hear, good and bad about leadership, right? Like, you're always going to find somebody like, oh, that. But man, I kind of poked around, really, because I only get to interview so many people a year, and man, just the feedback. I've never heard, it wasn't just like, hey, Chane's a good dude. It was, yo, I'd go to hell for that dude. He could call me right now and I'd drop what I was doing and drive across country. And that really speaks volumes to who you are. So thanks for introducing yourself. However, I'm going to introduce you now as well.
Okay.
You're quiet. You're the quiet, humble professional. Major Hater told you, that's not a B, that's an H. Your paper wasn't good enough for an F. He said it out loud at West Point to a kid who'd barely survived middle school. Chane Jackson went to the professor's office every single day for a semester. Then he went to Afghanistan and became the guy everyone called when the shooting started. The guy who never broke contact, never fell back, not once. Lieutenant Colonel Chane Jackson, United States Army, retired. West Point, 14th in his class of 975. Except he barely survived middle school, never made honor roll once at his music magnet school, while his sister played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on a violin, first try, never having touched the instrument before. The Army gave him 3 Bronze Stars, 2 Valorous Unit Awards, combat patches from the 173rd Airborne, 75th Ranger Regiment, and Special Forces, 5 combat deployments, over 100 direct action missions, fluent in Arabic, learned it so well he once used it to expose a Taliban recruiter who was trying to convince Afghan soldiers to shoot Americans in the back. Ranger School recycled him in mountain phase. He kept pushing, finished it. Then came the moment the infantry branch tried to stop. They wanted him for company command. had him slotted, told him special forces was off limits. What'd Chane do? He picked up the phone, called a colonel he'd never met, got a 2-star general to overrule the entire infantry branch. They told him if you fail selection, your ass is going to JRTC. He didn't fail. During special forces assessment and selection, when he was in the team's when the team's contraption broke down before a hill, he carried a 500-pound barrel up the hill by himself. Later, when another candidate quit, he stood on the man's chest and screamed at him until he got back up. The cadre said, "You're one of us." And then when he got to 3rd Special Forces Group, he didn't ask for an easy mission. He walked into the group commander's office and demanded the hardest commando mission assignment in Afghanistan. "My team is the best team you've got," he told them. They gave him the mission, and he and his team proved it. After hundreds of intense firefights, his teams always pushed forward, never once had to fall back. Years later, Chane would return to West Point, not just as an instructor teaching applied mathematics and data analytics. He also coached the judo team. Chane is a black belt who competed at the national level. But here's where it gets interesting. After years of combat, after leading teams through the deadliest missions in Afghanistan and Iraq, after advising senior military leaders and commanding elite units, Chane Jackson taught himself to code. He became the data science director for the entire U.S. Special Operations Command, 90,000 personnel, 11 commands worldwide. Then he did it again for the most classified counterterrorism task force in the American military. He oversaw the building of AI systems, managed the $7 million in technology portfolios, and delivered solutions that cut decision-making time by 60%. And today he's building empires, a D1 training franchise in Austin, a men's health clinic in Tampa. This is a man who was told he wouldn't make it past 8th grade, who had teachers literally invent a new failing grade, an H, because F wouldn't do the paper justice. This is a man who leads with his team, not his ego, who never lost a soldier under his command and never lost a battle either, because he learned from a battalion commander who took the heat for a medevac under fire rather than throw a brand new lieutenant under the bus. Chane Jackson didn't just break barriers. He kicked the door down, pulled everyone else through, and then taught them how to build their own doors. This is his story.
You make that sound really good. I'm impressed. Who's this guy you're talking about?
There's a reason why I asked you to tell a little bit about yourself, because I've gotten to know you in the last year, and man, you are the quintessential quiet professional, but a leader and a man's man. And so I kind of did that on purpose, because I think sometimes it's good the audience to hear, you're not going to say those things. That's why I love these introductions.
I'm surprised you actually knew all that stuff. I didn't tell you all that stuff. You must have been doing some digging.
I did. That's my job. Before we dive into the back half of your story, let's go at the very beginning. Let's go back to, if you could tell us a little bit about, where you were born and what your neighborhood was like, and just try to paint our audience a picture of what life looked like for you as a kid.
So I grew up initially. We lived in Elmleaf Avenue, Maryland, Prince George's County, Maryland. My parents were together in the beginning. Obviously, there was a lot of tension there. They wound up getting separated and divorced when I was about 9 years old. Then my mom moved out and lived on her own. We lived in an apartment, by herself, my sister and myself. And I would say it was a struggle for her. Obviously, she was working her job. My dad, at that moment in time, he kind of still was in my life, but then he kind of left. I'm not sure exactly what mentally was going on with him, but he just kind of decided to kind of depart in terms of getting himself together. But he left for about 9 years or so. But living in that area, living in that community, it was a little bit tougher for her. Obviously being in an apartment, moving from the house, putting food on the table, making sure she made ends meet, making sure she could pay the rent, was a fight every day for her. So I knew that. She worked at night. So she would go to work all night, come back during the day, and then try to get some rest, make sure we got off to school. And of course, if I ever did anything wrong or messed up in school, she had to come to school, she was pissed. Right? Yeah. So there was those occasions where I did do stuff like that, right? I would make some mistakes, but for the most part, she never showed any sign of weakness. She was very resilient, and that was a great example for me to see. And then later on in my life, in high school, my dad came back into my life and reintroduced himself. And we can talk about that later. But I grew up I had a ton of friends, and like I went to you already talked about it. I went to an music and arts school, which I was not talented and gifted in. The thing that kept me off the honor roll was my handwriting and art. I couldn't draw and I couldn't write. So these are, you know, but you know, it was a struggle, and I enjoyed it though. I enjoyed like the people I was surrounded with, some of the talented folks that, you know, the guys like Nathan Yokel. He's a good friend of mine. He's now a doctor. But he was just a monster on the saxophone. He wound up actually going to the science technology school with me as well later. But it's kind of funny having friends like that. Lawrence Butler played the trumpet. And surrounded by those guys, it's just like, wow, I don't know how you guys are so gifted. I was just trying to survive.
Yeah. But it'll come back in your story. And I think, you know, there's so much to unpack. You know, your mom grew up in the projects. Your dad had been a victim kind of the foster system, separated from his 9 siblings when he was like 9 years old.
Right.
And he was the oldest of 10 kids and didn't know where his brothers and sisters were. How did their backgrounds maybe shape the way that they raised you?
You know, I will tell you, you know, even though my mom grew up in the projects, her mom was a nurse. Her dad was a dishwasher, you know, and he was a hustler. Like, you know, how you want to call it, like he would get out there and hustle whatever he could hustle, right?
Yeah.
Just to try to make ends meet. But she saw in her own household what she could do, what she could become, right? And just because her mom and her dad really pushed her. And she was surrounded by friends herself in her community that I eventually called uncle and aunt, even though they weren't blood related. You know, they were my uncles and aunts regardless. My dad, on the other hand, his life was a bit different, right? He had to struggle all the way through until he was about 16 years old. Is when a gentleman named Richard, you know, he went to a foster home by a guy named Richard, and he took care of him and taught him like the ways, and I know that also for my dad shaped his life and how it was for him. You know, I think he had a bit of a fear in going into parenthood because of that. Now I can't wrap myself around his head because I wasn't really as close to him as I wanted to be, and that's my fault. You know, I had opportunities to kind of have these conversations. I didn't, and I think it's because I was angry because he had left for so long, and I shouldn't have been so angry, right? I should have worked through it. Work through
yeah,
that
but we have the
forgiveness.
benefit in our age now of having hindsight. You don't have that when you're a 9-year-old kid.
No, you don't. I mean, I'm talking about later on in life. You know?
But still, you know, I you know, not to make this about me, but I had a similar story and a similar issue and missed that opportunity. By the time I could find my real father, he had passed away. But, you know, again, I carried that same anger, and I think it's hard to process. I think it's not until you have kids and then your kids get older and life catches up, you have the benefit of, you know, going back. And so I think it's important that, you know, we talk about it too, because there's a lot of people that struggle, you know, in their adult years with things that have happened. And, you know, it's never too late to try to go back and fix things if you have the opportunity. So I think it's, you know, it's cool to hear you reflect on that, even though I'm sure there was a lot of years that you went through it. And unfortunately you can't change the past. I thought it was really interesting when you and I were.
But the thing about it though, the things that he taught me were the things that I noticed that he didn't do well too, right? So he wasn't good with the finances in the family, and some of the things that he had kind of messed up as I was growing up were things that I focused on later on.
Because he taught you that, or
no? Because of the absence of it. Not to say that he's a bad man. I'm just saying, like, there's things that he just wasn't good with that I kind of picked up, said, hey, I don't want that for my family. You know, I want to be better, or I want to do this better.
Yeah.
So even though he wasn't there, but that's one of the things, like, I want to be there for my children. I want to make sure I'm there for my family. I want to make sure that I'm providing what they need, and I'm managing the resources and the finances as well. So these are things that I did notice that later on in life that I picked up. But of course, that sense of abandonment is something that you kind of keep with you too as well. It's something I had to work through psychologically later on.
And I know, like, your kids are super important to you. I don't think we've ever had a conversation where you haven't talked about your daughters.
Oh yeah,
not once. And I think it kind of speaks. You know, you again, man, whatever happened with you and your dad, that's fine. But as long as, I mean, you've obviously made a conscious decision to be different, and I think that breaks like generational cycles. And it's, you know, now you're setting your daughters up for success for their families and so it's
right.
It's really cool because there's a lot of people I think that fall back. And, you know, and this is a rabbit hole I'll try not to dive into, but you and I've talked about, you know, different upbringings and how people, you know, use a bad circumstance to define them, and you did the opposite, man. And, you know, it sounds like your mom was an amazing human being and just really, you know, tried to set you up for success in every way she can, instead of, you know, hey, life sucks, my husband left, instead of just giving in, which a lot of people do. And that's another thing that I just love about your story. One of the things that was super interesting that we were talking about when we did your podcast prep was, after your dad passed away, there was like, you knew your dad had gone to Vietnam, but there was this like incredible story where your dad let everybody think he'd gone AWOL. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so that's interesting. So I don't know if it's just the fact that he didn't want to talk about it, or if it was the fact that he wanted people to believe the reverse, right? But I had always thought he went AWOL, got caught, they put him in jail. Once the war ended, they let him go. I wasn't sure, right? He never talked to me about any of it. But that's what everyone else kind of believed too. I mean, that's kind of like what I thought was kind of the story. And some folks actually knew that he went over, but no one really talked about Vietnam or what experience. I know that he was about to get hit up for the draft. He signed up for the Air Force, and then he went AWOL. What was funny, not funny, but I guess kind of different, was when I went to go pick up his DD-214. And I was thinking I was just going to pick it up just to have it, just to make sure I got it somewhere and have a record of it. Then I was going to have to just bury him like how you normally bury someone. Then I found out he actually served with honors, and he actually had medals and awards from going over to Vietnam. And I was like, oh, so he actually did his time. Like, he did his time. And it makes sense to me now why, to him, me going to the military was kind of like, he didn't want me to do it. I mean, I'm not sure if he wanted me to do it, but he was proud, but he was also afraid. And it makes sense because we later reconnected in my senior year of high school, and he took me to VMI because I was getting recruited for cross country, but it just cost too much money, right? And so he kind of talked about some of that on the ride down, but I thought he just talked about it from the standpoint of like just war's bad, Vietnam was bad. There was no war yet at that point in time. It was 1998 or so. So there's no war against terror. None of that stuff was going on. But still, in his mind, you could tell there was that anxiety from having been over in Vietnam. I didn't know that at the time, right?
But all hindsight, like that all makes sense.
Hindsight now, it all makes sense now. Yeah, right. And so me going into infantry later probably freaked him out a bit. It probably freaked him out a lot of bit. So I didn't realize that. And then when I picked up his DD-214, and it all kind of connected, like, oh, he went and he saw some stuff. And I don't know what he saw, right? I don't know what exactly he saw, but I was proud to have buried him with honors. They had the honor guard there. I was in tears. It actually hit me pretty hard because I was like, man, we could have shared a lot. We could have talked about our experiences. I could have told him what happened when I went to Afghanistan the first time. But I never had a chance to talk to him about it. We kind of, parted ways a little bit in terms of like, I was trying to take care of my family and all these other things. And he kind of went radio silent on me for a while. And then next thing you know, we discovered his body. 14 days he had been dead in his house from congestive heart failure. So it was pretty sad. And I have a lot in my heart where I was like, man, I would like to ask him so many questions, share with him kind of what I saw and kind of how I feel. And maybe we have a lot to talk about. And so to this day, I still pray to him. I still make sure, like, hey, even though all the things he did, he made some bad decisions sometimes, didn't know exactly some other times, I still think to myself, like, in his heart of hearts, like, he did what he had to do. He did his duty. And that might have messed him up a bit.
Well, and man, they didn't have the things back then that we have now. There wasn't all these different things that are available, not only to veterans, but that wasn't a big thing. People weren't going to counseling back then, especially, there was the 60s and 70s it was a suck it up time of,
That's
life.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like,
it was,
cry to yourself. Nobody wants to hear that. And I still, every time I see a Vietnam vet, I still tell them, welcome home, because we had the benefit of the warm welcomes and everybody support it. The more I've talked to Vietnam vets, it's, man, those that are vocal, it was a bad time. Even guys that went over there and did some of the most heroic things came home and spit on, and
that's right.
So it probably makes sense as to why he didn't want to talk about his service, because I know there was guys that weren't able to get jobs because they went in Vietnam, and him not talking about his service and his combat time, now as somebody who has kids, has that shaped, kind of how you talk about your time in service with your own kids?
I do. I talk to my daughters about it. My oldest especially, she knows because she saw me in uniform the most out of all of them. So she's seen me kind of run around the uniform. She's in actual Naval JRTC now.
That's awesome.
And I had her sit down, watch Band of Brothers before she joined, just to know, hey, this is what you're, so you can kind of see what it's about. and you know what? She sucked that thing up, and she's like, okay, Daddy, I got it. I know what it looks like. And I share some stories. I talk to them about some things and some of the hardships. Nothing too graphic, of course, but I mean, I talk to them about like what it means to serve, what it means to be in the military. And so she's obviously taken on that, and she's in JRTC now, Naval JRTC, and doing wonderful, and I'm proud of her. Being in the Navy is one thing, but I won't hold that against her.
Go Army, beat Navy, bro.
Yeah, to go Army.
You went to a music arts magnet school, which is something I didn't expect when we first started talking.
Yeah, that's right.
But you didn't pick it, your sister did. How did that go over with you, and what was that like?
No, I don't think it was my sister. It was my mom. So my sister could sing, and she saw a gift in my sister, and I think, my sister still has that gift. Don't get me wrong. She's amazing. She could sing and all the things. And I think you talked about a little bit in the story, like the tryout for the magnet school, Thomas G. Pullen. It was a great school, and it's for the talented and gifted, right? A lot of the kids in that school, in that program, that I saw were absolutely amazing. Some of the top talent I've ever seen, right? All the way from dance to art to music to everything, right? So it was kind of funny how that was kind of introduced was, my mom was like, hey, let's go send her up here. Let's go set her up for success here. And she went to that tryout, and I remember her plucking the strings on that violin and then pulling out and just playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star like it was nothing. I was like, man, she's good. and call me crazy. So next year I go, and my mom's like, hey, let's try to get you into this school too. And I was like, oh, great. Maybe I'm also gifted. I hadn't shown any signs of this. and I plucked at this thing too, and I tried to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and it did not come out how I wanted. It was like, ring, ring, ring. And they're like, oh, maybe he'll pick it up over time. And I never really did.
I had a middle school daughter that, they do this thing in 8th grade where they all get an instrument, and she got the violin, and she would play that thing in her room, and it was horrible, man.
Well, my oldest, wound up playing the viola, and now she plays the saxophone, the baritone and the alto. And so I wound up going to the saxophone later, but my oldest plays it, and she's much better than I am, and she's got the gift. Like, she's got the art, she can draw, all the things. So it's kind of funny. It's like, maybe skip the generation.
I know you struggled a little bit in that school, but what do you think your mom was trying to do by keeping you in that school, even though you were struggling?
I mean, she's just trying to get us in a good program. I mean, at the end of the day, she's just trying to find a good program for both her children. And so all to her credit, if I'm a parent, I'm looking for the best schools in the area, right? And that was one of the top rated schools in that area. And you know what? All for it. So she made sure she positioned herself, made sure we got into a good program, got into that school. Some of the elementary schools and stuff, middle schools in the area weren't so good. Kids were going into gangs or doing other stuff. And so she's truly trying to get us into the right spot. And so that program, of course, because it's a magnet school, was a bit different than most normal schools. And so there was a focus and stuff on music and arts, but at the same time, it's good quality education with the math, the science, the English, and the writing, all that stuff. So at the end of the day, yeah, I struggled, but it was great because I got a good foundation initially, right? Which was better than what could have happened, the alternative, because other than that, she would have been set up for not success, right? So I think my mom did a really great job finding that school.
Clearly, look at your resume.
Right.
When you were 9 or 10, I think your mom put you in something called the Black Male Achievement Program. What was that?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you remember that. And so the Black Male Achievement Program, so I was 9 or 10. It was a school. It was a program in Prince George's County that was trying to get minority males into the science and technology programs. We had 2 schools in science and technology, Eleanor Roosevelt High School and Owen High School. Oxon Hill High School. So those 2 schools did science and technology, but there weren't a lot of minorities in those programs for some reason. And I know the reason was because there's an entrance exam to get in, and you had to pass a certain, score in order to get into that school. So they were like, hey, let's start exposing at a younger age these kids who are in 4th, 5th grade. Let's bring them up, bus them up to the school, introduce them to engineers, introduce them to scientists. and show them what it's like to be on the science and tech side. There's a whole new world for me. I didn't even know that was a thing. I remember going into the program and meeting an engineer from NASA. And I remember him saying like, "Oh yeah, I'm an engineer." And I was like, "That's a job?"
You work on a train?
What? Yeah, that's what I thought. Work on a train? I was like, I don't know what you do. And he's like, "Oh no, I do engineering. I design this, that, next thing." And I was flabbergasted. I mean, I didn't care what the color of his skin was or who he was. I didn't even know that was a job that you could do. You can make a living. You could be a scientist and actually make a living doing it. I thought it was just something we just do projects in school, and see fun things and fun experiments. So in that program, they wound up calling it the Minority Achievement Program. I don't know if it still exists today. And so I met a lot of unique individuals from that program. And a lot of these guys, some of them came from the school I was in, like Lawrence Butler I was telling you about. But I met a gentleman named Andre Smith, who we're still good friends today. He works at NASA now, right? Lawrence Butler wound up going and working at Google. And Nick Caldwell, a great friend too. He wound up going over and he's now the chief product officer of Peloton. But before he sold a company, made multi-millions, sold it to Google. I mean, all kinds of folks that I got a chance to meet in that program. And then we eventually wound up going to that school and we wound up passing that exam. And that was a tough exam. I only passed it by 2 points.
Yeah, how did you feel when you passed the exam and you got on the program and now all these different, I remember when we were doing the prep, you said when you were younger, you thought the only way to be successful was, you had to play professional sports and all
Right.
that. And now you have this new opening in life. Did that really kind of change the way that you saw opportunities?
So people talk about, so here's the thing. People talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think this is kind of where it hits home. This is diversity and equity and inclusion to me is presenting the opportunity to everyone. That socioeconomic fabric of folks who are at the bottom who may not even know or not aware. Like what I saw on TV was you had to sing, you had to dance, or you had to go play some sport and be a badass, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how I viewed the world as success. I did not know about this new or these opportunities where you could actually learn this technology, learn engineering, learn math, and actually pursue a career in it and still be successful. Even though, I'm sure it was there, but that's not something that I knew about or I was aware of. I mean, when you're in school and you're learning about the different professions, hey, I took a little test when I was in elementary school, like, oh, you like to be outside, you're gonna be a painter, right? And I was like, okay, painter, that's what I'm gonna do, right? Or a plumber, right? Which are all still great professions, and I'm not knocking those.
Sure.
But I just didn't know about this whole world of engineering, science, math, all this stuff where I was like, oh wow, I could also do that and pursue that as a career as well, which you can, right? And so what's funny is, a lot of folks like to downplay it, but I think that's really what diversity, equity, inclusion, that's what it means. It means like it's giving that exposure and getting folks to know and see that there's a world outside the world that they know.
Yeah, and it was very interesting. I remember you and I talking about it in a parking lot, actually. A lot of people hear those words and they think it means lowering standards or giving people advantages they haven't earned. But I mean, what you told me was something way more powerful. And I remember you telling me, I am a product of diversity and inclusion. Can you kind of unpack that?
Yeah, no, I say that because, it almost brings a tear to my eye when I think about it. If it weren't for the folks that reached out to say, hey, young man, you can do this. All I knew was with my cousin. I have a cousin that I hung out with. He was always getting in trouble, running around, hanging out with the wrong folks. Or you were an athlete, got to be the fastest guy on the track, right? But this diversity, equity, inclusion program showed me a door. I mean, I had to do the work, right? No one said, hey, Chane, we're just gonna hand you the test. You're gonna be right in. No, I had to do the work. I had to pass the test, right? Now I told you I only passed it by 2 points, but I passed it, right? I still took the same exam that everyone else took. And I still passed it with the same standard everyone else had. But now I get exposed to now this new program of science technology. Again, same thing, going to the academy, and now fast forward a little bit, getting that exposure and getting that opportunity to step in that door. Now, again, with the academy, and that's a whole nother story, I didn't know about the academy life either. I didn't even know that existed. But so that was a whole nother thing where I was like, oh, wow, that's a thing. I am a product of it because I tell folks like, yes, I was presented the opportunity. Now to reach the standard was on me. To pass the standard, it was on me. It was not on anyone else. But I also leveraged my people around me, my team, the folks that I was studying with. If I didn't know something, helped me get to where I need to be. And so I think that diversity, equity, inclusion programs or programs like that help folks who do have those skills and those assets, no matter what their color is, to help bring everyone else around them like, hey guy, you have grown up and you didn't know about these things. You didn't know about this, math, or you didn't take calculus. Let me teach you.
Yeah, I feel like DEI didn't lower the bar for you. It just showed you the bar existed.
That's right. That's right.
What is the difference, so you can explain it to the audience, what's the difference between diversity and inclusion programs versus affirmative action? Because I think people conflate the two things.
So I think affirmative action is a forcing function in which you're trying to create diversity within an organization. And then therefore, in some cases, because they have to, or they try to meet a quota, they may or may not modify standards, right? But normally affirmative action typically is just trying to unpack and bring in uniqueness into an organization, but as more of a forcing function. Whereas I feel like diversity, equity, inclusion is just is a way to expose and to show, a unique population that is not in that particular sector or field to, hey, or a particular school. Like, hey, you guys don't apply to Harvard. Why not? Let's unpack this and let's show you what it's about to be at Harvard or to be at the United States Military Academy. Not giving it to you, not saying I'm gonna let you in, but just saying like you can do this. It is something you can apply for, go for it, right? And I think that's where people they conflate the two. I think they're two separate things. Now, you can argue with me, people can argue whatever it is, but I think they're two separate things. I think affirmative actions, like I said, like you're trying to section off, say, hey, we need to have so many number of Indian folks, we need Native Americans, we need this, or, and you're trying to force that kind of population so that way you show, we have diversity, which I'm not necessarily a fan of that. I'm more of a fan of like, hey, there's a job that you can apply for. We know you can do it. You've shown success in your history. You've shown the fact that you can learn what we do. Let me teach you this, or let me show you what this is about. And it's up to you to pass, right? Because no one graduates Harvard without passing the exams. No one graduates West Point without passing the exams. At the end of the day, I don't care if you're black, white, Chinese, Indian, doesn't matter. You have to pass.
Yeah, and people are going to hear your story here in a second about West Point. Nobody gave you shit.
No.
So you had to earn every second of it. And that's, I think, it's just really, it's important to hear that part. I mean, what happens to kids in communities like where you grew up if they never get that exposure? If nobody ever tells them being an engineer is a real job or being a scientist is a real job?
And that's the challenge, right? Because then they think, I'm just going to do whatever I think I'm supposed to do, right? And not saying that if I was a painter, I wouldn't have been happy. Of course, I like being outdoors. Hence why I went to the infantry, right? And that's what my profile said when I was in elementary. It said, you like being outdoors, right? But at the same time, if these young folks don't see this, they don't know this, that it's a possibility, that's something they could do, or even if they have the gift or the talent, they may not even know that. And I'm not going to say all of them will, right? But some will, some won't. But they need to at least be aware of it and exposed to it, and then see like, okay, maybe that's something I can venture into do. And thank God we live in the United States of America where it's not impossible to do anything.
Amen. You ended up getting into Eleanor Roosevelt, which was a science and technology school. And I remember you told me like once you got there, you kind of feel like that's where you caught your wings. What did you mean by that? It's
a funny story. I got to tell you another story. Yeah. I hate to say this. All right. So what was funny was I got there and I was like, man, I'm not really sure what it's going to be about. It's a science technology program, but I was excited because I was like, well, this is a whole nother world. I've never been in this kind of environment before. Let's kind of see what this looks like. And I remember I saw the cross country team running. I was like, I want to go run with these guys real quick. And so my mom had this deal with me. She's like, well, you can't do any sports or athletics unless you get above a 3.0, right? So I couldn't be on the cross country team. So I just run with these guys. I would just start running with them. And I was studying my butt off because I was like, I want to do cross country. I want to do a sport. I want to be involved in. And I was just running with him. And I remember the coach looking at me and be like, you know you're not on the team, right? Yeah, I know. I'm just going to run with you guys. I'm going to run. So I was just running with him and running. And, you know, I would show up to the different events they had on Saturdays. And my mom was I didn't really talk to her about anything. And then she found out and she was upset. She was pissed. She was pissed. I was like, uh-oh. Well, then I came home and I had made honor roll and I had good grades. She's like, what is going on? Like, you've never made honor roll the whole time in, middle school and everything else. And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, I did. It's like, can I run cross country? She's like, yeah, okay, you can run. And I think that's kind of where I got a chance to, one, surround myself with folks that really were out to achieve excellence. Some of those guys that I surrounded, like I told you, Andre, Nathan, Lawrence, Chris Jefferson, Will Jones, Joe Jones, all these folks I was surrounded with were really trying to pursue excellence in everything they did. And so it was great to be surrounded by that and to see that and to learn from it. So I think, I surrounded myself with good people. And I noticed that was the beginning where I was like, oh, wow. If you surround yourself with the people that you want to be like, that are far better than you, that will help pull you up and help you become better. And so I started to do much better in school, much better with my academics, running. I wasn't the track great that I wanted to be. I didn't make it to the Olympics or anything, but I was able to push myself to another level, which I had never achieved. Right? And the guys that I associated with back then, I still associate with now, which is amazing.
You got to tell the story on the podcast, man. You were the fastest kid in elementary and middle school. You get to high school, you're about to try out for the 100-meter dash. It's funny, it's true story. It's too funny not to tell.
It is. Go ahead. All right, I'll tell the story. You forget, you got all this stuff written down. Yep. I forgot about that. All right, so I was one of the fastest kids in middle school, elementary. I fell short to one guy once or twice here or there, right? But I got to high school and I was like, man, I'm going to be a bad dude. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to make the 100-meter dash and I'm going to run the 200 and I'm going to show these guys what's up. And just right after my cross country stint, and I get in the blocks, the gun goes off or whatever, the whistle. I can't remember what it was. And I remember running down. I remember putting my head up. And everyone was already halfway down the track. And I was like, oh, man. And I took off. I'm trying to catch everybody, caught no one. And I'm like, man, I didn't make the team, right? And so I'm on my way, got my head down. I'm about to go up the stairs, and this guy, this older gentleman named Martin Ellis, Coach Martin Ellis. He gives me a little, and I was like, who? What's up? He's like, hey, you want to be on the team? And I was like, well, yeah, I want to be on the team. Yeah. But I didn't make it. He's like, oh, no. You come be on my team. I was like, what team is this? And I was like, what is this guy saying? He's like, you come run with us. I was like, but is this a separate team or who is this? He's like, oh, middle distance. I was like, middle distance? What's middle distance? I didn't know what it was. This man was running. He said he wanted me to run the 2-mile, the steeplechase, the mile, the 800. I was like, well, what I got to lose? I didn't make the team, so I signed up. And one of the things that Martin Ellis also showed was how to be resilient. And I love Coach Martin because he took a lot of kids onto his team, on his squad, and he shaped us. Like, he worked on our stride every day. Like, every day after practice, I would sit there and work on my stride. And he would make us warm up with 2 to 3 miles as a warm up, and then the workout was intense. And after the workout, work on the stride. And I remember there's some days we would do like 10 400s. We run 3 miles as a warm up, come back 10 400s, and then I'll be doing strides all afternoon, late until like 7:30 at night. And I remember he would even have us go on like these 15, 16-mile runs from the University of Maryland, take us through DC, come back, and just working on like pushing ourselves to that next level. And I never pushed myself like that before. And I really appreciated it because later on, I did get faster in those events, the shorter distances, because I did have a better stride. And he did work on that Mentally, I wasn't where I was, where I was going to be later in life, but it started a path for me. And it started a path for most of the young men and women who ran with Coach Martin. Whether you liked the way he trained it or not, we all changed who we were in terms of what we thought about ourselves, what we thought we could do, and what we thought we could reach. And I thank God for him. I thank God for that opportunity. And I think, when I have the D1, that's what I want to bring to the kids that come to our facility, is have that ability to have that coaching that bring them to that next level that they won't get just from training in school.
I love that story, man, because I think so often coaches, especially in public schools, they don't get the credit they deserve. Some do it for a stipend, but there's a lot of coaches, man, that really pour their heart and soul into athletes and believe in them, even when they don't believe in themselves. Sports are an outlet for some kids to get away from things that got going on in the world. And these coaches are just so important, man. So shout out to all these coaches out there that are just putting that effort in. They don't get paid what they're worth to begin with. How did Martin Ellis change your life? Because it sounds like he saw something in you that you didn't see in yourself.
I will tell you, that was the first thing. He saw something that I didn't see in myself. Two, the belief, and regardless of the jokes, he would always joke with me. He's like, he's like, you're not meant to run distance. He's like, he always tell me, he's like, you're gonna be a big boy. Like, I was like, because I had a bigger frame, but I was thin then. I was lightweight. But he's like, you got a big frame. He said, usually you play football or something. And I was like, no, I gotta run this distance. And I could never get to that elite level because I could never get past. They call it the wall. Like I could never get past the wall where your body just totally just dies on you. But Coach, he always believed in me, but he always said, hey, just do your best. I remember the first time I ran the 2 mile where I ran really, really fast. And he told me, run it like you run the warm-up. And I always used to run my warm-up. I just run my warm-up how you run my warm-up. I just go out there, start running laps, and I would gradually start picking up. For some reason that day, he was right. I ran it super fast because I just was very comfortable and relaxed and just leaned on my stride and let my stride do the run, right? And that kind of helped push myself to the next level. I was like, wow, I can do this. I can run fast. I can run at this long distance for a good pace. And he always kept putting me out there, kept pushing me, putting me in more events. And like, wasn't worried about it. And he did this with everyone. I wasn't the only one. He did this with everyone. He's like, hey, you got it. Get out there and run that 800. Like, what? 800? He's like, those guys are fast. Like, you'll be fine. And whether you lost or won, or whether you were in the front or back, you always came back with something, right? And he's like, well, how did you feel? How did it make you feel? You want to do better? All right, you need to work on this thing, that thing. And then you would continue to get better and better every time. And by the time you got to your senior year, you were running with some of the best, and you were just like, hey, I can hang with the pack. And you were surprised, and it was great. And then you were looking at opportunities. And his whole goal, I think, was to make sure we got the education, we could get to the place where we can get the education, and we would get that exposure. And so next thing you know, we'd go off to school and take care of ourselves and take care of our families. And that's kind of what he cared about. Whether or not we went to the Olympics or not was not his concern. But he had quite a few athletes that trained with him. One of them actually went to the NFL. Some of them became elites. Joe was actually one of them. Joe Jones. I was telling you about him. He's my partner with the medical clinic. He went to the Army, went to West Point, but he was running at West Point. He's running his quarter miles in 46 seconds, right? But he trained with Coach Martin as well, right? So all of us were a part of that community of athletes that, he really believed in us, knew and was convinced that we were going to be successful in life, not just in the sport, but in life. And that's where that's kind of what the torch that he kind of carried, I carried from him throughout the rest of my life. I was like, hey, he's got a fire and he believes, I do too.
That's amazing, man. That's an amazing story. Let's talk about your path to West Point, because it wasn't a straight path. VMI recruited you for cross country, right?
Oh yeah, so VMI, yeah, I got the call for VMI for cross country. That's right.
For the listeners who don't understand, VMI is the Virginia Military Institute. It's probably it's in the top 5 for military academies.
So it's not. So technically, it's an academy, but you have to pay for it. So it's a state-sponsored, military institution. So you don't have to go to the military when you graduate from Virginia Military Institute.
But it is one of the...
Yeah, it's very difficult to get into, very difficult to graduate from. But, so I got recruited for cross-country there, which I was really excited about, stoked. This is my dad had kind of came back into my life later. And so we drove down and, we kind of chatted a little bit on our way down. And when I got to VMI, everything looked good. I was like, man, they were marching out there doing a parade. I was like, this is like awesome. Like, this is cool. I was like, there's a lot of military stuff, but I guess we can handle that. They told me that, you don't have to go to military when you graduate. Some folks do go, some folks don't, but you get that military education while you're training and you're going through your schooling, which I thought was pretty cool. But the tuition bill came out and they were like, hey, we're going to give you a partial. And I was like, I couldn't afford the rest of it. I was like, man, I'll have to take out school loans. This, that next thing. What are some other options? And so, my dad and I talked about some of that. And we're like, hey, well, you can figure it out, you apply for grants, this, that next thing. But I couldn't make it all work. So it was just way too expensive because I was out of state because I lived in Maryland, but Virginia Military Institute is in Virginia. If it had been in state, I probably would have been able to go, but I was out of state. So not possible. So I applied to like University of Maryland, some other schools. But when I got back, I started talking to folks in the JRTC program. Now I wasn't in it. I was not in JRTC. I wanted to, my mom wouldn't let me because of Vietnam, right? She was like, I don't want you going to war or anything. But they were talking about going to the Air Force Academy. I was like, what's this Air Force Academy thing? I was like, what is that? It's like, oh, it's a school. I looked it up. It's like, this looks pretty cool.
It's pretty crazy because those of us in the military, we're all familiar with it. But a lot of people outside of the military community, they really don't understand that there are military academies.
No, they don't. They don't. And I didn't even know all of them at the time. So in my mind at this point, there were 3 that I knew about. Mind 4, because I knew about the Citadel down in South Carolina. I knew about the Naval Academy because I live in Maryland, so I know that's right there. I knew about Air Force Academy because of the JRTC cadets, and I knew about VMI. That's it. I didn't know about West Point and all this other stuff. So I started that pursuit of going to Air Force Academy. Put in application, went ahead and did the physical fitness assessment, did really well with that. I was in great shape. I still am in great shape now. I was in better shape then, though. So I was in great shape, did well there. Then they have to do this interview with a representative or a senator. So it's not an interview necessarily. Normally you would just apply and then they pick. But I think,
and people don't understand, like, you're not just applying to regular college. There's a lot of things that go into getting into a military. I think you still have to get like a recommendation from a general or something to that effect?
No. So you have to get a recommendation from a representative or a senator, or you can get a presidential nomination or vice presidential nomination. I think if you're in the military, you can also get a nomination via your command or your commander. Doesn't necessarily have to be a general, but your commander can nominate you as another source of nomination if you're in the military, which is good. And actually, I'm going to West Point tomorrow to talk to the superintendent and commandant about getting more enlisted folks in the military, into the military academy. So that's another route. So there's 5 different ways, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to find out tomorrow if there's more. And I'll let you know.
Well, maybe we'll come back and just do a quick video for all the parents out there with kids in high school.
Yes, that's right. But Steny Hoyer was my representative in my district. And this story is kind of funny. I go back to this because I applied, I did the physical assessments and everything. And I was on the borderline for his nomination packets. So I'm not sure if he reviewed all the cadets or potential cadet candidates or just a few, but he brought me in, and I remember it was like a little board panel kind of thing, like a little mini board, and they started asking me questions, right? And I remember I thought I was doing well with the questions. I thought it was good. And then
is this a normal process for congressional folks to do this, or is it different for every?
No, I think it's different for everyone. I think it's different for everyone. Some do boards, some don't. Some like ask questions or interview with they have their staff do it, and so but I don't know. I'm not really sure exactly how consistent. It depends on how much they want to be involved and how much they don't want to be involved. Sure. I think Steny Hoyer the passionate man that he is, he wanted to be more involved. I think he wanted, like, especially for the folks that he kind of felt like were on the border, he wanted to kind of make sure he had a little bit of, like, he wanted to make sure that final decision was made.
That's awesome.
And I remember, like, us kind of, going through the board and him closing the book on me and being like, hey, with your SAT and your grades, there's no way I can send you to Air Force Academy. Although I think you could potentially do well, but there's no way. But he's like, I do have room in my nomination package. I don't have a lot of people trying to go to West Point. Do you want to go to West Point? I didn't know what that was. I was like, what is West Point? What is that?
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll take it.
Oh, so they only get to nominate so many
So
people?
it depends on how many. So I think each representative gets a certain number of, now I'm speaking out of tongue here because
Sure.
I don't know the admissions process, but I think each representative for the number of cadet slots available at the academy. So they get like maybe 1 or 2 cadets can be at the academy at a time. They get 10 nominations per availability. So if a cadet graduates, they get 10 nominations for the next class.
Oh, okay.
Right. Or if a cadet quits, then they get 10 nominations, then they get another 20 or something. Same thing with the senators, I think. And presidential nominations, if your parents have been in the military, they're retired, or they're medically retired or whatever, then you could do a presidential or vice presidential nomination. So that's a different pool of folks.
Wow.
I wasn't in that pool, but that you can apply that way too, which is great. Getting a presidential nomination, another route. So what's funny is I wound up going to do the visit, and I see my friend Joe on the track. Now I'm just like, Joe, what are you doing here? I didn't know you're at West Point. He said, I told you I went to West Point. I was like, oh, this is what it is. I didn't know where he was at. So it's kind of funny. I was like, oh, this is it. And I got a chance to walk around and kind of see, and I was like, man, this is like a big VMI. Because I saw a parade, and I was like, wow, they got a whole bunch of people. And they were all wearing kind of similar uniform. And so to me, it was just all the same, right? But I was like, all right, let's go apply. So I applied, and I actually did not get in. And that's kind of like where it kind of struck home. I did not get in. So I kind of was like, hey, well, I can't really afford school. Maybe I'll go get this GI Bill. And I signed up to go enlist. And I was like, hey, I'm going to go enlist and just go the enlisted route. And go get my Montgomery GI Bill, go to school. And I talked it over with my mom and everything. And then I got this letter in the mail that said I got into the United States Military Academy Prep School. And I was like, I don't even know what this is.
I had no idea that at prep school until we did this podcast.
I didn't either. So again, I was like, well, there's a school that exists that helps you get into West Point. So I called them. I said, hey, what is this? And they're like, hey, you got into the preparatory school, and you got a year to give it a shot. If you don't make it, we'll send you to, you just continue on your enlistment and go be enlisted in the Army. If you make it, we send you on to the West Point. And
We got a job for you at Fort Wainwright, Alaska.
Well, that's if I didn't make it.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I did make it, then I was going to go to West Point. So, I was like, well, I mean, it's worth a shot if I make it or if I don't. And it was before I was going to start anyway. And then so I was blessed to have that opportunity. Didn't know how that got presented in my lap. I didn't know how I made it, but I was like, you know what? I'll take it. And I also got accepted into the Air Force Academy Preparatory School too as well, which is pretty funny, right? That came after a little bit later in the mail. But I wanted to go to West Point anyway because they gave me the first shot, and I was like, you know what? I'll take it. So I was blessed to get a chance to do that, and I thank God for that one because I'm sure they were looking for folks who were on the enlisted path or folks who were athletes or whoever who were just on that borderline, on the cusp of making it to West Point but didn't. And I was one of those folks. I was very blessed.
Did you go to base training at like Fort Dix or something like that?
No. So we wound up doing our basic training through the prep school, right? So I never had to go as like a. So I was still an E1 when I went through it, but I went through the prep school's basic training.
What was that like?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty rough. I wasn't ready for it, for sure. I didn't know that they were going to be all in my face right when I got off the bus. We were actually trained by drill sergeants. Sergeant First Class Vega was my primary drill instructor. and he gave me earful. He called me Smiley. He didn't like the fact that I smiled all the time. I always got a smile on my face. I
was telling Dave the other day, I'm like, dude, Chane has one of the most infectious smiles of anybody you'll meet.
And I'm telling you, Master Sergeant Vega, he wanted to become a Master Sergeant, but Sergeant First Class Vega, oh, he gave me the stink, man, every day. He dug into me so good, and I loved it. I mean, I loved it. I was like, you know what? He's just making me better, right? But I want to push myself through that. It was rough for folks like me out of high school. The guys coming out of the Army, like enlisted folks, like my friend Felix Zayas, Andy Moffat, those guys.
So this prep school was for other folks transitioning, like active duty guys?
Right. Active duty. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. So Felix was, Felix, he's a great example. He was a Ranger Regiment, had a Ranger tab and everything comes in there. Ryan Edwards, same thing. They were already corporals in the Army. They're like, oh, this is nothing. They're just running in circles, right? Me, I was struggling. Like, oh man, it sucks.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, coming from like a magnet school, and like it's a professional environment, I'm sure, and then to just people screaming at you, it's got to be.
No, that's right. It was a lot. But the good thing is those guys help you. Like my friend Terry Red, he was also, I think he was almost an E5 too as well. Like guys like him kind of mentored me and kind of helped me get through that.
What was that year like?
Oh, it was a year of learning. It was a year of all kinds of new things. For me, we still had our freedoms. We still were treated like soldiers, and we still had the opportunity to kind of see the world a bit. But the thing about it was it showed me a totally different world that I had not been exposed to, where now I had to have discipline. Had to do, we still were in school studying, so we still had to study. At the same time, we had to do all our military stuff. At the same time, we had to do, leadership. And we had different leadership roles we would fill, and I learned a lot in those roles. I learned a lot from the friends around me. I learned a lot about, being there for someone else. For me, the folks that I was surrounded by, like the Terry Reds and the Francesca Grahams and the Felix Zayases, these were people I really cared about, and they really cared about me and my success, and I cared about their success too. And so it showed me more about what it is to be a part of a team. And it introduced me to this whole thing called the team, right? Because, I thought I was on a team when I was running track in high school, but I did not know what it meant to really be on a team until being in that environment, like being through those challenges. Because, we had our challenges. And some days we'd be out there in the quad getting smoked because we're doing the wrong thing the day before, or someone had done something wrong. And it's like, and we're going through these challenges of carrying the log, down. And I remember First Sergeant Spizo, he was like the head, TAC NCO in charge. And TAC NCO is a non-commissioned officer. So tactical non-commissioned officer over charge of the cadets. And he would just have us running with the log down the street, and we're just like, But this is the first time I had been exposed to what it means to actually be a part of something bigger than yourself, right? Where everyone was there pushing each other. We had a couple folks wound up like quitting and everything, but for the most part, everyone just stayed entrenched and really pushed through, and I was really proud of it.
How did that prep school year prepare you for West Point? Because you said something important. You said if you'd have gone straight to West Point out of high school, you probably would have flunked out.
I would have, yes.
What was it about that year at prep school that really prepared you for West Point? I mean, I know you talked a little bit about, learn what it meant to be a team, but did that year at that prep school really prepare you for West Point?
Yes, because the thing about it, I hadn't been in the military, right? I hadn't been in JRTC. I hadn't been in actually a soldier yet. So it prepared me, for one, understanding that mentality, understanding what it takes to be disciplined and to do what you need to do and have the focus. Two, also to support your colleague to your left and right. What is that? That is not just like, oh, I'm going to help you when you need help. Like, it's truly knowing like, hey, we are one and we're going to get through this together. In their struggle is your struggle too. And also like, especially coming out of high school, everything was about me. I think that's the biggest thing that I had not really understood yet. And even then at prep school, I was starting to understand it. I hadn't gotten there just yet, but I still started to see like, oh, this is a, but I was still trying to, a little bit of competitive, trying to be better than, but at the same time, I was like, you know what, I'm never going to be better than Terry Red. That dude's a monster, right? I'm never going to be better than Felix Zayas. So I was like, hey, these guys, they know some stuff. I can learn from these guys. But just all the stories they would tell me and the things about being in the military and just knowing what it means to be a soldier, to understand what it takes to be resilient and to go through those challenges. Like I said, Felix went to Ranger School and so did Ryan Edwards. And so hearing their stories about those schools, I was like, man, I'll never be able to get through stuff like that. Yeah. But knowing that that's there and knowing that I could do it because they did it, right? And they would always tell me, you can do it, man. You got it. And I'm like, okay. But the biggest thing is just understanding, there's this world in the military where, it is about your comrade, right? That's how they thought. They didn't think about just themselves. They always thought about me and the person next to them, right? So I had to kind of change myself as well to do that. That was huge, because going to the academy, you can be on the island really fast because you are really you're going through it, and they're trying to put you through it because they want to make sure you've got what it takes.
Yeah. So you graduate the prep school, you make it into West Point. You had a squad leader when you got there. She told you were going to fail because you went to prep school and because you were black. How did you process that as a 19-year-old kid? Is that the first time you'd experienced something like that?
No, it's not the first time I experienced that kind of language, but it's the first time that I experienced it in that environment. And I know that she did not mean harm by that. I know that that's probably what she had thought and what she had seen through her time at the academy. And I later on ran into her, and I didn't let that pull me down. If anything, that gave me the motivation and energy to be successful. And I remember her saying that to me. And you know what? It hurt at the time. But it didn't stop me. But when I saw her, and this is where the beauty of it comes out, 2 years later, I saw her. She was a senior and I was a sophomore, and I was doing really well at the academy. And she had a tear in her eyes, and she apologized for saying that. And that meant so much to me, where she's just like, I didn't know. And I could see that you are going to make it and you are doing really well. And I'm sorry for saying that to you so many years ago. And she gave me a hug, and it meant a lot to me. But that was the first time in that environment. Like I said, you hear it before when you're in the streets, obviously, in the city and stuff. It doesn't mean you brush it off with a shoulder, right? People say things, but definitely in that environment where I thought my squad leader was going to really take care of me, really try to motivate me. It hurt a lot, but later on, it felt really good to see that she had the belief and she had the faith in my success, which is good. At
West Point, everything is run by cadets. Older cadets run the younger ones. How did that power dynamic work when you had people in leadership positions, either they're not that much older than you, or, maybe they think you don't belong there. Like, how does that all, how do you deal with that?
Oh, no. I mean, I think that's a part of peer leadership, right? I actually loved it because regardless of how they treat you when you're a cadet or whatever, you run into them later in the Army, or you run into them later in your career, and you're peers. So you're typically about the same rank, if maybe one rank difference. But you see each other again, and it's like seeing a family member. It's like seeing a brother or sister, and you hobnob about the stories, and you're like, oh man, I remember when you talked smack about this, and you haze me a little bit. Like, I remember that. But at the same time, you still have the love and passion for them. So I would say while you're going through it, it sucks. You're like, man, this jerk, or you just feel like they don't have the right to talk to you that way, or you feel upset. But then in hindsight, 2020, you keep perspective on it. Like you did do something wrong. And that's the biggest thing, is you have to reflect on what you did wrong. Like, so yeah, they're getting on you. Maybe they're a little bit over the top sometimes. Maybe they shouldn't be as harsh as they should be, right? Sometimes, right? But instead of pointing the finger at their actions, it's best to reflect on what you have messed up and your mistake so you can better yourself. So next time you are the one in their position, you're making that correction because you do it right and you know what right looks like.
And a lot of people, I mean, to your point, like I would imagine at some point, West Point's like shared trauma, dude. It's 4 years of basic training. I have had a lot of friends that have gone through West Point. I'm obviously enlisted. I didn't do that, but I've heard a lot of the stories. And you're like, dude, that sounds like 4 years of basic training. And it's funny. You look at these West Point cadets. I always watch the Army Navy game and they interview, and like you see these 21, 22-year-old kids, man, but they speak so different than kids, that aren't in the, in a military academy, because you grow up quick, right? Because when you leave West Point, you're expected to lead people. It's probably got to be one of the most premier leadership courses, besides maybe like the Naval Academy or the others. But it's the people officers I've encountered from West Point. They're different for a reason, right? I think that it probably speaks to that leadership, training you guys get there. How do you explain West Point to somebody who didn't serve?
I tell everybody, especially for folks who didn't serve, they're like, man, what is it like going there? I tell them that it is a grueling 4 years where if you try to survive that 4 years by yourself, you're not going to make it. I think it's those 4 years, I really learned how to depend and lean and work with the folks around me. I mean, I really feel like everyone around me pulled me through that. Whether you call it pulling or not, you will have, it will expose your weaknesses for whatever it's worth. Like anything you think you're good at, I mean, it'll show you what you're not good at for sure. But the folks around you will be good at it, and those are the folks that can get you through it. And I tell everybody it's a challenge, physically, mentally, spiritually, everything, right? You got to keep your faith. Some folks is probably pretty easy to get through it, right? Some folks. For me, it was not. I thought every day was a new challenge, and you had to rise to it and rise above it. And you had to learn to lean on your team and talk to your folks around you. And that success would help bring the entire team up. So I do think my 4 years was probably the most challenging 4 years I've had, especially in a school or in life in general. But when you finish at the end of that, like you've done so much. And so what I tell normally when I tell somebody and they're a normal person, I'm just like, it is a challenging 4 years where after you get done with that, you can do anything.
That's awesome. Your first year at West Point, you're taking English. Math is easy for you, but English is somewhat hard. Your instructor's name was Major Hater, which when you first told me that, I thought you were like, that was a nickname, but that was his real name, right?
That's his name, Major Hater.
Yeah, you turn in your first paper, and I alluded to it in your intro, and you've been through prep school, you're feeling pretty confident, and he grades it and gives it back to you. What was the grade?
He gave me an H+.
I've never heard
an H+. Let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about Major Hater. So first paper, I was very proud of that first paper. I was like, man, this paper is going to knock his socks off. And I was like, man, he's going to love this paper. And his name was Major Hater. Or is. So he's not dead. He's still alive. And so I handed that paper in, a couple of days later, he gave it back and had an H+ on it. I thought it was a B+, maybe. I was like, maybe he just forgot to connect the B. So I go up to him and I was like, hey, sir, I think you kind of wrote this kind of a little backwards here. Is this supposed to be a B or a B+? He said, oh, no, Mr. Jackson. No. He said, it's not a B+. I said, oh, so it's like, so what is it? Is this like an F or an E? He's like, oh, no. It's not an E or an F, not at all. He said, an F would not give this paper justice, is what he told me. He said, not good enough for a G, but it was a solid H+. I said, that's like backwards. I said, A is the best. So I'm guessing H+ is like really bad. He's like, really bad, Mr. Jackson. You need to work on this. He said, you got some serious writing issues we need to fix. And I had grammatical issues. I had structural issues. I mean, everything was messed up in my paper. I later found out. So I said, well, I don't want to fail. Because at this point, at the academy, like if you fail 2 classes or a class or 2, you're done. They'll send you home, right? And they give every cadet a chance. So they work with you, right? But I was like, man, I can't fail out. I can't go back home and not have made it. I got to put my best foot forward. So I went to additional instruction every day. Every day I was in his office. It didn't matter if we had something to do or not. I was in his office. I went to the Center of Enhanced Performance at West Point. It was led by a woman named Dr. Diadamo Weinstein. And I would work on my English with her in the evenings. And I would go to the Center of Enhanced Performance during the day. In the evening, I would go to his office, and I would continue to push myself with English. And I failed every paper. Failed, D. I started getting D's after a little bit, and I was like, okay, I'm getting a D now. It's good. So I went from F, E to D. So H plus, F, E to D, right? I was like, oh, man. So I took the final exam. And this is kind of where the story kind of comes ahead here. I took the final exam, and I want to say I failed it, but I did my best, right? Major Hader petitions for me to get a D. He later petitioned for me to get a C plus in the class. So I show back up and I see I got a C plus on my report card, and I go to his office and I said, hey, sir, I know I didn't ever score a C on any paper I wrote in your class. I said, so how do I have a C plus in your class? And he said to me, and I never forget it, you're the kind of officer I want to see in the Army. And he's like, your English sucks. It's going to get better. And it has improved over the semester. And I want you to hop right into your next class, get right after it and work on your English, but don't stop. He said, but take this C plus as a word to you that I think you have what it takes to be a successful officer in our military. So I say that because fast forward, I'm a teacher. I'm judo instructor at West Point, and I'm taking my cadets up to the Royal Military College. And I got my cadets running around there, and we go into this church at the Royal Military College. And there is retired Colonel Hader at a distance. He sees me. And he's like, Chane! And I'm in full uniform. He's in full uniform. Runs up, gives me this big hug. And I couldn't believe it was Colonel Hader. He was there with the chess team. I was like, Colonel Hader's in the, wow, what a coincidence Colonel Hader's here. And he sees I'm Special Forces, I'm a Ranger, all the things. And I got Valor Awards and stuff. And he's just like, and he's in tears. And he says to me, he says, see, I knew you'd be the officer we need in the military. And that's what he says to me. He says, I knew it. And he was really proud. And we both cried, and it was great.
How did it, I'm sure as a freshman in college, you maybe didn't process it, but how did you process that later on when you realized what he really did? And because again, you could have, I think you said you called your mom at one point and said, hey man, I might be going, I might be going back in the Army.
I told my mom, I said, hey, look, is my room still open? Hey, if you got something in there, you need to clean it out.
How do you process that now, looking back and seeing, not only did he, take a chance and push you, but you obviously became a leader. How did it make you feel, but how did it affect you later on when you became a leader?
I think what the beauty of what he did to me was he created I didn't have the mental resilience that I thought I did, especially when it came to academic rigor. Pushing myself in that arena was new. Physically, no problem, right? I was comfortable with that, especially having run track, cross country, steeplechase. Knowing that my body could push itself was one thing. But in the academic world, is a whole nother. And so he was, in a way, now mind you, when he did see me, by the way, he said, hey, I'm sorry for being so hard on you. Yeah. He did apologize. He said, I was a bit of a dick. Yeah. just so you know. Yeah. But I'd hold it against him. But he did show me something about mental resiliency, about knowing that yourself, your mental acuity can be far vast than you think. In a world in which I was like, hey, I could have just walked away. I could have said, you know what, I'm just going to fail. I can't do this. I'm not going to make this, right? But instead, I continued to keep coming. And he never, like I said, he never closed the door on me when I went to his office. He never said, hey, you can't come in. Every time I went to his office, he'd open that door and we'd sit down and talk about what we need to talk about, syntax, grammar, whatever it was. Now, that's English, of course, but that played a part in how I would approach life, right? he shaped how I would approach my studies in the future. He shaped how I would approach a challenge academically in the future. He shaped a lot in terms of what I thought about myself and what I thought about what I could achieve. And he knew that. And I think that was a part of why he continued to do that. And every day he'd give me a paper back. Like he knew like, hey, this wasn't the standard. You got to hit the standard. That's what I'm waiting on. And like, of course I started hitting the standard after a while, but he still kept giving me like challenging grades. So he knew it and it was great.
You said something so profound when we podcast prep and you were telling his story. You said that he didn't lower his standard. He made you rise to meet it. And that gave you the grit you needed to be successful later on in your career. Can you explain that a little bit and why that's so important?
Because I think, it goes back to the diversity, equity, inclusion piece, right? Not saying he was doing that because I was African-American. That's not at all. Yeah. He was doing that because I wasn't meeting his standard. He had a very high standard in his papers and his body of work. And so instead of being like, hey, I see you're working on it, let me give you, he wanted me to rise to it, meet it, and be better than it, right? And that C+ is one of the proudest grades I have at the academy. And because it is something that showed me that, all right, yes, right, having the discipline to continue to do the work is one thing. Having the understanding, the knowledge, and the know-how to, hey, this is the standard. I want to be better than that. I want to reach excellence. I want to strive for excellence. Because, he didn't just accept the bare minimum. Now, mind you, he was grading hard on those papers, on all the cadets, right? On all the cadets, not just me. I think my level of writing and my skill in writing was far better because of him and because of with that bar he set and striving for that excellence, striving for that mark. And I approached that in all my classes, right? Where I was like, hey, you know what? Even then, not only did I approach in those classes, what I did was I turned it around and I gave it back to my fellow colleagues because I did notice after that first semester, a lot of my classmates, ones from prep school especially, had to leave because they didn't pass classes because they failed. And so I didn't want that to happen to the rest of them, the guys who were still hanging out there, right? Like my Felix Zayas and Terry Red. So I started tutoring and providing my strength to those around me, and help them get to excellence and helping them achieve excellence. And I think that's part of where, his story kind of carried through me. And I had a team leader. My next team leader I had, was a guy named Joel Shoemaker. And this dude he could get 4.22 GPA and all that kind of good stuff. And this guy's a legend, right? And he's just stroking through this thing, but he physically had issues. So I would help him physically. He'd help me with the academic piece. And then I was helping my fellow colleagues and students and everyone around me. So I think that's really where he kind of pushed me to a whole nother level in terms of, academic excellence.
That's awesome. After the first rough semester, you started to kind of figure things out academically. You had a team leader named Joel Schumacher. Tell me about him.
Oh, Joel was the man. So Joel was my team leader. I was a bit of a challenge for him because I had those Snicker bar shoes where I didn't really shine my shoes real well, and I had the wrinkly pants. So I was a military challenge for him, and both the academic and military challenge. So I did okay academically that first semester, where I kind of came out on above water. But I saw him, and he was this dude just soared. He knew how to manage his time. He was doing everything well in terms of militarily, shining everything. But he did have a bit of a challenge with the physical side of things. So we made a deal. We said, hey, look, how about we work out together in the morning, and you show me how you do things academically and how you set yourself up for success. So Joel, who wound up becoming a Gates Scholar later, phenomenal individual, was like, hey, let's do that. And so he showed me how to keep myself organized mentally, how to maintain schedule, and also how to do that and still provide resources and help to folks around me and help my classmates. So he was like, hey, no, he told me like doing that would only strengthen not only them, but myself as well. Because then I would start looking for the answers to questions that they had. Like, I don't know that answer. I had to figure this out. And because I figured it out, it made me a master of the subject. And he's like, hey, become a master of the subject, become a master of the domain, But when you're striving for this excellence, teaching your classmates and exposing them to it and helping them achieve excellence as well will not only help you, but it'll help everyone around you. And I was like, oh, great, I'm going to do that. So I went up to Dr. Weinstein. I started a tutoring program. Joel was a big fan of it, but we worked out every day. Joel wound up going to French Commando school, getting his French Commando badge, whatever that thing is. He wound up doing really, really well militarily, and like he went off into the military, did great. But yeah. So Joel definitely showed me a different side of the academia than Major Hader. Major Hader showed me about academic resilience. Joel showed me about achieving that academic excellence, which I was like, wow, this is new. Again, I got a chance to be exposed, and someone taught me that, which was amazing.
Yeah, I think if I remember the story right, I mean, he kind of pushed you. You were really good in math, and so you started tutoring people, and you guys started off at the Center for Enhanced Performance. They would let you use space in the evenings, and you would hold tutoring sessions.
That's right.
Chemistry, physics, and math, I think is what you told me. Which is
Yeah. So chemistry, physics, and math, and we later got English in there too.
Yeah. And, one of the interesting things that it was kind of, when you first started telling the story, first a couple people came, and then people started doing well. What happened?
Like anything else, at first it was, a couple of my classmates from prep school were like, hey, they needed help. They wanted some help on some things. And Felix was one of the ones that led the charge with chemistry, especially. Terry kind of came up there a few times. And then once they started doing well and started passing exams, and it started growing, Francesca brought some folks in. We started getting a whole bunch of folks in there that really wanted to kind of start working and improving their math and English and everything else. And so then I had a chance to, I was teaching full classes of folks, especially before exam time, full classes of folks going through exams, I even had stats and dynamics in there a few times for folks doing that. Just a variety of subjects. And we set up a whole tutoring program, because at one point, it got too much where I had to actually start talking to some of my other classmates who were also strong in some subjects, like, hey, can you help with chemistry, like a guy named Winters. I said, hey, Winters, can you help me with the chemistry side of the house? Because I can't tutor them and tutor the math people at the same time. And, so it kind of grew. And while the 4 years I was there, by the time I graduated, it had grown into this monster that really was helping cadets outside of the teacher resource, because you could always go to your instructor for additional instruction. But now it was a space where cadets can come in and get help. And thanks to Dr. Weinstein of having that program and having opened that up to in the evening times, we were able to do that. And it was a phenomenal thing. Now, the challenge was, as I got a little bit older and more senior in my cadet career, I started to forget some of those earlier math lessons. So it's getting challenging to teach the freshmen. It goes like, man, I can't remember. What did I do there?
Yeah. I thought it was interesting because your GPA went from a 3.3 to a 3.8, and then you started hitting 4.0s, I think you were telling me. How did teaching others make you better?
So to be honest with you, is because they challenge you with their questions. They challenge you, like everyone around you. One, they will show you things that you may not know or you may not be aware of. But two, they make you push yourself to understand it better, to understand the material better. And I enjoyed it. I mean, to be honest, I enjoyed working with my colleagues, working with my classmates, and seeing them be successful. I mean, the best thing that ever happened to me was, Felix coming in and coming in and saying, I passed my chemistry exam, and big old hug and a smile. I'm just like, old Ranger Felix. And I'm just like, I'm excited. I'm like, man, great job. Yeah. and I'm happy because now he's going to be there. He's going to stay, and we're going to be able to do this thing together. Right.
And you're seeing results, and that becomes infectious.
Right. It becomes infectious. Right. But it's also, you don't want to make the mistake. You don't want to make a mistake because you don't want them to go in there and answer the question wrong, right? So you got to make sure your stuff is locked tight. And because it's locked tight, you understand the material to a different domain. Like you understand it a lot better than just, I can work through the process. Now I understand it to the point where if I can show you how to do it, and I understand fundamentally why it is what it is, because they're gonna ask that question. Why are you doing it this way? Why are you doing a derivative like this? Why are you doing this? So then you have to master that. You have to be able to explain it. And that actually helped me later on as an instructor at West Point, because I wound up going back later and being an instructor, so it does help.
Crucial day. Most Americans remember, man. You were at West Point on September 11th, 2001. Where were you and what happened?
So I was actually in Arabic class. I was sitting in Arabic class. Colonel DeMayo was our instructor. And the TV was on and didn't realize, I thought it was like Al Jazeera or something. I can't remember what it was. And I saw one of the planes hit the tower. Now we in the class thought it was just like, what kind of movie is this? A sick movie, right? He looks, of course, this is Arabic class, and he goes running out. And we're like, I don't know, what's going on? What's going on? And we're kind of like stuck and we're not sure what's happening. Comes back in and he's like, hey, they just hit the Twin Towers. Like, who's they? Because we didn't know what was going on. Yeah. And of course, that's when the war on terror started. Now, mind you, it's funny, and why that's funny is because I actually signed up for Spanish class and wanted to be in Spanish. And Spanish was full. So like, hey, we're gonna put you in advanced Spanish. Oh, I don't want to be in advanced Spanish. I'm not there yet. All right. I was like, so what other classes can I take? And they said, well, you either can take Chinese or Arabic. I was like, well, of those two things, I think maybe I'd take a shot at Arabic because I feel like Chinese is
hard.
Really hard. Yeah. So like, all right. And I knew Arabic was going to be hard too. I was like, man, it's going to be tough. So just being in that class, which is a coincidence, I was in Arabic class on that day because this is my sophomore year, it was my first semester in Arabic. And I was like, oh man. I was like, so this is rough. And I remember even talking to my friend Joe on the phone because he had graduated. And I was like, hey, Joe, did you see what just happened? He said, oh, trust me, I know, because he was in the 101st. And I didn't realize at the time they were like mobilizing, getting ready. So right then I was like, oh man, this might change my life. But then I thought, I was like, and I started doing some math, and so people started quitting at the academy. Folks started leaving.
Yeah, that was interesting. What was it with 9/11 happening, and then people started quitting? Did people start realizing they were going to go to war?
I think that's what it was. I mean, we started seeing folks actually shipping out, going to Afghanistan. So folks started dropping out.
That's wild.
Like calling it. You had to your junior year to make the commitment. And at that point, some folks were like, hey, I'm not signing up for that.
Do they have to repay those first 3 years?
No, the first 2 years, no.
Oh.
Only if you pass your junior year. So like your junior year is where you make the commitment to go on and continue to serve and do the next 7.
Did not know that.
Right. So up to your first 2 years, you have the ability to just kind of resign.
Are you getting paid in West Point too? Do you get a military?
You get like a stipend, but it's small. It's a small stipend in the beginning. It's a little bit bigger. I think it's a portion of an E-Force paycheck. I think it is. But then by your junior year, it gets a little bit more because now you're committed, right? And I think, and that's a good, I'm glad they have that in the system because there are some folks that go through the system. They're like, hey, this isn't for them, right? Wow. But every academy has that. Every academy has like your junior years when you commit.
Well, I guess as somebody that served and had to work with officers, like you really don't want the guys that didn't want to be there.
That's right. You don't want to be. Yeah, no, you don't. And I think for us, it was a big year because our sophomore year was, 2001, 9/11 hit. Our junior year was the commitment. Like at that point, people had to start making some decisions. Now for me, I had not yet become who I became later, where I was committed to service yet. I enjoyed the folks around me. I enjoyed my comrades. But to me, I was like, well, Gulf War I only lasted 6-7 months. I said, maybe this thing gonna last 6-7 months. That's what I thought. I'm not worried about it. It'll probably be over by the time I get there, right? That's what I said. But it didn't. Hindsight 2020, 20 years later, I was still in that same war, right?
Your senior year, did you guys start having combat vets coming back to teach? Was it that soon?
So I think we started getting 1 or 2. I remember a Major Amron came back through. We started getting a couple of them, but it wasn't a lot yet.
Yeah, and if I remember right, I don't know if it was you that told me. It might have been somebody else. But like after 9/11, you had instructors at West Point that started disappearing, right? They went back to units or...
That's right. Now instructors started disappearing. That's different, right? So we had some special forces instructors and some infantry guys. They all started up and leaving, right? A lot of them did get destabilized to some degree, but some of them started getting called up, right? And honestly, as a cadet, I had no idea what was happening. I was like, what what happened to Major such and such? Like, oh, he's gone. He's in the mix. Yeah. And I understood, like, fast forward later, right, when I saw some of those instructors were now battalion commanders and were in these units, I was like, oh, wow, that's where you went. Yeah. Or would they call them tactical officers, where they are supervising a company of cadets, a group of cadets. Some of those officers also started disappearing and going over. And that was a great thing.
Did the tone change at West Point?
What do you mean?
As far as, after 9/11, now you have instructors are teaching. Now, I mean, not that it wasn't real before, but now it's like, it's real. We're at war because the war dragged on. So you figure, into your junior and senior year, I mean, the GWOT had already kicked off.
Oh, yeah.
Did the mood change as far as like how instructors talk to you, or maybe how they talked, like, what you guys were talking about? I mean, it's a leadership academy, but sometimes when you're in I was in peacetime and a wartime army. It's a way different vibe. I'm just curious if the mood change and how your instructors asked, or maybe your TACs as they were talking to you guys post 9/11, because it's real and the war's not stopping.
So I think one of the things, I don't think the tone had changed just drastically yet. I think our Commandant, General Brooks, Leo Brooks, was definitely, he definitely has a serious tone in terms of like what we're heading into. And like, the superintendent, they definitely knew that we were about to go into an environment which they had not themselves been in, right? And I think
that's wild just to process in and of itself.
Oh yeah, no. And it's like, our leadership, no one had really, yes, the tone had changed and a little bit in terms of like, hey, yeah, you guys are about to go, and we're not really sure what you're going to get into. But there was some heavy talks happening. I remember General Shinseki came in to visit. He came in to talk to the cadets, and I got a chance to have a closed door session with him with several other cadets. It was like a special class, a scholarship class that we sat down and we got to ask him questions. And he talked about his testimony to Congress. He talked about how he maintained his integrity and his ethics, and he told him exactly the truth about us being prepared to go into a two-front war, and how he felt like that we lacked in that preparation and we weren't ready for that. And he was willing to take the consequences, in which they did relieve him after that. I was about to say, remember,
he did take them. Yeah,
and he said because that was his duty. And having those conversations was pretty heavy, right? And then General Shinseki, I did ask him the question about his foot. I don't know if you know about General Shisheki's foot. I raised my hand. I said, "Hey, sir, someone told me like you lost half your foot in Vietnam." Mind you, I'm saying this because we're just talking about war and stuff. And he goes and he takes off his shoe and he's like, "I did." He said he learned how to run with half a foot, and I was just like, "Oh." He said, "And this is the realities you guys are about to face." He said, "You guys are about to go into combat, and you're about to see a lot of things that may be traumatizing to you." He said, and I know that you're going to be prepared because you're going through this institution, and they're doing everything you can to make you a better leader, and make you the leader you need to be, and to rise to that challenge when you get over there." And hearing that from a guy like General Shinseki, who was not only a cadet, but he was also came back as an instructor. I don't know if you knew that. He taught English at West Point.
The only thing I remember about General Shinseki is he's the one that made us all wear the brace.
You talking about the black beret?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was there when we transitioned. That was his brainchild.
Yeah, that's right.
That's honestly really the only thing I remember what he looked like, because I remember we all looked him up when we went through that transition.
Hey, he's a great human being.
Another guy you talked about kind of when we were doing our prep is you mentioned Lieutenant Colonel Xavier Garrett, now later General. Can you tell me about meeting him?
Oh yeah, he's been my mentor since the beginning. Like, he's one of my mentors. So General Garrett, when we first met, I was a very senior cadet. I was running the summer training, and I usually work out with the cadets because as a senior, and I was like, would they say I was like in what they call a regimental command, right? I would work out with the sophomores going through the training. And so they had like a 10K run. It was through the hills and through the mountains and stuff, and you kind of come through. And I told him, I said, well, look, sir, he was brand new. I was like, you want to come run with us in the morning? We're going to start at like 5 in the morning or something. And normally I was like, man, there's no way he's going to show up. He shows up 5 in the morning. I'm like, okay, sir. And so we start running together. And I'm like, sir, I got to go because I got to beat these cadets. I can't be running back here. And I didn't realize he was just kind of warming his body up. Now, at my age, I understand that's what he was doing.
Yeah, right.
You can't just get out there and
It's
just
important.
start. So I take off running, and I'm trying to catch the cadets, and I'm trying to catch the cadets. I'm trying to get up to the front, right? And I'm about a mile out from the finish line, and I hear footsteps. And I'm like, who's catching me right now? Because I'm beaming. I'm trying to catch folks. I'm like, who's coming up here with this leg at the end of this run? And there it is, Lieutenant Colonel Garrett. And he's running up behind me, passing me. I'm like, oh no. And so I'm like, start running after him, right? And he sees me and he's like, he's running. And then we're about 100 meters from the finish. And we're both at a dead sprint. And he dives across the finish line and wins. I was like, no. I got beat by the colonel. And he doesn't even remember the story. Like, he just remembers just going on a run. He just doesn't. And we talk about it sometimes. And I'm like, you remember, that's the first time we actually interacted. And I had a lot of respect for him because of that.
Yeah, I think you told me, he said, I'm going to tell your first commander I beat you.
And he did. He told Kevin Owens that he beat me. That's right. But what makes it special is later on when I actually picked infantry, I wanted to be a pilot my whole cadet career, and I thought maybe I was going to go be an astronaut and stuff. I wound up going to the infantry because I wanted to be with the troops. I wanted to lead on the battlefield, and I had this a different perspective on what it means to serve, right? And I felt like my best opportunity to serve would be around folks and around people, and I felt like the infantry was the best place for me to be. And so he took me on as one of his, sponsored me for one of the infantry cadets. And he sponsors a few, myself, Lou Etienne.
Can you explain to the
Garcia.
audience who may not understand what that means?
So what it means is like when you have selected a branch of service not a branch, but I guess a military occupational specialty of either the infantry or the armor community where you're tanks or aviation, usually West Point will try to pair you with an officer that's already been in that field. And so that way you can get kind of mentored by that. And the infantry was, frontline soldier. They had that program where you would be mentored by an officer who's in that field. And so you could pick that officer that could mentor you, or they would pick you. I was lucky enough that Colonel Garrett had decided to select me as one of the few, and of course, he did that because he wanted to kind of get the folks he was exposed to or he knew. Myself, Estefan Garcia, Lou Etienne, we all kind of went under him under his mentorship program, and then he kind of showed us we walked through battle drills, what it means to be in the infantry, the day in the life of infantrymen, what it's like to be in the garrison, all that kind of stuff. And at the time, Colonel Garrett was a regimental tactical officer, so he was in charge of an entire 1,000 cadets that he was kind of running. He kind of took us as seniors and kind of showed us infantry. Now, every single infantry officer was paired with cadets. Everyone had their mentorship. But he was a special one in that case because he later on, he stayed with me through my entire career and mentored me all the way through until, even after I retired. Even today, he still he passes knowledge to me and mentors me.
Yeah, when we were talking, it sounds like he did the regular mentor stuff, but it sounds like there were times that he went kind of over and beyond. He would teach you how to cook.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Teach guys like battle drills, what to expect as a lieutenant. What did it mean that to have somebody invest that type of time in you?
It meant a lot because at the time, yes, I didn't really have a father in my life, right? So it kind of helped me kind of see hey, this is what the real world is. He showed me what it means to be a good husband, what it means to be a good father, how he took care of his kids. His son later went and became a West Point cadet. His daughter became a teacher. And at the time, his son was only 8 years old. His son was 8, his daughter was 9 or 10. So they're like little babies. But I got to see how he fathered them and even taught them in their childhood. But it was a great time and experience to have someone kind of show the ropes and show what it means to serve, but also what it means to kind of go through life in a different light. That's kind of what my uncle had done for me in high school, because my dad was gone and missing. My uncle kind of filled that void. Those two actually met, and they got along really great, especially when I graduated. My uncle and General Garrett were about the same age, actually, right? So
That's so awesome.
and so they got a chance to meet, and I was like, these are two gentlemen in my life that have shaped me and changed me to who I am today. But yeah, General Garrett took the time out to show us how to cook chicken marsala, right? I was like, what is it with the succulent wine sauce?
Yeah.
He showed us the battle drills and showed us and walked us through them, and he talked about what it means to kind of raise family and kids and how to manage that, and like from his perspective, and from what he knew. And that was good. And I'm not sure if General Garrett knew he was going to become a general later. Matter of fact, I know he didn't know that.
I think what you had told me was that I think he was planning to retire. The war kicked off, and they stood up a new airborne brigade.
That's right.
He became the brigade commander, eventually a 4-star general. And
right.
My question would be, what did it mean, and what does it mean to you now to have somebody that saw something in you so early in your career?
It meant a lot. That even no matter what role he was going to do, whether he was going to retire, whether he was going to stay in, it meant a lot to have someone to have your back, and to know that and communicate to you what success looks like, and to communicate to you that you will be successful and help guide you, which is something that I try to achieve and strive to for those folks that I've exposed myself to, like later, especially when I was an instructor and would mentor. One of those folks being Sella Cho, one of my cadets, right? Christian Nettiel, Simone Askew. So great cadets that I had a chance to kind of touch their lives, and so I want to try to be there for them as well, right? But it's one of those things where he showed me what it means to give back in a different way, right? Yes, I never got a chance to serve under General Garrett, unfortunately, but I've always seen his leadership style and how he is as a leader, and I've tried to mimic that or try to make it my own way, right? Which is something that really means a lot, right? But it meant a lot to me to have him believe in me and believe that I would be successful, because that helped guide me through. He was there at my Ranger School graduation. Graduated Ranger School, but not only did I graduate, Lou also graduated with me. So both our graduations he was there for, right? Now it might have been a coincidence, but at the same time, it didn't matter. I was like, he was there.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was like, he was there to see me get
almost like having
tab.
a family member there.
It was. He was on his way to take command, actually, and I remember seeing him in the Red Beret, and I was like, what are you about to do? He's like, I'm about to take brigade command. He's like, I got called up. I was like, all right, good luck. And a lot of my friends actually served under him, and they went over in the 25th. And it was a rough one. It was a rough one for him and his unit. So I'll let him tell you that story. When you get a chance to talk to him, he's got a whole story he can probably give you.
Super awesome. Well, before we dive into kind of, your career, your military career, let's take a quick break.
Oh yeah, of course.
Coming back from the break, we were, as we move on from West Point, which, I alluded to in the, in your opening, you graduated West Point in 2004, ranked 14th out of 975 cadets. That's top 2%. How did that feel, especially after struggling so much early on?
Oh, you mean graduating 14? I really didn't feel, I want to say it was a little bit surreal that they even made it to the finish line, to be honest with you. I remember seeing Master Sergeant Vega and him being like, Smiley, you made it. Because he's actually at the academy now as one of the drill instructors there. And he's like, I can't believe you made it. And then my roommate from prep school, he did not make it to the academy. He actually went to the Air Force. But he was there for my first salute. Again, like it was surreal that it was happening. It was like, hey, I made it to the finish line. Graduating 14, to me, I feel like I attribute that to like the folks that were around me. Like I attribute that to the folks I helped. I attribute that to the guys that pushed me. I don't really feel like that was something that I personally achieved. I feel like It was the organizational success. And I say that because, again, like we talked about all the tutoring, all the things in the mentorship. Like if it weren't for all that, I would not have made it that far. I think those folks showing me how to be a better leader, showing me how to study in my academics. I feel like that was success that they led me to and helped bring me up, help lift me up and help to make me rise above the challenge, right? And I remember guys like Joe Wells, man, like Joe Wells wound up becoming a Marshall Scholar, Amber Walker, Amber Robb at the time. Like these folks were folks that I looked up to. I was like, man, I want to be like you, man. Josh Wilson, elite basketball player, now CEO of LMI. Phenomenal individuals that I was surrounded with were the reason why I was 14. Not because I was super smart, not because I showed up and I was highly intelligent, because they gave me a different side of the world that I wouldn't even know. They presented a perspective that I wouldn't know. Sitting there talking with Myron Tolles at night, Russell Burnett, Brandon Hawthorne, and some of the conversations we had, and some of the challenges they presented to me with the academics or with physical, with swimming, for crying out loud. Getting through that, so a lot of that was them and that team and everyone around me helping me get to where I was successful. So yes, having the drive and the resilience not to quit is one thing. And getting that drive and resilience from guys like Major Hader, getting the mentorship from Colonel Garrett at the time, but then my classmates really being like, hey, you can be better, you are better, and learning from them is really why I was sitting in that front row. Because I really, to be honest with you, I felt like I didn't deserve to be there. I was like, how the hell did I get up here? But it definitely, when I sat and looked to my left and right, the folks I was sitting next to were the folks I was in class with, the folks that were the ones that said, hey, Chane, this is how you solve this. This is how you fix this. Or it was like, hey, I had to do the research to help that my classmate figure out like, hey, so, being in there and sitting there, I felt really proud that we were all doing this thing together. So yeah, we get our rankings at the end. That helps us get our first assignment and all that kind of nonsense. But it's really like, you become a family, and that family is what you lean on when you're out there on the battlefield.
That's awesome. One of the things I forgot to ask you earlier is you initially wanted to be an aviator, and you even got an opportunity to do an Air Force Academy exchange where you did a whole semester at the Air Force Academy. How does that work, and what did that reveal to you?
So that was a coincidence if it wasn't ever one. I was lucky. I was very fortunate. I was doing my thing as a cadet as my sophomore year, and I remember they had already selected all the folks for the Academy exchange programs and all that. But then a gentleman named Tate Jarrell, and good on him, was selected for a leadership position as a junior. So he declined to go to Air Force Academy. So I guess I was on the runner-up list. I didn't even know I was like one of the runner-up guys. And so I remember my tactical officer came to my room, and he goes, "Hey, do you want to go to Air Force Academy next year?" And I was like, "Air Force Academy? Hell yeah!" It's my chance to go see about becoming a pilot. I want to be a pilot, so I was like super excited about it.
That's a beautiful campus too.
Oh, it's a beautiful campus. And there were some lessons learned when I went there for that, and. But he said, yeah, we had a gentleman gave up the slot, and you got it if you want to go. And that's where I got a chance to hang out with guys like Joe Wells, Sarah Matthews, some real heroes over there, Heather Ritchie, all amazing individuals, Mike Powell, and again, these folks were folks I look up to. These guys were super smart, highly intelligent, run circles around me. And so we go to the academy and exchange. I get a chance of being a glider, and I suck at it. Absolutely terrible at flying. I'm like, oh my goodness, I should have played more video games as a child, right? And I crash land one of the gliders, and they're like, oh my goodness, this dude, you suck so bad. They wouldn't let me solo. They're like, you cannot fly this thing by yourself. And then I had a chance to jump out of a plane. They had Air Force free fall school. Now my first jump was not good. I almost died. Like he had to kick me out of the plane. I was scared to jump, and I was going head over, I was flipping, and I pulled.
You were skydiving?
Oh yeah, it was a skydive. It was a free fall. So I jumped. So I was the first. This is a whole. I mean, it's a part of a story of a story. But I was always motivated when we were sitting down and getting ready and doing our exercises. And then they're like, "All right, you're gonna be the first to jump, Chane." I was like, "All right, I'll be the first to jump. Yeah, let's go, motivated." We got in the air and they dropped the leaflet out, and I saw that thing fall. I was like, "I'm good. I don't want to do this." I said, "I'm good." And he's like, "No, get in the door." I was like, And you don't want to be a jump refusal because you don't pass the class, right? There's a class, technically speaking. And you get like 5 jumps. And he's like, he put me in the door, and I'm just like scared. And I don't want to stick my head out. He puts my head out. I'm like, oh, man. He's like, go. And I'm like, no. And then I felt a slight push out the door. I was like, well, I'm falling. And I was flipping as I was falling. And I remember just trying to arch real hard. And then the chute came up between my legs, and it flipped me over. I landed. Got on the ground. I landed real nice, too. It was a real smooth landing because I was ready for that, right? I came in there. I was like, man, they're going to kick me out. And the guy comes up. And he's like, all right, that can never happen again. You need to jump and land. You understand? And so I did the next 4 jumps. I made it. And then I was like, man, I really like that jumping out of a plane thing. That's pretty cool. So I was like, where can I do more of that? In the airborne units, was I told.
Not in the Air Force. We fly them. We don't jump out of them.
And so I realized that flying wasn't my thing, and I was trying to figure out what was going to be my thing, and so that was my next thing, was kind of figure out like where do I go to?
You're a big ass dude to be a pilot too.
I wasn't big back then. I wasn't
really?
as big. I was smaller.
See you flying the thing like this.
Now I'm glad I didn't, but
Yeah, exactly.
no. I mean, so my friends like, Wesley, Hunt, John James, those guys all became pilots. Felix became a pilot actually, and switched later. But, they wound up pursuing that path. But I was like, nah, this is not what I want.
Wesley Hunt, the congressman, Wesley Hunt?
Yeah, that's right. He wound up becoming a pilot, and so did John James, also a congressman. He's a pilot. And then Felix Zayas, not a congressman, but he's building the airport out here in Austin. Remember I told you Ranger? Mm-hmm. He wound up becoming a pilot too. So a lot of guys wound up going that route. I didn't. It wasn't my path. It's just, I wasn't good. I knew I wasn't gonna be good at it.
So because you were ranked high, you got to pick whatever you wanted. You picked infantry, you got Italy, 173rd Airborne. But first you had to go through all of your training. What schools did you have to go through?
Oh, so I wound up going to air assault school, airborne school, and Ranger school. And obviously infantry officer basic course too as well. So,
Do you get to pick those, or is it like you have to go through those?
No. So I actually walked into air assault because I just want to make sure I wanted to get that knocked out of the way right after graduation. So a couple of weeks after graduation, I took some time off, walked in on that one. I was a walk-in. I remember my instructor, I said something. I remember saying something to one of the cadets. I was like, man, this is a cream puff air assault school. This is easy, right? I said, air assault's easy. And he had me running around the formation saying, I am a cream puff. I am a cream puff. And I was like, I'm never going to say that again.
That's hilarious.
Now, I ran into him later when I was a Ranger, and a Ranger captain, that instructor later. And he thought I was going to be mad at him, but I gave him a big old hug. And I said, hey, I appreciate you having me do that. Yeah. I learned. But yeah, I wound up going to, so I didn't, so the other 2 schools, like Ranger School, I had to pass to go to Italy. Italy is a requirement. And it's a funny story, when we went to Ranger School, had a couple of my classmates who are phenomenal individuals. They were there for, one was Dwayne Mantle. He wasn't even there for, he was there for as an armor officer, or artillery. And he was coming in as an artillery officer. And I don't think his assignment was in Italy, but because he had passed, we were in formation in Florida. And they said, hey, who's armor? Or who's artillery? Guys raise their hand. They said, who wants to go to Italy? And he raised his hand. And like, going to Italy. He just said, huh? And Jed Richards, another good friend of mine, both these guys are highly successful, by the way. Jed Richards owns like a construction company up in, I want to say Michigan, but he's doing phenomenal. And he raised his hand too when they said it for infantry. And like, all right, Italy. And he was like, I'm going to Italy? We're just like, let's go, man. We're all
So
excited.
now you're going with like 3 classmates that you just graduated Ranger School with, right?
Oh, you're right. With him, Tate Jarrow, Tate went with us, Ari Martin, with like a whole bunch of us, right? And we're all excited, and we all made it through Ranger School, and we're all going to Italy. But these guys weren't going initially, right? So they're excited now. They're like, oh, we're going. now Tate and Ari, they were high in the class. They went. They were going to go anyway. But Jed and Dwayne, I'm not sure, where they were in the class. It doesn't matter. But they got a chance to go to Italy, and they were excited. We were all excited, and we were just hugging each other. And I'm telling you, after that, we went off and got in the plane and took off. It was great.
Well, I mean, you went to Airborne Air Assault, and then you went to Ranger School. Those were all back to back.
So I went to Air Assault,
Infantry Officer Basic Course,
Ranger School, and then I went to Airborne.
That's cool.
I was a leg ranger.
I mean, you show up to Ranger School. You've been to West Point. You've been through some training, but you're still kind of newer to the Army as far as like the leadership.
Oh yes.
What were your expectations going into that school?
Oh, it was scary. I tell everyone, going to Ranger School was far scarier than going to the Q course. I had not been exposed to that type of training or being out in a tactical environment. I knew that I was a city boy. They about to put me in the wood line. Yeah. So I knew it was going to be some challenges, especially when I heard about the mountains, this thing called the mountain phase. So it was definitely terrifying. The physical part of it in the beginning, no issues. The height, jumping off of the balance beam, all that stuff, I wasn't worried about any of that, right? But, going out and doing patrols in the woods, being able to maneuver in formations, I thank God for the conversations with Colonel Garrett and Colonel Ruth especially, General Garrett and Colonel Ruth especially before graduating, talking about some of these battle drills, because that did come into play when I was out there in the wood line. Remembering kind of some of the stuff that they taught me and told me. But yeah, that was probably far scarier and harder for me, especially in that age, because I hadn't been in the military yet. I hadn't gone to war yet. I had no experience at all. So navigating in the dark, in the woods, walking through swamps and stuff it's just all new to me. Very new. So, but a challenge. And I wasn't scared of a challenge, and I was going to rise to the challenge. And it's like, hey, this is the thing I got to do to make it as an infantryman. Then this is what I got to do.
You got a second look at kind of, I don't want to sugarcoat it, man. You had to deal with some racism in Ranger School.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
I had a few instances in Ranger School, but especially it was in the Dahlonega Mountains where I was working as a radio teleoperator. So I wasn't actually getting graded on the patrol, but I was a part of the leadership group. And I remember we were having issues with the radio. And one of the instructors, the cadre member, walked up to me and kind of said to me in front of everybody, hey, you know why you can't fix that radio, right? I was like, I don't know, sir. Well, why can't I fix the radio, sir? No, I'm not sure. I was like, is it something, am I not high ground enough or what? He's like, it's because you're black. Oh, interesting. I was like shocked. I was like, well, okay, that's how we're going to approach this. So I was like, well, I don't think that's the reason why, but I'm going to get this radio to work. And so I was able to get it to work, and we kind of finished that off. But that's okay though. So I learned because I had gone through that experience before, and I think because I had seen that before, I didn't let it get to me. And no, I did not get through Ranger School all in one shot. I did recycle in the mountains, and rightfully so. It was what it was, but at the same time, I didn't quit. I didn't say, hey, just send me home. I said, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to do it better than the last time, and I'm not going to have these issues, and they're not going to worry about what my color of my skin is. I'm going to show them that I can do this, and I'm a monster.
Were you the only black dude in Ranger School for that class?
No. There's several. There's several of us. One fellow, Brandon Williams, Bo Reynolds, quite a few of us. Ricardo Henry. We were all in there together. And, Ricardo wound up becoming we call it Military Intelligence Battalion Commander for the Ranger Regiment, actually. Brandon he later changed his name to Brandon Grooms. He wound up doing phenomenal too as well in the logistics. But he's a logistician back then actually. And then but all there's several of us in there together. And we had all noticed some of those nuances and some of those behaviors, but we all decided that we were going to push through. We actually were in the recycle program, and we went to church. We would go to church together, and we created a gospel choir at the church, and we sang "Oh Happy Day" and all kinds of stuff. And I remember Ricardo would lead us, and we all kind of stuck together as an organization, as a unit. It didn't matter if we were black or white. I think we all didn't see color in the program. We all saw each other as family, and we didn't care. But we were going to get through that. We were going to get through Ranger School, no matter what kind of push they gave against us. And so we made it. We made it, all of us.
I know you got recycled in the mountains and you went back, and obviously you ended up, passing. And I think you told me Ricardo Henry, he recycled like 4 times in Mountain Forest.
Oh yeah, he was the mountain man.
I think you guys ended up running each other at
Ranger Regiment.
Ranger Regiment or something.
Yeah, no, that's right. He wound up going to Ranger Regiment early on. So went to Ranger Regiment together. He wound up going and going to the 375. Kit Aboho was down there at 375. Kit Aboho is now the Ranger Regimental Commander. They were there together, and I think Ricardo wound up going to the support battalion because he switched branches to MI while he was there. And I went to 275 at the same time. But yeah, my Ranger School, that Ranger School experience definitely stuck to both of us. We still talk all the time today. We call each other stuff. He's still in, and I'm now retired, but he's still in doing the thing. And so I give him a call, see how he's doing and stuff. And I see Kid at AUSA and everything. You
told me too that Ranger School made you strong for Afghanistan. Why was that?
I tell a lot of, so yes, I did experience racism when I was in Ranger School and all that, and that's okay, right? And I learned how to deal with that. It's not okay that it happened, but I learned how to suffer through that. I think it's God. It was God's opportunity. I thank God for the opportunity to recycle, because I wasn't comfortable in the mountains. I wasn't comfortable in the cold. I wasn't comfortable dealing with cold weather conditions, and putting me in that environment and having me redo that prepared me for later on being in Afghanistan, where we had to walk through the mountains in the snow, where Captain Joe Geraci, who now became Colonel Joe Geraci, he retired, and he's an instructor now. He's a professor now at Columbia. Where he gave us some impossible missions, knowing that we could do it. But my comfort level in the mountains was because I recycled in Ranger School. I wasn't scared of the cold. I wasn't worried about how to tie in, how to rope in, how to cross the different terrain, that hard terrain. I was very comfortable navigating in the mountains of Afghanistan. So, and I thank God for that opportunity. And I say to folks, like, it sucked to do it, and boy, I was miserable, and I did not want to go back. But if I had not done that, would I have been as prepared in the firefights that we had in the mountains, running and traversing the terrain? No, I wouldn't have. I think I would have been very uncomfortable, and my team and my platoon would have noticed. But because I was comfortable, because I still think, some of those folks I served with, like Tony LeBron Nathan, Sergeant Bryant, who became First Sergeant Bryant, all these guys, they could look to me and say, hey, look, opportunity is all right. He's not doing too bad. He's making it through.
Sure. How did Ranger School teach you to handle failure? Because, you had failed a couple times.
Oh, I don't think Ranger School taught me to handle failure. I think I learned failure at West Point. I think that really taught me how to handle extreme failure, right? I think because of what I learned at West Point, I was able to carry that through Ranger School. Because to me, failing patrol, it sucked. I remember that first patrol I failed, setting up a linear ambush. I was a security squad leader. Half of my squad fell asleep. It is what it is, right? Yeah.
Sleep debt.
But that's okay. So because I learned, I was like, well, that's, when I went through the patrol, where Brandon was a platoon leader and I was a platoon sergeant, we went through the patrol and we got recocked because we didn't do it right. We got too close to the objective. Then they gave us a second shot. And then I definitely messed it up. Well, I didn't mess it up, but I told Brandon, I said, hey, you need to assault because of the terrain, downhill versus uphill, because you just can't see where you're going. You might shoot the support fire. And he did the opposite. He went uphill versus downhill. And so they failed us on that. And not to his fault. I mean, I should explain to him a little better. They said, hey, in the mountains phase of a ranger school, they give you blueberry pancakes. And they don't tell you if you fail or if you pass. But my instructor told me, he said, I hope you like blueberry pancakes. Let me know I was going to be there again. I was like, man, tear came out of my eyes. I was like, man, I'm going to be back. I'm not going to make it. But it was okay because the second time I went through, they had the waiting period for the next class to show up. So I wound up doing training for like a month where I got to be in the mountains and learning some more. And they taught us in the interim, which was really great. And I think that kind of broke some of those barriers too with us in the cadre, where the cadre could see like, okay, you guys really do care. Like, and so we were going out on patrols and stuff, and they were taking us out on their own and like showing us things to do. We just kind of had to wait. And then when that next class came in, we were pushing hard. So it did show me what failure looks like from the military perspective of like being out in combat, what it means to fail. And it showed me like what to do to prevent that. Also what it means to encourage your team to get beyond it, or to push your team so that it doesn't happen. So I think Ranger School does teach you, especially as a young leader, that backbone and that like, hey, this is our limits, guys. We're not there yet. We got to push ourselves because we can do this. We got the Mongolian horde coming at us. We can take them, right? And because you can do it because you just saw and you went through the training where you didn't eat, you didn't sleep, you didn't do all these things, right? And you're like, oh man, I know I can make it through this, right? And I learned one of the things that I do need and I do require is sleep. Food is not as essential as sleep is, but I do love a nice little pound cake when I can.
Yeah. They're still delicious, man, even all these years later.
Delicious.
You graduate Ranger School, you finish all your training, and you show up in Vicenza, Italy, 2005. The 173rd is already deployed to Afghanistan.
Right.
What happens?
Yeah, so I show up and I in process and out process in the same week. I was like, oh man. They're like, hey, go ahead and in process here, do all these things, get yourself a house, all this stuff. They're like, all right, here's your out process paperwork. We're going to send you right to the box. I was like, what? Right to the box? So they sent us to Grafenwehr, Germany for a little bit. We trained in Germany. I remember Jed and I are together. We're going through the training. He's like, oh man. Now he's going to a different battalion than I'm going to, and Ari's going to a different battalion, and so is Tate. And we're all sitting there going through the thing, and we're like, man, we're about to be in this thing. And I think Ari and Tate get there a little earlier, so they take off because they already had done airborne school, so they take off a little bit sooner than us. And they're already in the fight, right? And we're about to join. And I remember showing up, and Mario Cockrell will tell you this story. He loves to tell the story. I remember going to Afghanistan. I meet a guy named Prince Turner. Prince and I, he's the logistician. He's in Bagram, and he's giving me all my equipment. And he's like, "Oh man, you're fresh off the boat, right?" and Prince, he and I wound up becoming really, really great friends to this day. He's in Tampa now. He's retired, but he wound up becoming Sergeant Major, the G4 for 82nd Airborne, or no, 18th Airborne Corps. Right. So I meet Prince, and he's just like, he hands me all this gear, and he's like, "Good luck, son." Sends me on this helicopter, and I go down to Organy, and that's where I step off the plane, and I meet, Joe Geraci and Mario D. Cockrell, and Joe's like, "All right, this is our new cap, this is our new lieutenant, coming out of West Point, top of the class. This is that next thing." And then Mario immediately recognizes me. And he's like, he stops for a second. See, this guy looks familiar. How do I know him? And I remember a conversation. I remember him coming to talk to the cadets about their branches right before we're about to pick our branches. And I walked up to him and I was like, armor, infantry, should I do armor, infantry, you know? And, and I'm asking him like, what's better? Which one's which? And he's just like, look, son, you're gonna figure it out. And he like kind of coaches me. And he's just coming to West Point like on one of those visits where they have like folks come in to talk about the Army and what they're seeing out there in the force. And this was like when they're trying to expose people like what's going on with the war, right? So like you were talking about the culture kind of change, and they're trying to bring folks in and say, hey, they've been to combat. And so Mario had been one of those guys who's been to combat. So now here I am seeing him in combat. And he's like, oh man, it's that lieutenant.
That's crazy.
So that first night I get in and I would get told, like I was told, to report in to, so Joe's walking around. I was supposed to go to take one of his platoons. So he walks me to the S3 and he's like, how are you going to go to do whatever, the S3, whatever. And he's like, we're going to go meet the battalion commander. This guy, Timothy P. McGuire. And so I go in there, Colonel McGuire, and I'm like, hey, sir, you know, Lieutenant Jackson reporting his order, you know. He's like, all right, we're going to put you on staff for a little bit. We're going to have you learn. We're going to have you kind of see how we run operations here. And then after a little bit, maybe a month or two, put you out there in the force and get you out there in one of the units. Of course, that's what he says. Joe comes picking me back up. Captain Geraci, right? And this guy's like Captain America, right? He comes in. He's dragging me. I'm like, yo, sir, let's go. I'm walking around with him. And I'm thinking he's maybe showing me the base. He stops off and there's a platoon standing in formation. I'm like, man, this looks kind of... And Tony LeBron Nathan's standing there, turns around, stands, is at the ready, you know, like at attention. I'm just like, why is he standing like that? So I walk in front of him, I guess. I'm like, walk over, give him a salute. He walks away, salutes back, walks away. Like, oh. And I give my platoon speech. It's terrible, right? It's horrible. Like, hello, man, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be your platoon leader. I'm probably going to be on staff for a little bit.
Did anybody tell you that you were going to take that platoon?
No. Well, Joe had mentioned it. So Colonel Geraci had mentioned it, but he had not mentioned that it was going to happen that day. Because you know, Colonel McGuire said it was going to happen for like, it was going to be a while. So I was like, oh man. This isn't good. I was like, oh well, maybe he wants me to introduce myself because I'll be coming in later, is what I thought. So I get back to the talk and everything, and he's walking me around still. And then we go into this planning cycle. So I'm thinking I'm planning with Joe and the rest of the platoon leaders and platoon sergeants for the upcoming mission because I'm a part of the 3 shop. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'm actually, so they have me role playing as, you know, 2nd platoon. I was like, oh, okay. So we're still going through, and we're playing all night. So we come out in the morning, and then the brigade commander's there. It was the 82nd Brigade Commander, so it was a different brigade commander. Our brigade commander was actually in Kandahar, but we had a different guy there. And he's sitting there, and I'm just like, okay, so this is a real deal. Like, hey, Chane, you're gonna brief, you know, your portion. And of course, I come in there and start briefing my portion. I've got everything memorized in here, right? But I start stepping all over this terrain model. I'm stepping on the buildings, I'm kicking stuff, and I look like King Kong, man. and Mario Cockrell just starts rolling. He's just like, this guy did it with these feet. And he always will tell the story. Like, he tells everybody that story. And I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And so that night, like, you know, we get done with the planning. We brief everyone. I'm like, man, I haven't slept yet. Next thing you know, we're kitting up and we're getting on the helicopter.
And you're like, I'm supposed to be a staff dude.
I said, what kind of staff is this?
Yeah, dude.
And so I'm on this helicopter. Tony's in there with me, and the whole platoon, we're all heading out towards the border of Pakistan. And I'm just like, man, this is not. And we're supposed to set up a blocking position, this whole 9. And of course, we get to flying out.
And you've been in country for 24 hours at this point.
I think 48 by this point. I just didn't sleep. 48 hours. so we're hovering, and I remember, like, and the pilots are communicating to me. We're hovering there, and our HLZ they were supposed to land in, he said he can't touch down. He said the trees are too high. It wasn't what they expected. Too much brush. We got to get out. So maybe we can land somewhere else. And I was like, no, we got to get out of this thing. So I take my kit, put on my gear, and we're ways off the ground. And I run off the back and I jump into the helicopter. And then the rest of the platoon follows suit.
Like a 20-foot drop?
Oh, man, it's probably like 15 feet or so. I don't know. But it was high. It was way too high. And I remember Tony jumps out. Now, Tony's 37 at the time. I'm like 23, 24 or something. He comes out and we start marching. You know, we start walking our way. You know, we're in formation. Not marching, but like in our unit. We start our movement. And we stop and halt. And I remember Tony walks up to me. He grabs my gear. He says, "Sir, if you ever do that again, I'm gonna kill you." I was like, "Tony, what are you talking about?" He said, "Next time, there was a better place to land, just about 20 feet that way." Just tell him to go move it 20 feet.
That's hilarious.
I said, "I couldn't see it." He said, "Take a look." He said, "Oh my goodness, you're gonna kill us." So after that, and that first mission, I had my first firefight and everything. That evening, total chaos. The XO had to come and kind of save the day on that one, where I accidentally started calling artillery on ourselves. I didn't even know what I was doing. I was like, I told them our position. I shouldn't have. And the next thing you know, they dropped an artillery near us. I was like, oh shoot! And I had to chest fire, and XO took over the radio, and I was just like brand new, didn't know anything about anything. And I dropped my kit. I had to put my kit back. It was a whole thing, whole nine.
Yeah, I remember you start that patrol, you lose your first squad leader. He just disappears. There's like a break in contact. Like, what did you do for that?
Oh yeah, so we had a break in contact. This is hilarious, right? So I go back to my Ranger school days, right? Break in contact. I lose. The guy's name was Sergeant Goki. I lose Goki. I'm like, oh snap, we lost him. Like he's out there somewhere. Don't know where he's at, but he's. I was like, shoot, Goki, where you at? Like, oh my God. So we had that break in contact. Like, shoot, we got to keep moving. We're drifting towards Pakistan, where we should be going towards Afghanistan at the moment. I had to kind of change and I had to go up to the front. Kind of had to reorient.
Then your machine gunner
got tired. He got tired, so I had to take the machine gun. I was getting there. I had to take the machine gun from him. So we start humping. By the luck of the draw, we run into Goki and the squad. We reconfigure the formation. We get to the blocking position we were supposed to be, and we set ourselves up. And it was total mayhem and chaos. That first mission, I was like, man, I'm brand new.
What did the platoon sergeant say when he saw you with the 240?
Oh yeah, he was pissed. So he's like, "Sir, you can't have the 240. If we have contact, look, what's going to happen to you? You're going to sit there and shoot the 240. You need to be making decisions." I was like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want him to fall out. I got to help him out. So I was like, I got to carry the 240. And I was a bigger fella. So I was like, I thought I could handle it. And he's like, oh my goodness. And he grabbed me by the neck and he's like, oh, you need to listen. And Tony had a lot of great lessons. And I don't want to take anything from him, because I tell you, there was a lot that I learned from Tony that I don't think I would ever figure it out myself. And it made me a better leader. Like, I understood what he meant. Like, having to be able to be in the position to make the decisions. You can't be stuck in a machine gun, but you can get on it if you need to, right? And First Sergeant actually wound up doing that on that same day, or a day later. First Sergeant wound up getting up on the 50 cal and taking down some enemy, because the machine gunner got shot. And so Mario D got up there and started assaulting through, right? Because they were overwhelmed. And so you got to do what you got to do. So don't be afraid to pick up the weapon if you need to. But at the same time, while you're in the configuration where you can make decisions, you got to be able to make those decisions, which he was totally right. And he taught me how to be that leader, how to stop, step back, make decisions you need to make. Same thing with Joe Geraci. Joe would have like these lessons that he had learned from Ranger Regiment and talk through the tactics with us as platoon leaders. And he wasn't just a company commander, like, oh, you guys, I'm your leader. Like he would mentor us and guide us and show us like, hey, we're going to do these missions. Let me tell you what makes sense to me, what makes sense to how I think. And then he say, what do you think about this? Where are you going to position yourself? And then, when we're doing raids, a lot of times in the schoolhouse, they would tell you like, you got to be on the assault position versus support by fire, because you got to be in the fight, in the maneuver. But in some instances, especially when doing a raid, it was better and more convenient for me to step back and be in support by fire element so I can make decisions on how to maneuver and how to orient, because we have so many assets and things in the air where you have a lot of things happening at once. And then, of course, when need be in the assault position when you need to be, right? So it depends on where that decisive point is. And he always used to talk to us about where the decisive point is and what makes the most sense.
That first tick you get in, you lose Goki, you guys pick him back up, you guys start taking contact, you realize they're dropping mortars on you. What's going through your head? You're in this, everything that you've done has led up to this, right? You've all the training, all the different schools, and now you're in it for real. What's going through your brain, if you can remember? I mean,
oh yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. I tried not to remember.
Yeah.
I remember I was mad at Tony. Tony told me when I got off the plane and I met him, he said, "Hey, don't worry about it. We don't really get into firefights like you see in Iraq. That's just TV." He said, "It's nothing. We aren't getting any gunfights here." And I said, after that first firefight, I go up to Tony. I said, "Tony, I thought you told me we we're getting into firefights out here." He goes, "Oh, I lied to you so you be calm. I didn't want you freaking out." He said, you seemed a little jittery coming off the plane." So I was all pissed off. I was like, "Oh man." So part of me was a little pissed off at Tony because he lied to me. The other part was like, well, I mean, we are where we are right now, so let's make it happen. But a little freaked out because I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that. And then at the same time, yes, you think about the training and what you learned. I didn't do any of it the first time. And that's probably what my issue was. I was like, "Oh man, I got a course correct here." So you kind of go into bad habits, and then of course, as the firefight kind of went on, like I made better decisions going in, and then you start relying on that training and what you went through. But I was brand new to that scene, right? It was like, "Oh man, this is the first time I've ever been in one of these." So it was quite scary, right? It was like scary at the same time. I was angry at the same time. I was like, "Shoot, we got to fire back at the enemy." And that was our first time being in contact. Now, of course, that was day one. Goki was the first to get in contact. Then rest of us got in contact, especially when the mortars started dropping in. So we didn't take any casualties, thank God for that day. But I definitely know one of the things that kind of led to that contact was there was a decision point that had to be made right before. So a gentleman was walking through that area and saw us, and I think he had a child with him. And so I went down with the platoon leader. I was a platoon leader with the platoon sergeant, and we went to go assess the situation. Now we could have detained said individual, so our position would not be revealed. But we decided, and I talked to the XO, he called it back to the commander, and Joe made the decision to kind of let him go because he was a civilian. He was a non-hostile. But I think that's how they kind of knew where our position was. And then that's how we started getting mortared on. Maybe, I don't know. I do think it was the right decision to release the kid and his dad. You
guys get through that tick, things start settling down, you're exhausted. I'm like, you haven't slept in like 2-3 days.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So you climb in your sleeping bag, and then all of a sudden, I think a couple rounds come off, and Tony comes and wakes you up out of your sleeping bag.
No, so they pull us off the perimeter, and we wound up going to the battalion, this is a battalion area. Mm-hmm. So we're all like consolidated, and some elements are still out, and at this point, I'm sleeping in my body armor. I don't even take it off. I'm just keeping it on. And so I hear the gunfire. I'm like, "Oh man, come on, man." And Tony comes in, he's shaking my bag, and I'm like, "What's up? Sorry, Nate, what do you need? He's like, "Hey, sir, we're in a firefight. We gotta go." I was like, and so he unzips my bag, and I'm full kitted, and he's just like, "Man, I was ready to go." I was like, "All right, let's go." And at that point, I just got used to it. And so we're driving around, and we're on the Humvee. I'm like, so it's funny, like we're out and we're still on the mission, and I'm sleeping on the Humvee at this point. Like, we're doing rotations, sleeping on the Humvee. I remember looking up at the stars, and I said to Tony, "Tony, am I gonna die out here, man?" He said, "Sir, snap out of it." He's like, "It'll be fine."
That's funny, man. What did it mean to you to have a stable NCO? The NCO Corps is something that I think is very unique to the U.S. military. And it's this relationship. It's funny, even now I'm older and I'm retired as well. And, I have friends that were officers and we still like have that officer NCO banter. It's like, it's almost like baked into the relationships, even if I didn't serve with the dudes.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how important that is and why that makes our military extremely unique.
I think the relationship, one, is because they are the backbone of the Army, right? I think without Tony, my development and my future, Sergeant McDowell later in the Ranger Regiment, these guys all help get you to where you are today, right? But, when you're a young lieutenant, young officer, I had a company commander once telling me like, the Army doesn't need lieutenants, right? I said, but that's not why you're there, right? You are there because you are getting mentored and you're learning from these guys who have all kinds of experience. But, being close to them and obviously that relationship changes as you go to special forces versus being in the conventional Army, right? But even in the conventional Army, these guys have been there, they've done it. They know all about the ins and outs of everything you got going on. And of course, like that relationship is solid. Like I told you, to this day, Prince and I still talk. And Tony and I, we still communicate. It's not like they just disappear in the abyss. Like they're still a part of the family. When I went to AUSA, they were like, hey, you gonna go to the 173rd reunion? I was like, you guys know I was only in the 173rd for like 18 months. I wasn't there that long. I was like, they're like, oh yeah, we didn't even think about it. Like, because you're just a part of the family. It's a brotherhood, it's a family. And they're not, it's not an officer NCO thing. After a while, it's your brother thing, right? When I see Brian, like I don't see, or Mario, like I see Mario, he's at the booth at AUSA, we hug each other like we're brothers. Like it's like, hey, we're in the thick of it. Now, mind you, he was sergeant major, when I was still a lieutenant, a captain, right? And he's running around running whole organizations, but still, like we're family, right? And a lot of those guys too make me proud having served with them. But they're doing a majority of the work. They're getting stuff done, and they're telling you what right looks like. A lot of times they're like, "Hey, I don't think that's a good idea, sir," and you got to listen to them because they got the experience. Now, sometimes you got to go with your gut, and sometimes not. But for the most part, like when you learn to lean on your NCO corps to help make decisions, to help you understand with the domain and what they've seen, because a lot of times their experience will be far vast than you can even think about. You're going to do well. Like, I mean, you can make it a team environment, and that's how I run all my organizations today. Like, running like we're a team. Like, hey, hey, yeah, I'm sure I'm in charge, but and I'll make the final decision when it comes down to it. But I'm going to listen to my people, right? And like they will know, and they will have advice, and they have experience, and their experience is going to help shape the organization. And you want to have that kind of culture too, right? So if you help your NCO shape the culture in the right way, then you will have a dynamic organization.
Love that, man. So you're about 2 months into that deployment to Afghanistan with the 173rd. You're a platoon leader in an infantry platoon. You got Squeal and Perez in your platoon, and they get shot one day. Can you walk us through that day and what happened?
Oh man, that was a that was a rough one. So I go back to that day, and it's funny because there was two. So it was the S3 and the XO had come out to talk to us prior to the mission. I'm not sure where Colonel McGuire was, but I think he was in the meeting or something. But he came out for the mission and said, "Hey, you guys, we haven't had contact on a few of these raids in a while. Keep an eye out. Don't get complacent." And of course, at that point, the guys had been on several of these missions, and there were a couple of dry holes, and we just all got really complacent. We didn't know things were starting to heat up. I think they knew because they knew the intel was saying it's starting to heat up, but we just weren't paying attention. We're just young. We're just like, oh, whatever. Like intel says that nothing's gonna happen, right? So we're really complacent going out. At least I had that in my mind. I was,
and just so the listeners know, the S3 is normally your operation officer that really kind of drives the unit, whether at the battalion or the company level. That's really who's running the operations. That's kind of who's driving your battle spouse and pretty much giving you the platoon whatever mission that you're going to be doing.
Now, both those guys are 2-star generals right now, actually. Yeah. But either way, they said, hey, you need to be ready. So we get on the bird, we're flying down. Now this is in southeast Afghanistan. And so we're flying down in southeast Afghanistan. We go in and gunfire already, like we're in the helicopter already receiving gunfire coming in through the back of the Chinook. I remember we took a cook with us, a young lady, and we're going to use her to help with the sensitive site exploitation with females. And she was very overwhelmed. And I remember like just running off the back of the helicopter and just try to run to the position where we could, dominate with fires and get into where we could see where these folks were, right? And they're obviously like already entrenched somewhere in the caved area, but Joe was taking heavy fire, Captain Geraci at the time. I was taking some heavy fire, and then we kind of ran and positioned ourselves so we could kind of maneuver around that. So then, I'm like on the knee, and I've got a couple soldiers like hunkered down because they're scared. And I remember dragging them by their body armor to kind of get them to like, hey, we got to move, man. we can't just we sitting ducks out here, man. Yeah. We got to move to cover, and so I got us to some cover, and I'm on a knee.
Are you guys? Is this at night or during the day?
So it started off at night. I want to say it started off at night. I think it started off at night. It's a good point. It started off at night, and we even had a reporting crew with us at the time. So they're taking video footage, and they had a camera crew with it. So I had a camera crew like following me at the time. So I'm like on the knee, maneuvering, and we were fighting, and I think it breaks in the day at this moment. So I think we insert in the middle, like early in the morning, it breaks in the day. We weren't expecting it to be this long, obviously. And then so I have to kind of cut off the enemy at some point. Captain Geraci's doing gun runs with the Warthogs over the heavy fire, and I make the call to land our aerial reaction force, which I report to him, lands it. I shouldn't have probably done that because we were still under heavy fire.
This is like a QRF.
Like we had but within our platoon, right? So I had a part of my platoon element and that was where Tony was with that element. And right when they land the helicopter, Carrasquillo and Paredes get shot. Pow, pow. Like I'm like, oh snap, right? So I was like, man, that wasn't probably a good spot to put him. I was like, oh goodness. So we're running, like trying to get there, and we get overwhelmed with machine gun fire. And I remember it wasn't clear just yet, but Tony was calling me. I start making the 9-line. I start passing the line, and I make the decision to, hey, we got to get him in there because I don't want these guys to bleed out here. Wasn't a good decision because the medevac got hit pretty heavily, but they were able to get everybody out. Tony got out with them, and Sergeant Burlew was out there by himself. And him and a couple other guys were just out there by themselves as just kind of one team. Tony was able to get the guys out, which, thank God for Tony. He was able to drag them out, get them out. He had them all patched up and got them out of there, even though they were under heavy fire. And they were able to get back to a base and get treated, right?
Yeah, because they were firing discus at you, weren't they?
Yeah. So this one, I don't think it might have been. Yeah, I think so. So that's why we got stopped. I think it's because it was discus. Either way, it didn't matter. But I shouldn't have landed the medevac in that location. We should have moved the bodies move them to a different location. But I didn't want to take the risk of them losing their life. So it's just so Joe let me make the call on that, and I did. And it wasn't a good decision because we could have lost the medevac too, which would have been really bad. but the medevac was able to get out. Sergeant Burlew at the end of the day wound up firing his 203. A 203 is a grenade launcher. And normally you have to self-load it and you fire the round. Self-load, fire the round, self-load, fire the round. Takes a little bit to do that. He fired that thing like it was, what do you call it, Mark 19 was automatic, right? So he was firing that so fast to get those guys out, whatever element of team he had. I remember seeing he had a Carl Gustav, or no, it was an AT-4 hooked up to one of the assault bags, and they shot it, and that thing exploded. and they got thrown back, and he was still thum, 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 like, and then getting those guys out. I wrote him up for a Valor Award after that. I want to say it was either a Silver Star or Bronze Star V, but definitely wrote him up for a Valor Award after that. Now, here's the downside. So we get done with the mission. Now, the guy who replaced me in the mission is a guy named Martin Peters. Marty Peters, as a classmate of mine from West Point. And I remember seeing him come out. He came out that evening because we left it in the evening. So we were there all day, right? And I gave him a big hug. I was like, I'm so glad you're here. So tired, man. And it was good to see my classmate come out. He relieved me. He was like, Chane, man, good to see you, bro. You're looking good. I was like, oh, God, Marty, thanks. He's an excellent individual, a great man. He came in, brought his platoon out, replaced us. It was great. And we went back. Now, the downside of that is when we got back, that's where the brigade commander, and I'm sure he's getting flack from the CG, came down on Timothy P. and General McQuire later, right? And he was just like, hey, who made the decision to land that medevac? And it cost us, millions and all that other stuff, and he's pissed. And Colonel McGuire just took the heat. He just said, I did. And I was like, I made that decision. Like the lieutenant. And he's like, I made the decision. I put the medevac down. We had to get our boys out, and I made the decision. And the brigade commander was pissed. And he's just like, well, that's just not the right thing to do. We got to blah, blah, blah. He said, when everybody leaves, you and I are going to talk, right? So we all leave. He talks to him one-on-one, comes out of the room. He grabs me by the shoulder, and he says, hey, Chane, let's not do that again, okay? He's like, let's get him out. Let's get him to a safe position. We want the medevac to land where they're not going to receive fire, okay? And I was like, yes, sir. And he's like, well, you're good. We got this. And that was it. And I was like, man, did he just take that heat round for me, man? And he had done that a couple times. So he knew I was new. And he knew I was new to being in the Army. He knew I was new as a leader. And it was great. It was a blessing to see a leader like him take my back. And Joe, too. I mean, Joe was ready to take that round, too, as well. He would have taken it if Timothy P. didn't. And both of those two gentlemen, I have so much respect for, especially later on seeing them. And, of course, I emailed General McGuire, and I email Joe, and it's just like all great men, great warriors, and really great leaders, man. So it's definitely something I kind of shaped my leadership philosophies on later on.
Yeah, how did that change the way you think about leadership? Here you are as a young lieutenant. You've gone through the crucible of testing, but now you're going through the test of combat, and you're early on, right? And you didn't get to train with this unit. You basically showed up deployed, and 2 days later, you're in a gunfight. And then a couple months later, I know that we don't even have time to go through that entire deployment because of the entire deployment. You guys got it on. But how did that really shape your idea of leadership early on? Because that's phenomenal. It's an inspiring story.
I mean, these guys, man, not just the officers, but the enlisted, I feel like they were some of the best in the Army. I was lucky that I landed on such an amazing organization where everybody that I talked to and touched was going to be future leaders in the Army. And I think about it Sergeant Holland, these guys became the 18th Airborne Corps Sergeant Major, right? And these are folks that I'm sitting here and exposed to, and they're teaching me and talking to me, but they're in and of their own right legends. They're going to be legends, and for some other reason. Some of them wound up being Special Forces with me. Sergeant Butterfield, right, who wanted to become a Sergeant Major Butterfield in Special Forces, right? He was in the scout platoon with me, and he was just an E5 back then, right? Got his E6, and but these are guys that I would train with and learn, and they'd be exposed to. But the thing about it, the thing that they taught me the most was, you will have success and you will have failures on your missions. Things will happen, and you got to learn how to push through, persevere, and support those around you. The support that I got from my leadership, both officer and enlisted, was beyond reproach. Mario D. Cockrell, Sergeant Brooks, Sergeant Brooks used to call me Butters. He's like, hey, you Butters, right?
Old Butterbar Lieutenant.
but it was in good faith. But at the same time, he would grab me by the neck and show me what it means to, deploy mortars and how to do it correctly, and would mentor me too. And you know what? Jonathan Brooks was an amazing individual. He was tough. He was a tough cookie. But he called me Butters. But he knew how to mentor and develop. Same thing with Tony. And Tony and Brooks were they were inseparable. They were like best of friends. They're always together. So it was great to have those two guys mentoring me and showing me hey, it would Sergeant Holland coming in there too, be like, hey, Lieutenant, you're all jacked up. Let me show you how to do this. All those guys every day. And the lieutenants that were surrounded with, these guys have a lot more experience than I was. All of them kept showing me the ropes and showing me everything that I can do and showing me what it means to lead in combat. Now, in the garrison, I had no idea what to do in the garrison, right? But I was in the combat, I was all right, I know what I'm starting to shape and know what I need to do here. I know what right looks like. I know what success looks like. I know how to get my guys through a mission. I know how to plan a mission. And more, I staying around these guys, the better and better I got. Which helped me later on, right? A lot. But no, I think it was all them showing me hey, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna suck, but we can do this and we're gonna do it together. And I got your back, and you get mine, right? And the leaders showed me that in a different way. Like I told you with Timothy P, he showed me that in one way, whereas the NCO showed me a different way, right? Where when we're going through and we're clearing something, Sergeant Brian was right there behind my back, I'm in the building, I'm in there clearing, I'm doing my thing, and boom, oh shoot, oh, you got that dude? I didn't see him. Thank God, right? And those guys, and that was the thing. That was their way of being hey, I got your back, sir. Don't worry. You keep doing what you need to do on the radio. You keep maneuvering troops. We'll take care of you, right? And so that filled my spirits, man. Just knowing that they had that, and knowing that I had them, right? When something bad happened, I'm gonna get you out. Yeah,
I was going to say, for the rest of your career, you never lost a guy. You made decisions to bring your boys out, even if they got shot to shit. How did that day with Colonel, change your calculus on risk?
I was willing to take risk, but I also was willing to risk whatever I need to get my troops out. I was fortunate that I never lost anyone. I personally never lost anyone as their direct leader. I was there when we suffered losses. So I don't want to say that my decisions made it so that we could make it out. I was just fortunate that I had made some good decisions to get my team out, or when I was the leader. Now, I was a part of a team or of a part of teams where we did lose people, lots. And then, of course, I might have been a part of that decision calculus too, as well. So and those memories, they haunt me on some days, right? So we have had some instances, and I've been around that where it's been really, really tough, really, really tough.
We're definitely going to talk about one here before too long.
Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna get into one. I was hoping not to.
Yeah. There was also a second time where Colonel McGuire took a heat round for you.
Oh.
You were escorting the Afghan governor. You got to tell that story, man. This is too good not to tell.
Man, I didn't want to tell that one.
Yeah, this is too good.
I knew you were gonna get into that one. So, I could have got a lot of trouble for this one. So my job or the mission was to escort the Paktika governor back to his headquarters in Sharona. So I was in Organese, Sharona. It was a little bit of a distance. So we had to get him through the pass. He was a little bit hard-headed. Whether you believe it or not, he was a little tough. He was hard to work with. So we were escorting them, and on occasion I had to do some clearance operations where I had to go up on the high ground, make sure everything was clear, go make sure, because I didn't want to walk into a linear ambush or some type of ambush or walk into an IED. So I was very deliberate about the mission, and I took it very seriously. probably more so than normal because I knew his vehicle could only take but so much, and if he got ambushed and killed, that would be bad. So we get to a point in the pass, we're about halfway, and he hops out of his truck. He's pissed off at me and comes up, grab me and stuff. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Blah, blah, what's taking all day? Blah, 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 blah." And he's just loud at the mouth. He said, "We're going to take off. We're going to go there. Forget you, blah, blah." And that's the worst thing that could happen. So, of course, as a young lieutenant, I did. As a young lieutenant, probably the wrong thing to do. I grabbed my rifle. Like, it's already on my shoulder. It's on my chest. I just load. I just charge it up real good. I was like, "Hey, sir, I need you to get back in your vehicle and be quiet, please." And they're just very gentle, right? He didn't take too fond of that. But he's got back in his truck. He shut his mouth, and we drive back we get to Sharona. He's there safe.
Explicit.
So I get back, and he's like, "I'm telling the president of Afghanistan that you did this." I'm like, "Oh, goodness." So I get back to the base, and I'm like, "Oh, man." I'm going to relief for this one. Probably a little bit. I probably took it a little too far. I wasn't going to hurt the guy, but, I needed to get back in his truck. And I could have been shooting at the enemy, for instance, right? But anyway, so Colonel McGuire gets a call from the higher ups, and I'm sure he gets a call from the 2-star, and he gets a call, gets Joe, and is like, "Hey, I need you to bring Chane on in here," and walk in, and Joe's like, "Hey, they're telling me that you threatened the Paktika governor." That's not exactly what happened, but maybe, yeah. And I didn't lie. I was like, it's honest, right? I get in there and I see Colonel McGuire, and he's like, "Hey, Chane, did you threaten the life of the Paktika governor?" And I was like, "Sir, I'm sorry. I fucked up. I threatened his life. I charged my rifle, told him to get back in the truck. I needed to get back safe. I couldn't have him dying on me. It's the whole thing. And I wasn't trying to rush. I was trying to." And he goes, "Listen, I know he's an asshole. I got it. Don't let it happen again, please." He said, "We can't be charging our rifles and things." He said, "Understood?" I said, "Yes, sir." Roger that, sir. All right, out of my office.
That's funny, man.
But it showed me one thing. Like he truly did have my back on a lot of things, and so I was like, man, he's a good leader, man. Because I was like, I don't even know if I would have done that for me.
Did you ever keep in touch with him through the years?
Oh yes, yes, of course.
I think he retired as a 2 or 3-star general.
So he retired as a 2-star out of Europe, and Joe retired as a lieutenant colonel, and wound up helping folks with PTSD. That he was passionate about that, and wound up teaching. Now I think he's an instructor at Columbia University. So they both are still in it to win it. I think Timothy's out there working on board of directors and all kinds of different boards and stuff, but he's running around doing consulting and everything now too. Yeah, hey, we talked about that. Yeah, I talked to him.
That's funny. Any other stories or engagements from that deployment that really stick out in your mind?
Oh man, I think what sticks out is the losses. Just the folks, especially when I was during that deployment, even my classmates that wound up dying in Iraq, but Sergeant Campbell wound up dying in a mortar platoon. They got hit at night. And unfortunately, it's one of the days I remember. It's like a dark day for Colonel McGuire. I remember that day we wanted to send out a QRF and wanted to send out a force and get the medevac out there. And Sergeant Campbell wound up having internal bleeding and wound up dying because it was red conditions. It was too dark for the medevac or for anything to fly out. And they had to drive back after they got ambushed. And so, just things like that were happening out there that just kind of just haunt me sometimes, because it's like, seeing that young E6, 23 years old, another one where, it's tough. I remember I was still brand new, had two young folks doing quick draw with their pistols, and they accidentally one of the buddies shot his friend in the head. Had to go clean up his brains.
This is in Afghanistan?
In Afghanistan, right. Oh man, this is tough. It was tough. And just one of those dark days. And I remember how hard it hit Colonel McGuire. I remember how hard it hit, Joe, and hard it hit me. Like, it was just like, these two young folks. And
Can you imagine being the soldier that did that too?
oh no, I know. He was messed up. He was messed up real bad. And so we had, there was a lot of stuff like that, and guys getting hit in ambushes, and just a lot of heavy losses. But at the same time, like, didn't hear about my classmates not making it, like Benjamin Britt, Dennis Zelinsky, Garrison Avery, and I'm over here in Afghanistan, and I didn't even know Garrison. And I didn't know Bach Amos had even died until I was in Iraq, and I saw his photo when I was in the Ranger Regiment, like, show up. And so, like, hearing about some of those guys who were so passionate about the infantry and being in the fight, and then, like, guys I went through the training with, and guys that wanted to be special forces. I think this is one of the reasons why I went special forces, because of them. I wanted to give it a shot. And those guys didn't make it, right? Didn't make it to even get a chance to be a first lieutenant or a captain, to even get a shot at the title. But just I remember all those memories kind of come back. And Dennis and I went to Ranger School together, where he was my Ranger buddy. He helped me out drastically. Like, dude was a stud, man. Dennis just knew all the knots and everything, and the patrolling, and he's just good at it. He was a swimmer. He's on the swim team, but I don't know how he's so damn good at it. I was like, man, you're so good. and I would go to him and, like, hey, what do I do with this? Like, oh, I got you, Jack. No worries. He always had my back too in the training, and but when he died in Afghanistan or in Iraq, that hit me pretty hard. So a lot of my classmates and stuff, started, like, going, and we I think our class suffered the most casualties overseas. So that deployment, I remember that being the first one, was like the first time that I just started experiencing, like, heavy loss, like going to memorials, or even missing them for folks that I served with or that I knew, and good friends too. So it was just kind of tough.
You get back from that deployment. You're a young man. You're a leader. Now you've seen some things in life. How did you process that at such a young age?
I didn't, and that was the problem. I didn't process it, and I just tried to block it and try to forget about it and try to move on. Kind of went radio silent for a little bit. Just kept training harder, knowing I was going to go back. I think that's where we as a military have changed, at least from my perspective. Where now mental health is a thing, and we do work and treat it, but I didn't, and so I just let it bottle up. On to the next, right? Just not going to think about that. To me, when I got back, that was just a moment in time where it was a blip. Like, I don't remember. I tried not to, right?
Put it in the box so you can.
You're
still early in your career, and the GWAT's not slowing down.
Oh, it's not starting. Yeah, that's right. I put it in the box. It's early in my career. Even thinking about picking up somebody's brains, I can't process that. I just couldn't. Seeing guys getting shot, I just couldn't process it. It's not something where you're just like, oh yeah, I'm used to it. It's like I don't think you ever can get used to that feeling or that notion.
As a platoon leader, how long were you in Afghanistan? 9 months, a year?
No, they were there for a year. I got there probably 10 months I had in there, 10 months or so. So I got there 2 months already. They were already in the rotation already, so they were already in it. And I got there 2 months in, I think.
How do you start processing battle fatigue on long deployments with guys that are getting in sustained engagements? How do you process that as a leader, to help your guys to keep pushing?
I will tell you, initially I didn't know. I didn't have an answer for that. Later on, I learned, like, hey, you can see signs where guys are getting battlefield fatigue. One, they're a little quick on the trigger, a little too quick. You're like, hey, man, that was you never shoot that person. And I'll go through one of those a little bit later, but it's just you learn to monitor and watch it, to have those conversations, but not in a demeaning way or demoralizing way, or but like in a way to say, hey man, I got to pull you off the line, man. Like you just need a break. You just need to take some time, because you having some issues. Also picking the right missions, like having to calm that stuff down too, and talking to your leadership about, like, hey, my guys they've gone through it, and being honest and saying, I don't think they're ready to go take this next one. You might want to pass this to them. And so, so I did that. Like when I got to my team, my ODA, I was able to have that maturity to have that conversation with the battalion commander, or the SOTF commander, as they call it, Special Operations Task Force commander. And I was a Marine at the time, a guy named General Brooks, Colonel Brooks, but he became General Brooks. And I was like, hey, my guys are battle fatigued. I recommend we not do this just yet. We need to give this a little time, because even though I know the target is a target-rich environment for you, we need to give these guys a moment. Just get them right. And then he was like, okay, let's figure this out, and we work through it, right? But you got to have that maturity to sit back and see you see what the conditions your guys are in, and you have to accept that condition. And I saw that in some of the senior leaders that I've noticed, General Seg was one that we talked about. Our old commandant, he went to Hawaii. I can't remember the guy's name, but General Olson, and he went to Hawaii, and then he told Congress that his unit wasn't ready. Wasn't ready to deploy. They still needed training. They still need to get geared up for the 25th at the time. So seeing that kind of stuff from very senior leaders, I can't be afraid to say it as a junior leader. Hey, my guys they're high speed, but right now ain't it. They're not hitting all cylinders. We need to take a moment. No, I wouldn't not accept the mission. If we had to, obviously I'd do it.
Sure.
And I would talk to my guys ahead of time and make sure they were ready for it. And if somebody wasn't, if they weren't in the mind space, or if my team sergeant told me, hey, if Tommy came to me and said, hey, sir, they ain't in the right headspace right now, I'm pulling them off, right? And that's what we did. And we was like, hey, we got to take care of our guys. Right now, you're going to stay in the rear. We're going to knock out this mission. And we'll be one less guy. But that one less guy, he would get that he's getting that battlefield fatigue. He would take a day of rest or whatever he needed, and he could rejoin us later.
Super important. I think sometimes that often gets lost. And you don't always have that option in combat, but when you do, it's nice to hear leadership stepping up, because there's a lot of officers. I mean, you hear the stories where they're, trying to overperform to achieve the next rank,
right?
At the suffering of the unit. And so it's good to hear the other side of that coin. You come back from that deployment, you're only home for 6 months, and then you volunteer to go to the Ranger Regiment. How did that happen, or how did that come in your?
Oh, well, I mean, I looked up to Joe and Timothy P. and several other leaders within our organization. All of them came from Ranger Regiment. And I was like, man, I want to be like these guys, man. These are guys, I love these guys and respect these guys. So General Garrett had been in the Ranger Regiment as well. And so I was like, man, the Ranger Regiment produces some high-speed hoods, right? So I was like, I want to go join the ranks of these guys and want to be one of these gentlemen that know what they're doing out here in the battlefield. And not saying the other guys didn't know. I mean, I'm just saying, but this is what I saw. This is what was in front of me. And these were guys that I looked up to. I'm like, man, these are some heavy hitters out here. And I was like, man, I'm gonna go test the waters and see if I can make it. So both myself and Ari went down and went to what they call at the time ROPE, but now it's RASP, Ranger Assessment Selection Program. Back then it was Ranger Officer Program, but it was RASP. So we went down there. Man, I went through the ringer, went through all the challenges and the changes. And I remember, I don't know if I told you about that. Did I tell you about the board panel interview we had?
Can you kind of explain? I mean, I've had Rangers on the podcast before, but I don't think I've had any officers that led over there. Can you tell a little bit about what's different when you go through the officer, ROPE or RASP, whatever it is? Is there a different for a leadership?
So it's very professional. There's not a lot of hazing and yelling going on. It's really like, They're telling you what to do, and you just go do it, right? They're assessing you, they're seeing where you are, and they're just trying to see where your limits are, right? But it's very professional. The cadre's professional with you. They respect you as a leader. They're like, hey, you are, a senior NCO or a lieutenant, captain, whatever. But they're not trying to break you. Now the stuff that you do may break you. Yeah. When you're running in body armor and you're going through clearances, but making sure you can follow instructions, you can do the task at hand, and you know how to think. So they're going to challenge you with some thinking exercises and things. And I don't want to give away what is all detailed in RASP, but at the end you do a board, and that board is going to assess who you are holistically. And And they even pull your Ranger school packet.
Oh, really?
They do. They pull your Ranger school packet. So they know all about what you did at Ranger school too. So you're going to hear that, right? Because they can just go down the street and get that from the Ranger schoolhouse, right? So that's also part of the regiment, right? Ranger school, right? So they're able to get those records. And so you'll go to the board. And so my board was, so a couple things. So one, the psychologist talked to me before going into the Ranger board and was like, hey, we did our whole interview and discussion. And he says, hey man, I've noticed like you want to go to a regiment, but he's like, man, you don't really seem like the profile that we normally send a regiment. He's like, you seem more like one of those SF profiles I normally interview, like a special forces guy. And I told him, I said, yeah, but I want to go to regiment because I want to be like a Ranger. You know, he's like, but yeah, man, he's your personality. He's like, you know, you're not really a good. I'm not really sure.
What was it?
You know, I was very extroverted, outgoing, like, you know, a smile, like, you know, just not typical of what he sees that's a better fit in that organization, which I agree. I concur. He was right. When I went to Special Forces, it was like a perfect fit. I fit right in. Because the work ethic of a Ranger and a Special Forces individual is the same. The drive is the same. But the mannerisms, the characteristics, you know, externally are a little bit different, right? Not to say it's a bad thing, but it's just how they are, right? Just two different types of personalities, like in which you have to be as a Special Forces guy versus being like a Ranger. Like a Ranger, you know, is quiet to himself, gets it done, you know, has this like, you know, quietness, but like this carries himself in a way like I know what the fuck I'm doing, right? Yeah. Whereas me, I'll tell you straight up, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, hey, I don't know how to do that. Like, you show me how to do that. Like, I'm not afraid to say that. And then he's like, whoa, that's not kind of like, you know, that's not typically how Rangers do it. That's not how they do business, right? Especially in their leadership kind of. But he said, well, you know, he said, but you'll be okay because he saw a lot of other characteristics that didn't match with the Rangers. Like I told you, this very similar. There is a lot of overlap in the different types of persons in each organization. So like I'm saying, like I'm not saying what I'm saying is you could probably take a Ranger, slap him in a Special Forces team, he'd be okay. And you can slap a Special Forces guy in a Ranger regiment and he'd be fine, right? Now, will he stick out like a sore thumb? Hell yeah, because he'll be loud, happy, and like be like, dude, yo, whoa, shh, quiet here. Yeah. Whereas the Ranger will be like kind of stoic, like, you know, kind of like that Viking in SF, and like you got to be a little more outgoing because you got to be out there and the people they buy with and through, right? So it's a little different, right? Anyway, so going back to that, so he was like, yeah, but we'll see. So I go to the board, and mind you, Ari comes back in from his board, and he talks about some of the questions. Now, they didn't tell us that we weren't supposed to talk about the question before the board, or talk about what was asked in the board. But he didn't know that. None of us knew that. So he talked about it. Him, a friend of mine named Tony. We're just all like, and I'm just overhearing. I'm not even paying attention to what Ari's talking about because I'm actually just overhearing the conversation because I'm actually focused. I'm about to go up, right? But I do hear what he's asking. Like, you know, they're asking some questions. I'm like, all right, I know the answer to these. Now I don't look up anything because you don't have a computer or whatever, and we didn't have the phones back then, right? So I don't look up into these answers. So I go in there and they ask me the questions and I answer them perfectly. And they're like, whoa, you cheated. I'm like, whoa, what are you talking about? Like, whoa, man, I didn't cheat. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, hey, you cheated. You got the answers on the board. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. And they just start giving me hell, right? I'm like, oh shoot, I'm not going to make it. Oh my God. And they're pissed. They kick me out of the boardroom. They're like, we're going to call the cadre. We're going to see if you're even lying too. Because then they thought I was lying about the whole not being told. I was like, man, I did not lie, man. I swear to God, I didn't lie. I didn't know I wasn't told that. And they call up the instructor and the instructor goes, oh shoot, guys, I forgot to tell him. A fatal error. Right. Of course, that starts me off on a bad note with the leadership in Ranger Regiment, obviously. Because now they think like, oh man, this dude is he's so I go to my first unit and like and my battalion commander Joe Carilla, he starts off, he's just like, hey, well now Colonel Carilla back then, he already doesn't trust me. He's like, oh man, I don't know about this lieutenant. Like, you heard about your board, right? Like, oh man, I'm starting off on a bad note already. But it was good though, because again, I had a chance to go back in there. You know, they asked me a whole different line of questions where I wasn't as sharp on those because I've been to combat a bunch. So I was like, I kind of struggled with them. And they were like, okay, so you didn't cheat. All right. So you don't know all the answers. I was like, okay. Because the rest of the questions, I still knew some of it, but I didn't know everything. And so it was like, they're like, okay, all right, we know you didn't cheat. Okay, fine. Like, because I was like, dang, you guys, you asked me the questions I know related to combat. I know. I mean, I was trained by Joe Geraci and Timothy McGuire. I know these answers. Now the other stuff, I was like, I was a little shaky on. So they're like, okay, we see. You guys obviously you didn't cheat on everything, right? Or you didn't cheat at all. So, so then I want to go into my first, going to the 2nd Ranger Battalion, and of course, Colonel Carrillo kind of had a little stink eye on me from his back office, like, I'm watching you, which I didn't want, but it was good though.
Yeah, I mean, Colonel Carrillo, later General Carrillo, he just retired, I think, a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago from CENTCOM.
That's right, yeah.
You're in Iraq and you show up to the battalion. What's the first thing he tells you?
You talking about when I showed up to the battalion?
Yeah.
About the whole board thing?
Maybe you weren't in Iraq when you told me, you said, but I think when you initially told Adam, I mean, he basically said that you were starting at the bottom and, that kind of accused you of...
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the whole board thing. So he kind of like, hey, like he's keeping an eye on me. Definitely, he's just like, you're at the bottom of the barrel here. He's like, because you got to work your way up, because of what he had heard about from the board, thinking that I had cheated on the board or whatever. But he's like, but you snuck through, and for the grace of whoever. But and also one of the things too, I was supposed to be going to Ranger Regiment with one of the company commanders from the 173rd, but he dropped out and decided to go back to company command. A guy named Captain Bostic. Unfortunately, so I do think there was a part of Colonel Carrillo, and it's just natural, he's a human, right? Where he associated me with him, where he felt betrayed by him, I think. And I'm just saying that. Yeah. Don't quote me on that. But I feel like there was a little bit of that where he's like, because Bostic was supposed to come, I was coming with Bostic. We were coming together. And we were supposed to go to RASP together. But Bostic decided to stay in the 173rd. Now, God rest Bostic, so he did die at that next rotation with the 173rd. But he was a good man nonetheless. And so he was one of the guys I also looked up to when I was in the 173rd, but he never came over to Ranger Regiment. And he's like, oh, you're going to do well, Chane, don't worry. But he wound up getting a second command in 173rd that he wasn't promised to command in a regiment. Because no one's ever promised to command a regiment. That's how it works. Like you get promised an opportunity to serve, and you're there to serve. If you get a platoon or a company, good on you, but no one's guaranteed, right? Because it's your second chance at it, right? So, but he was guaranteed a second command, and he wanted to take that in 173rd. So I do think there was a part of that was a part of like his little, hey, like I'm watching you kind of thing.
You get to your platoon. Who's your platoon sergeant?
Oh yeah. So when I get to my platoon, this guy named Jeremiah Congdon. He did not like me at all. But nonetheless, our first meeting, he said, "Man, you're not gonna make it here." That's what he tells me. First meeting out the gate. I don't know exactly what drove him to say that. Whether it's how I looked, or whether it's how I behaved, or maybe it's because of my mannerisms, behaviors. But he just told me that I was not going to be successful in that platoon or in that mission or at all. And I was like, well, that's all right. I'm still going to do our initial and counseling packet, and we're going to talk, which he did not like. He was not a fan of a counseling or me doing counseling. And to me, I didn't treat counseling with a senior non-commissioned officer as me telling them how to do their job, but it was a part of a shaping process. One, getting feedback from them on how to do it properly, and two, an opportunity to kind of tell them what my expectations are, and them to shape how to communicate those expectations in the correct way to a senior leader, right? So to me, it was a learning opportunity. I'd done it several times. I'd already been a platoon leader with Tony, LeBron, Nathan. I had been a platoon leader with the Scouts. So this is my second go at it, right? And so getting in there and like, or third go at it, really, third or fourth, right? I was like, hey, like I'm not going to shy away from this, because I know this is a part of my learning, and it's a part of us bonding and gelling as a team and kind of shaping ourselves as a team. He didn't necessarily see it that way, Neither did the company commander, Nick Fuller. He was like, oh man, you shouldn't be counseling him. He's been around for so long. He should be telling you what to do. And I said, well, this is a chance for him to tell me what to do, right? I didn't take it as a bad thing. I took it as a positive thing for the relationship between the two of us, right? But that was a rough deployment. We had Armadi and Fallujah, and we were out there doing the thing. Now, one of the folks that I got a chance to serve with that during that rotation is a guy named Commander Wyman Howard. And Wyman was, man, he was a great guy, man. He still is a great guy. He wanted to become the SOC Sync commander. And actually became commander for all of NSW, right? But Wyman and I had a chance to work together, and getting to know him was a blessing because he was creative in everything that he did. He was very, very, very intelligent. But he'd mentor me quite a bit. He would have little talks with me and be like, "Hey, I see it's a struggle. Then how you doing?" Like, and he kind of kept me abreast. And so having him there was an encouragement and enlightenment too as well. And Wyman, like he never let up either, man. He always kept me. He always held me to the standard and like pushed me. So it was good. Obviously, even though my challenges with Nick and Jeremiah were where they were, having him there as that constant support. And of course, he was a Naval Academy grad, so we talked smack on that too. I was like, hey, I don't even know how you guys even continue to win this football game, but but I was like, because you're cheating.
Cheaters.
But we have the go Army beat Navy kind of conversation. And of course, when the Army Navy football game came on, we're getting after each other. So it was good. And I think that was the run where we had a 14-year. They had a 14-year run or 13-year run.
We won.
Yeah, but then we finally won later. But at the moment in time, it was just like maybe a 3 or 4 year run. So I still was able to talk a little smack.
I mean, I remember you told me your company commander in the regiment was a prior service guy who didn't think lieutenants belonged in the Army, only captains and above. What was his leadership style like?
Oh, it was rough working with Nick. And I say this because he's a good man, and I know his intentions were well. But his experience has shaped him in a different way. Where his experience with officers was a little different than what most had experienced, right? But me being so young and coming in there, and of course, like I probably wasn't even meeting his standard, what he thought would be a great platoon leader, and of course, having all the experience that he had when he probably was a platoon leader he was probably phenomenal, right? But yeah, it was rough because him and the first sergeant did not have my back. And that was the first time I had been in experience like now my leadership they don't got my six. I'm like, oh man. And like he pushed me pretty hard. I'm not sure if it was trying to see if I would break or to see if I would rise to the challenge, but I continued to do the tasks that were given to me. But turned out like things didn't work out. They wound up they as that company command leadership did not like me at all. And to their detriment later on, they wound up like, falling over and falling to the wayside anyway, as a leadership team. But one of the things is they had set me up kind of like, so we had this exercise, in Washington State, Yakima Training Center. And we were set up with this exercise, and in this exercise, we were supposed to go do like whatever kind of raid, and the new sergeant major was going to be watching over us and kind of seeing us execute on this mission, whatever it was. And so one of the challenges was I got called into a leadership huddle right before the exercise, and with the company commander. I was like, oh shoot. And I was about to make sure my team was good, make sure we're all good going out. And the first sergeant went in and changed kind of the plan with my team, but didn't tell me. So I show up, we go out and execute, and I look like an idiot out there. I'm like, man, what everyone's doing stuff. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, and I'm about to. We get done and I'm about to just get into my guys like, what the hell was that, right? Like we had never executed like that before. And before I get a chance to, the Sergeant Major like pulls me into the van and with the XO and he's like, hey, you obviously don't know what you're doing out there. You suck, blah, blah, blah. You don't care. You're not giving the effort. And I was like, whoa, that's not the case. And you're just not a good fit for our organization. And I was like, man, damn, that fucking sucks. So I was like, well, that's going to be rough. And I didn't get a chance to talk to my guys. I talked to my guys later. I was like, what the hell happened? Then they told me like, oh, sir, they changed the thing. They changed everything on us. And maybe they're trying to see how I was going to react. I don't know. So that gets back to the battalion commander, obviously, General Carilla. So I go into his office and he tells me, he's like, hey, you're my second to bottom platoon leader in the organization. I'm like, man, that sucks. Because here I was coming from 173rd where I was top 2 to now here as like, top 2 in the brigade where now I'm like bottom 2 in the Ranger Regiment. I'm like, man, this is terrible, right? So I'm like, look, maybe I need to find something else. And he's like, what do you think it is? Do you think it's because you're black? And I was like, sir, I don't know. You tell me what you think it is. I mean, I don't think that's it. I mean, I think they just don't like me down there. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. And I'm sure he was really trying to source an answer. He was trying to figure out like really what was the issue. Should he get rid of me? Should he send me on my way? Because Ranger Regiment, you don't have to be there, right? So Colonel Carilla had to make a choice. So I was like, maybe I need to go take command elsewhere. And I talked to this guy, Harry Tennell. And Harry is, man, he's brigade commander, striker unit. I talked to General Garrett too at the time. And General Garrett's like, man, you got to stick it out. You got to stay in the regiment and just stick it out. Whatever job they give you, just knock it out. Knock it out of the ballpark. Talked to Harry Tennell. Harry's like, Chane, don't worry about it. He's like, I would love to have you take one of my companies. I'll take you afterwards. Go knock it out of the ballpark. Go out there, whatever job they give you, take whatever they give you. I said, sir, but I'm done with this, man. I'm ready to put my beret down. I remember even in the conversation with General Carilla, I was like, look, here's my beret. Like, I'm done. Like, I don't, like, and he's like, I'll take that thing back. Go out and get out of my office. We just had like a emotional engagement.
Do you think Carilla had it out for you?
No, I don't think he did. To be honest with you, I don't think he did. I think he's just trying to figure out what to do with this young leader that was struggling. In his eyes, I was struggling at the time, right? Because that's what he's getting reported. That's what his leadership is telling him, right? So either way, I go to Harry. Harry says, stick it out. I go back, sit down with Carilla one more time. Colonel Carilla and I have an engagement. And this time, he's like, all right, look, I got a company that's going to take you. It's the Echo Company, support company. I'm like, support company? Oh, fuck. Like, you mean logistics? I was like, and I remember what Harry Tennell told me. I remember what General Garrett had told me. Like, stick it out. I was like, all right, I'll take it. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Saluted. I was not happy. Begrudgingly, I left, right? Turned out the best thing that ever happened to me. Because one of the best things that ever happened to me. Because two things. I got mentored by two high-speed officers Captain Burke and a guy named Colonel Lebrecq. Captain Lebrecq then. But both those guys wound up Ricky Albritton. These three individuals wound up mentoring me and teaching me logistics. Now, mind you, Ricky was a logistician. Captain Burke came in. He was not a logistician. He was actually an infantry guy, but we figured it out, right? And going in there and learning how to run logistics for a battalion and supporting an entire battalion for deployments, on missions, being alongside captains and company commanders when they're out there on the mission, helped to shape me so I would be a better team leader as a detachment commander. And I didn't know it at the time, but I was learning so much about how to maneuver, about the back end of things that now was really shaping me. Like, I knew how to maneuver on the battlefield, but now I knew how to understand how to support that maneuver, how to support and sustainability, understanding what that means for the mission and understanding how to do all those coordinating actions in order to be successful as an organization at a higher level made me a vastly better as a team leader. It made me so to the point where they chose me to be the XO for the Special Forces battalion versus me coming in, a battalion XO versus as a captain, right? Because I understood how to coordinate adjacent, all the things. And I understood how to deploy units and all that stuff. So that makes a huge difference in terms of my development. So, yes, did it seem like a punishment at the time? Yes, it did. Did it seem like, Colonel Carrilla had it out for me at the time? Yeah, it did, right? But at the end of the day, he didn't. He bettered me. Now, flip of that, right? Fast forward, I'm on the deployment. I'm making things happen for the regiment. I'm making things happen for the battalion. I'm out there executing without zero funds, getting them transportation, getting them resources they need without money in my pocket, or MIPR money had gotten delayed for some reason. Jumping through hoops, working day and night, as a support platoon leader at the time. And that Sergeant Major comes up to me, and the Sergeant Major Leg was this guy's name. And he says to me, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you worked so hard, and that you really pushed yourself so hard." He said, like, you're a great leader. You're doing outstanding. And of course, I begrudgingly told him, "Don't ever talk to me again." I was like, "I appreciate that, but I want to be in the infantry." But you know what?
You told him, from now on, you refer to me as sir. And you fucking salute me when you walk by.
I was upset. Yeah. But I do thank him, and I thank Carrilla for the opportunity, because you know what? They didn't know they were setting me up for success later. So, as a detachment commander, coming in, setting up the medal, setting up getting my team set up for success, and then being able to plan out our training cycles, knowing where to get the resource and knowing how to get everything lined up so that we trained to the mission that we wanted to execute on, was all because I was a logistician in that unit. And I thank Sergeant Major Leg, and I thank Colonel Carrilla for doing that. Yes, it didn't seem at the time, it seemed like a punishment at the time, but later it became a gift. Now, Colonel Odom, General Odom, these guys all become generals, right? Colonel,
I gotta say, more generals, dude, than half of Congress.
I was like, it's a lot of. So General Odom wound up becoming the battalion commander for Ranger Regiment, and he said to me, "Do you want to come back and become the commander for support company?" And I don't think he realized, maybe he did. I was like, "I'm not a support leader. I'm not a logistician.
I'm an infantry officer."
So we kind of laughed. I told him, I said, "Yes, sir, I want to go to selection and go be Green Beret." And he's just like, "We don't do that. We don't do the Green Beret thing." He's just like, "Oh my goodness." And so we kind of laughed about it. And I later saw him as a Green Beret, and he kind of joked, and he's like, "Oh, you made it." I was like, "I made it." And he was a 1-star, and he's on his way out, and it was good to see him again too. So it was good.
Let's talk a little bit about your, you deployed with the regiment as, running the Echo Company. You talked a little bit about Wyman. I mean, you had a lot of interaction with him. He was a SEAL Team 6 commander at the time. Later,
No, he wasn't.
No?
Not then.
Okay.
Not yet. No.
Was he a JSOC commander? Or?
No. He was so he was in a special mission unit, and assigned to command that. And we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. But you interact with him a lot. And I remember, I think one of the things you told me is he came to you one time and said, I'm sick of you guys getting shot on infills. I think we should use boats. And you're like, "Sir, we're Rangers. We don't really love the water."
Yeah. Now, I'm not really sure how much I could talk about that though. But it was one of those days where he came in and he said, "Hey, I'm sick of you guys getting shot at this way and that way, and you know what?" And he was very creative, and he just go, "We need to get y'all on some boats." I said, "What? we don't do boats, man. I mean, we do. I mean, you've seen it, and we do it in Ranger School and all that stuff." I was like, "I don't want to get in the water," but he was smart for doing so, and it did save lives. And so he was very creative. He had some ingenuity in everything he did. Whether he would have how we dressed, or change kind of the uniform, or change things he wasn't afraid to venture into the world of hey, it's all about making you guys successful, but I want to make sure we do it at the right level of risk, I don't want to keep losing guys or having guys get injured based on, the fact that they kind of we have predictability, right? So, I really enjoyed serving with him. He's an amazing individual, and he continues to stand out in my mind as one of those leaders that I was like, man, you blessed me. It definitely it was a blessing. But when I saw him as a SOC City commander, I saw him. I was later doing data science. He gave me a big old hug, and he asked me. He said, "Hey, Chane, so you were first lieutenant when we met the first time." He said, "Hey, do you think I was crazy back then, or you think I was had a couple loose nuts, and I said to him, I said, sir, no, I don't think that. I don't think you were crazy. I think you are crazy. You still are." He said, thanks. He said, I appreciate it.
You had a couple good boat stories. You were telling the story, I think when we were prepping, that you guys were on a boat. You see a spotter, guy takes a shot at you.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we were on the boat, and so this is my first time kind of being on these kind of boats and stuff. And Wyman, obviously he helped us out, right? Introduced him, and I remember I spotted somebody off in the distance, and I said, "Oh, we got a guy at 10 o'clock," and then me, and then gone. I was like, oh my goodness! But the thing that sticks the most in my head was we got stuck on a sandbar, and I remember I had a soldier via, and they're trying to tow the boat off the sandbar, and it's just stuck. And then you hear it, ooh, and you hear this, and then you hear this crack noise, and the guys running the ship, the boat, get down. Everybody gets down, but Via stays standing up. He's and he looks around, and you see this big metal thing come down, pow, crack him in the head, and he falls over. Oh shit, Via, and he's knocked out. And we wake him up, and revive Via, and he's good, and he's like, "Oh, what happened?" I was like, "I don't know," but he had a big crack in his mitch, which is his helmet, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Oh man, this is bad news, man."
What hit him?
It was the tow cable, it broke because they were trying to tow it, and it just broke off and wound up hitting him. But yeah, Via was one of those guys I always remember. He was one of those hardcore soldiers that just never gave up, but he did wind up going AWOL when we got back. So it was an unfortunate story, but he wound up going AWOL, and we were never able to kind of get him back. So never sure what happened to him, but I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, he was working on a citizenship, right?
So at the time, I think he had already got to the point he had earned that, I believe. But after that, he disappeared once he got back, and we never heard or saw from him again. So it was pretty unfortunate.
I know that was a rough trip, that trip for you guys. Do you think that really affected him?
I think it did. You never can tell, right, with young guys, man. But he saw a lot. He experienced a lot. And I think that might have been a really, really tough rotation for him. Good individual, good man, but he went AWOL, and I tried to reach out to his family and everything, and we never were able to get a hold of him again.
Remember, you told me that deployment was rough for you. Ranger regiments normally are, those deployments are pretty hard. You guys said you guys were ticked up, almost every day.
Right.
Were you guys losing guys on that trip?
No, we didn't lose any. We didn't lose anybody. Well, we did lose some guys. Before I showed up, they lost a couple guys, but when I got there, we didn't lose anyone. Guys had gotten injured and stuff, but we didn't lose anyone in that rotation. Later on, when I was in Ranger Regiment, as special support platoon leader, supporting some missions, we did lose a few folks. And one notable incident was when I was in Afghanistan, and I was working as an executive officer for the support company, but I was leading support in Afghanistan for the Ranger Regiment. And at the time, I was running, I would run the medevac in and out. And that's when Peachtree, Leroy Peachtree, and Specialist Gaither Cole had their incident in Afghanistan. Of course,
Peachtree got the Medal of Honor, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. And I'll let him tell his own story, but obviously he'll tell it to you, and you can watch it actually in the Special Operations headquarters. It's actually a video on it. They talk about his Medal of Honor. He talks about it. But he winds up picking up a grenade with his right hand and throws it back into the cupola. And gets shot in the head. No, he doesn't get shot. Gaithco gets shot in the head because Gaithco goes in right after him. He gets shot in the head. And Petrie, it winds up exploding while Petrie's throwing it, and he loses his right arm. But and they were kind of pull him out of there, him and Gaithco, but he still keeps fighting as much as he can, even though he lost his right arm. Not his whole right arm, just from the elbow up, right? So he still had the elbow. So what happens is, I'm in the medevacs and stuff like that, help out with that. I get back with the medevac, or we get back, and I'm out there on the airfield. Got to send them off on a C-17 because we're in Sharona. I'm about to hit him off the C-17, and then Gaithco's still alive at this point, and with the bullet in his head, he's still alive. And I remember Petrie just kind of comes in, and we're chatting, and he talks about, he's like, man. He says, sir, next time something like that happens, I should have picked that damn grenade up with my left hand, not my right. I need my right hand. And I knew what he was alluded to. Yeah. And I said, and he gave the code, started giggling because he obviously knew what he's alluded to. And we just like, well, I mean, that is the writing hand and all the things you do everything with. And he's just like, shoot. and that was the last laugh that Gaithco got to have. And it kind of brought a tear to my eye because, like, he died on the plane on the way to Germany.
So he was still conscious.
Oh yeah, he was still conscious at the moment. Yeah, he was still conscious, but he wasn't talking, but he was still conscious. But he let out a little giggle when Sergeant Petrie said that, I prayed for Gaithco that he was gonna make it, but he didn't. He wound up not making it on the way back, and Petrie did, obviously. He wound up getting the Medal of Honor. We wound up writing a reward. I was part of writing that award up for him. And like it was a huge deal that he got it. And initially I don't even think it was. I think it was like a Distinguished Service Cross initially, but Colonel Carilla upgraded that thing to a Medal of Honor, which was phenomenal. And he winning it, and really appreciate Colonel Carilla doing that.
Yeah, that's awesome. What I think it was in Iraq. I know we kind of skipped around a little bit, but you go to Iraq. I think you're doing the logistics thing, but you're that company commander that you had originally went, him and the first sergeant, the ones that had pushed you out. What happened to them?
Well, they wound up getting a little bit of trouble in Afghanistan, and I'm not gonna speak negative on them. I mean, things happen, but I guess there was like a leadership failure on both their parts. So they wound up both getting relieved, and they got pushed out. So they kind of forced the company commander to retire, and then they sent the first sergeant and pushed him out of the unit. And I think he wound up retiring as well. I mean, it was unfortunate that it happened, but a lot of bad incidents that happened on the objective that shouldn't have happened. They had a couple accidental rollover incident where some folks died. I mean, just bad things wound up happening in that organization. And so Colonel Carilla at the time made the decision like, hey, it's time to move on with you guys and move on to somebody else.
I know you didn't take a lot of satisfaction out of that. That's just not who you are. But what did you learn about toxic leadership from that experience?
I mean, so I can't classify it as toxic leadership because I wasn't the one supervising them. I do think, how it felt for me, it felt toxic as a toxic environment.
I mean, yeah, you weren't supervising them, but I mean, those two dudes ran you out.
No, they did. But I think that was part of God's plan though. I think everything happens for a reason. I think, the reason why I even mentioned that is because I thank God that I wasn't there associated with that, because I would have went down with them, right? I would have been associated with that chaos and mayhem that happened on that second rotation. But I was able to go off and start my own path, and that path wound up giving me strength and later on, and like, yes, I do think those guys, to me, they ran me out, but that was a part of what was supposed to be my history. That was a part of what's supposed to be what makes me who I am today. And they didn't crush me or destroy me. They didn't break me down in my career. But they changed in my trajectory, which was for the better. And so I thank God for that, because, you know, those incidents happened, all those bad things happened on that rotation for them. And obviously they came back and they had some leadership challenges that Colonel Carrillo had to make some decisions on. But I wasn't a part of that. So that was a good thing. Like, I was still doing my thing and doing well. And I kept on moving on forward. And at the time I was just a district platoon leader and wound up becoming a sustainment platoon leader, and wound up running both jobs. And then I wound up becoming an executive officer for that Echo company. So I was moving on up the ranks and doing well. So regardless if they left or not, because they wound up leaving the unit, and I'm still going. And I appreciate it. I got a chance to work with Colonel Bartholomews and Colonel Tegmeyer and the Major Bartholomews and Major Tegmeyer and then Major Boyer as an XO. And those guys also developed me too as senior leaders. And now both of them, like, you know, General Bartholomews is running the 25th.
I'm about to say, everybody in your story becomes a general, bro.
Yeah, he's the 25th, and General Tegmeyer is running the 82nd. So I think Boyer, I think he's also one, but I remember seeing him as a brigade commander in the 101st. I'm not sure what happened after that, but all those guys are heroes, man. So I got a chance to, as the executive officer of the support company, work alongside all of those gentlemen, and they are all powerful leaders, and they got to shape my future too as well, which I got mentored and taught a lot of good hard lessons from them too as well. So I mean, you know, bad things happen for them. I frown upon that because I don't appreciate. I mean, I don't take glory in that or pride in that, or enjoyment in the fact that it happened. I feel bad for the soldiers that they had to experience that. But
I think it's a great warning for folks that are toxic leaders that, you know, eventually karma can come around, right?
Yeah, but I mean, even then, like I think of it as God pulling me out of there because He didn't want me to be associated with that. And instead, I was associated with guys who wound up, you know, teaching me and mentoring me on things that I would later need, which like a lot of things I did as a XO for my battalion was because of what I saw Bartholomew's do when he was battalion XO for Ranger Regiment, right? So I'm like, man, if I hadn't seen, and I got to see it up front and close and personal. I got to work with them on the computer and sit down and talk to them about things. I mean, this is stuff that, you know, I wouldn't experience if I was on the line, right? But this is stuff that I got the chance to like be exposed to. And like, yeah, I didn't have to worry about dealing with the issues of that company. I had to worry. I got the chance to help run the battalion, which I was like, hey.
Well, and all that logistical stuff I know is definitely going to play a part in your next deployment, you know, after you get out of the Q course. But before we dive in your SF career, let's take a quick break.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, we just finished up your time at the Ranger Regiment, and these are, you know, as course would provide with your life, there's never a dull moment. So you decide you were kind of a senior captain, I think, pretty much when you decided you were going to go to selection, right?
No, I was, I've been a captain for about 2 or 3 years. I wasn't a senior captain, but I was like a mid-level. I needed to go to company command.
Yeah.
I was getting to the point where I was getting a little too long in the tooth, but yeah, no, I needed to go to company command. Yeah.
How did SFAS come on your radar or going to Special Forces?
So Special Forces came on my radar. Well, a couple of the fellas that I was serving with wanted to go. They were like, hey, we want to go be Special Forces. And they were in the Ranger Regiment, and we were kind of in that support company and everything. I was like, oh yeah, man, and I felt like, you know, for me, it was like, I want to get out and go get my MBA at Harvard or something, or go to like Stanford, or try to go to one of these top MBA programs. And I was like, maybe it's time. I kind of finished off, and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with the infantry, and I want to do something else. I had a good time. Like I said, I had a grand experience in Ranger Regiment. Colonel Odom was like, hey, come back and take command if you can. But I was just kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of done. So I was like, well, you know, I had a bunch of friends of mine that had passed away that I lost in combat. And I was like, hey, maybe I should just give it a shot. You know, give this you know, going to selection a shot. So there was a guy recruiter there and in the local area, obviously because the first group was right there and at that base. And so I was like, oh, well, let me check it out. And I put in the packet and applied. But I mean, I thought it was a long shot in hell. I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it, right? And so I was just like, well, I'll just put my packet in, hopefully they accept me, and then I can go out there and just see what I got, right? But I was already had orders to the Captain Career Course, so I was already on my way to that. But I was like, well, if it happens, it happens. But the biggest thing that kind of drove me was I took the GMAT, and I hadn't prepared for it, and I tanked it. I was like, oh.
What is that?
The GMAT is it's the graduate exam you take for business school.
Oh.
And I mean, I didn't take it. It wasn't bad, but I didn't do great, right? It was a mediocre score at best, right? So I was like, well, I mean, here we go with standardized tests again. I was like, oh, shoot. Little did I know at the moment, I didn't do well. I just needed to prepare for it, right? I just needed to take the courses and do the preparation. I just didn't prepare, right? So I just took it and didn't prepare. So I was like, oh man, that sucks. So I was like, let me try selection, right? Anyway, I go to the Captain Career Course, and when I'm there, infantry branch is not having it. They're like, dude, you're too senior. You need to go take command. And rightfully so, I should have probably, right? Because I was old. I was getting older.
Had you already gone to SFAS by the time you went to the careers course?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. No, not at all. Not yet. So I was in the career course en route to Striker Brigade to take command. So they had me slotted, and they had me already going somewhere. And I was like, oh man. And I remember the conversation I had with the branch chief, the infantry branch chief. He came down, he flew down, he saw all of us. He came and talked to everybody. I was like, hey, sir, I mean, you talked to some of these guys and some of them were going to selection. I was like, no, I put my packet and I want to also go to selection. He's like, you're not going anywhere. He said, you're going to command and that's it. And I was like, I don't think you get it. Like, I really want to go to selection. I think this is something I want to do. Let me just give it a try, right? That's why I'm here. I want to see if I make it. He's like, you're not going to selection. Don't even talk to me about it. Just forget about it. Drop it out of your mind. You're going to take company command. He said the only selection you're going to go to is a special mission unit selection. Go ahead.
Why weren't they not letting you go?
Well, I mean, because typically you want to go as a senior lieutenant or junior captain. And I had passed that mark at that point. And so, having been in regiment for as long as I was in, maybe a couple of years or whatever it was, I was like, a little bit older, a little bit more senior as a captain, especially it was like, I've been like captain for like 2 years, maybe 3 almost, right? So,
did you consider taking the long walk at all?
So later, not yet, because you have to have done command first, and so that was a part of my later calculus, but I didn't decide then. I didn't even know if I could make it through SF selection or even long walk. I mean. I think there was no long walks at this point. I was just like, I just want to see if I make it through this. So I didn't think I was going to make it. I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. Well, first off, I didn't even think I was going to make it to selection. So I was like, well, shot in hell if I just... So then I'm like, okay. They're being pretty tough on this thing. And it's getting close to almost done with the career course. And I still don't have orders to selection. And I really need to go. And they're telling me I can't. So I picked up the phone and I called the schoolhouse for John F. Kennedy Schoolhouse. And a Colonel Linford Mitchell answered the phone. Never knew. I didn't know who he was. He didn't know who I was. And he answers. He goes, hey, what's going on? Yes, sir. My name is Captain Jackson. And I would like to go to Special Forces selection. And he's like, tell me more, right? And I start telling him the story and like what I did and everything else. And like, I really, really want to go to selection, sir. I don't know if I'll make it, but I think I will. He's like, okay, all right. And then he had a similar story. And it's funny, he's like, yeah, I had the same struggle getting out of the branch and trying to get over to selection. So he's like, they try to lock you in. He said, I'll take care of it. So he makes some calls. I guess he calls the CG up there at John F. Kennedy School, and the CG calls the branch chief, who's I guess a 1-star or whatever it was for infantry, and that rolls downhill. Next thing you know, I get a call from the branch chief, the the major that came to see me, and he's like, "You're going to selection, but if I ever hear from you again, you're going to JRTC, and that's that." Like, he said, "You better freaking pass." I was like, "No doubt, I'm gonna pass."
Yeah, especially with that hanging over your head.
I was like, "Oh man." I was like,
who signed off on your packet at the regiment? Because did you have to get a signature from over there?
"Oh, Colonel Oldham signed off on my packet." No, he was great. He very supportive. He never gave me any resistance on that. Even Colonel Carrillo wasn't bad on that either. I saw Colonel Carrillo after I graduated the Q course. I went down and saw him and shook his hand. But Colonel Oldham was supportive, very supportive.
That's kind of uncommon though. Dudes leaving the regiment to go to SF. Yeah.
That's what he said. He said, like, we usually don't fit. Like, you're trying to put a round peg in a square hole.
Because normally they go to the unit.
I mean, well,
there has been dudes.
I mean, no, there's a ton. You're right. But that's again after your second command. Like, so after you commanded a regiment, right? But I was like, no, I'm gonna go to Special Forces and do the whole Green Beret thing. He's like, well, good luck. That's what he said. He's just like, oh man, he said it's gonna be tough for you. He said we usually don't fit in there, but I knew because I took that psych eval that I would most likely fit in that community. So I wasn't worried about it. And the psych had already told me that too as well. So I was like, well, I mean, we'll see. But I figured I knew I would be okay.
Why was going SF important to you?
I think it was more important for the guys that had passed. For Benjamin Britt, Dennis Zelensky, Bach Amos, Garrison Avery. Like Garrison, he was always like, hey, I'm gonna go be Special Forces Chane when we were coming up at West Point. So knowing and how guard these guys, these guys were the kind of guys that would be out there rucking as cadets, like up the hills, up mountains and stuff. And they would just put the pressure on themselves and be like, hey, make themselves better on tactical marksmanship teams and all that kind of stuff. And like, these are guys I kind of looked to and looked up to. So I said, you know what, let me just give it a try, right? If not for them, for myself, it was just something where I was like, well, I'm not gonna do the NBA thing just yet. Let me just kind of see if I can make this. And to me, it was just a crapshoot. A lot of guys I knew who had done it were like, to me, some of the most elite, just like in the Ranger Regiment, So I was like, well, if I can make it, more power to me. But I said, I don't know. It was like, hey, there was no guarantees and no guarantees in life, right? I was like, I'll just put one foot in front of the other every day, and then if I come out on the other end, then great.
You failed your patrol, but the cadre watched you do something that even people that were there still think was,
What was that?
Inhuman. You carried a 500-pound barrel.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that was.
Because when I first read that, I called Kevin. I'm like, man, did this happen? He's like, oh yeah, it happened.
He called me out on that, man. Yeah. So we had to get this contraption, a said location, and the 500-pound barrel was a part of it, and the thing just completely obliterated, broke down at the bottom of a hill, a sandy hill, and I knew the time was going, and I was like, shoot. So I had to make a decision. And they were like, what are you gonna do? Whew. And I took a deep breath, had my rucksack. I was like, I'm gonna need y'all's help on this thing. And I remember heaving that thing up, and like, I don't know how I got it over my head. I think it might have been Kevin helping me to get it over my head, but these guys got it over my head. And then I just started marching with this 500-pound barrel. And I just started going up this hill because we couldn't get up that hill. And it kept going. We kept going back down this hill. And I just remember going one foot in front of the other and just like grudging through that thing. And everyone's looking at me like, what is going on with this guy? I was like, hey, man.
Kevin was telling me like, man, the cadre were saying like, dude, he's not going to make it. And then you made it.
I did. That's right. And everyone was like, what? And I don't remember much of it, but I do remember like, I was hurting.
I think. Didn't you walk like uphill with it? I think.
I did. That's right. I walked up a sandy hill with it because we couldn't get it up with the contraption. So I just said, I know how to get it up, and it's with these legs. So I just walked up the hill, I remember Kevin and some of the guys just thinking like, man, this dude's a nut. I was like, we got to pass. Like I said, that was my patrol, and I was actually the patrol leader. So I took responsibility for it, and obviously I took responsibility for the failure. There's some things I could have done better in the beginning to prepare, but I didn't. So I was like, you know what? I'll carry this load, and it's my fault, right? And I kind of accepted the fact that we weren't going to make it, and I was like, but I didn't want the team to think that we were defeated. I was like, we're going to continue to push ourselves, and we're going to make this thing. So.
And you guys got like 30 minutes or maybe an hour of sleep, and then you're back out to the next thing.
Oh, that's right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what happened. That was at night. So that's I'm saying we got back. So that whole day was the long, long day. Because that second obstacle, I can't even remember what the second thing was. We didn't get done till late, and we just completely did not do well as a team on that. And that's not, that's nobody's fault. I think
I think that was the turning corner.
But we were a bunch of individuals. We're a bunch of individuals who were good at what we do, but we hadn't come and gelled as a team. And that's kind of what the cadre was kind of getting on us. It was like, all right, guys, we'll see you in 20 minutes. So everyone's sitting on a cot, head down. And that's when I got on that cot and I said, listen, we're meat eaters. And that kind of turned everything around. Everyone got that speech and heard, and it was like, all right, we got this. And the next day we went out and we conquered that bad boy, and we worked together versus against each other. And I think the first time everyone had all these great ideas, everyone was trying to talk, but this time whoever was the leader, we supported the leader, we helped the leader out, we pushed through. And I think that's where, I'm gonna fast forward to our last day.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I know you about to get to it. The last day, everyone's tired, everyone's exhausted, everyone wants to quit. And we got this final obstacle that we had to do, but we had to carry it by hand. And we started walking, and one of the gentlemen started, falling back. And I said, hey, put him on my crate. I'm gonna get him through it, right? So put this guy on my crate, and we start humping it. And again, I'm leading from the back, right? I'm not in charge of the patrol. And I'm starting to push this guy. I said, we're gonna walk fast, everybody. You wanna take these breaks? You wanna slow down? Let's walk fast. So we left everybody, and we just kind of took off. And I remember we're just walking and walking. And I mean, I know where we're supposed to go. So I knew where the destination was. And they're on their way, right? And then finally this dude just like gives up, falls down, boom, and is holding on to this crate, and I'm dragging him. And I was like, dude, we're gonna finish. I said, and then I stopped, I dropped the crate. I remember the cadres just watching this as this is going on. I'm like, man, I'm done. They're gonna definitely kick me out for this. And I stood on top of him. I said, just quit. If you don't want to make it, just quit. You're gonna hold everybody back. He's like, no. He gets up, he grabs the crate, and he just kind of starts dragging his feet. He's just like, and he moves a little faster. And I didn't know we were so close to the finish. When we turned one corner, and the cadre's like, stop, that's it. Oh, wow. And I was like, man, this dude. So he wound up like finishing, and like I was like, man, this cadre, they're gonna get on me after this. I was like, man, and the sergeant said nothing. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, okay, candidate, and then takes off. And everyone shows up eventually, right? We're sitting there waiting, and I'm like, man, it's kind of weird. He didn't say anything. And so later on, when they come, pass out the results on the selection, like, hey, they're calling people up, and I'm like, oh man, when am I getting my number called? They didn't call me. And I walked up to one of the NCOs, one of the guys in the cadre. I was like, hey, why didn't they call me? And he says, because you're exactly what we need, leading our units. And I was like, oh, good. I was like, that's a good thing. So I got to make it through the rest of it. But then you have the next 2 years, right, of the course. So
was it normal for people like to fail patrol and still get selected?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't think it was, but I can't tell you. But they're also, one of the things they do say that they're always watching you and assessing you. So I'm sure they knew about what happened in the cot with me me giving them the speech, right? I'm sure they know about. I mean, they've got folks watching all over. They're keeping an eye on everything you're doing, everything you're saying, everything that's, So even though I may have been like, oh yeah, like I failed my patrol, at least in my mind as a student or a candidate, I was like, oh man, I'm done, right? But they're assessing the whole package. And so they're painting the big picture, like who you are as a leader, how you are as a follower, if you know how to follow instruction, if you can push through, if you're resilient. They're watching all that stuff. So I found that out later as I was in the organization, when I came to the units and stuff, and then I realized what was going on. But yeah, they assessed the whole body of work. So even though you are on a patrol and you are the leader, because some guys will shine when they're the leader, but then they'll just be a dirt bag when they're not. They're assessing that whole thing, right? They're watching everything. They're assessing, grading, all that. So yeah, there's times because at that point when I failed my patrol, yeah, I was trying to do my best, but when I was not on the patrol as a leader, I still decided to push myself for everyone else. So I didn't want that next patrol leader to fail like I did.
That's awesome.
Right.
So you graduate SFS or you get selected. How did you feel when you found out that you made it?
When I found out I made it, I was overjoyed because I was like, man, I don't have to go to JRTC.
That place sucks.
I was like, nothing wrong with JRTC. Some people like it down there. Some people like it.
It's a Louisiana swamp, bro.
I know it is, but I got friends who live. They went right back.
No, Louisiana's an awesome place, man. I just, their state bird is the mosquito, man. I love all my Cajuns, man. I spent a lot of time in Louisiana, but
and that's for some folks. It wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I could have been in NTC or JRTC, one of those places, but I would have been fine. But no, I was excited because I was like, oh man, I get a chance at the title. I knew I wasn't done yet. So there was a little bit of anxiety for like not knowing what's next, but joy knowing that, I had actually made it, right? Not saying that I didn't love the infantry. I'll miss my infantry compadres when I went over to that side of the house, but I was like, okay, now it's a new chapter, a new adventure, a new challenge. But I knew I wasn't done yet.
yeah,
Because I know if I didn't make it, I would have been right back where I started, right? So
how long before graduating SFS before you actually start the Q course?
Oh, it was not long because I was already pretty senior. So I think they put me right in like within the month.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I don't think, I'm trying to think about it. No, I don't think there was much time at all. I think I went right in. They got me orders right away and I went straight through the pipeline because they knew I had to get to a team to get qualified as a captain and stuff. So they didn't want to waste any time.
How was the Q course for you, man? I mean, you're coming from 4 years at West Point, Ranger School. You worked in the Ranger Regiment. The 173rd was you've got 4 combat tours under your belt. What was the Q course like for you?
Oh, I tell everyone, I said, I'm sure for an average person coming off the street, it's super, super challenging. I thought it was a great time. It did have its challenges, especially when you talk about SEER school and the small unit tactics and stuff. But Arabic, Arabic was my language. I enjoyed taking Arabic and studying it because I already had a good baseline of it. That wasn't my language of choice, though. My language of choice was Spanish again.
Nice try.
Notice how they never let me have Spanish. and actually was Colonel Linford Mitchell called me and tell me that. He's like, yeah, they told me you put Spanish on your number one request. He said, but we gave you Arabic. And I was like, sir, can you switch me back to Spanish? He's like, no.
That's funny.
He said, I'll do some things for you, like get you the selection. He said, but nope, you're gonna do Arabic. I was like, okay.
That's funny, man.
So wound up getting Arabic was great. But in terms of like going through the Q course, it had its own challenges in and of itself. But I did have a good time because like you said, you've been to combat. I've been to combat four times. I've been in Afghanistan in the mountains, running around with the Rangers. So I was very comfortable like in the woods at night. I was comfortable like rucking with weight. I was comfortable like, going through and not going through the motions, but with the small unit tactic level. Cause again, if you think about it, like on the reverse side, I'd have been leading an entire company element, which is about 150 folks or so, 160 folks, versus like now I got a small team of like 10 or 12. Like, oh, I can handle that.
Yeah.
So it was a little different. So we were doing the same because I felt like small unit tactic was like a mini Ranger school. So it was like a small mini Ranger school. So Felt really comfortable there. Really comfortable executing there. Was I the best? No. I mean, there's guys better than me out there, right? But could I hang with some of the best? Yeah, sure. I could hang with them, and then I had a ton of fun doing it. So only ran into a little bit of resistance when I got to like the Alpha Committee, which is a little tough.
Yeah, what's different in the Q course for officers versus enlisted?
Everything is almost the same, except for when you go off to your military occupational specialty, officers go to what they call the Alpha Committee. So like if you're a Bravo, which is a weapons specialist, you go to the Bravo Committee, right? Charlie would go to, it was engineering specialist, would go to the Charlie Committee, and Delta, a Delta's a medic who will go off to the medic stuff, which takes a long time. Mm-hmm. And the Echoes will go do the communications. So Alphas will go to the Alpha Committee. Now I had an instructor who was big on fitness, really big on like being in the tip-top shape. And I had just gotten through SEER school, and I had mild frostbite on my toes, and I just couldn't run. Normally I could run pretty quick, but I couldn't run fast. He was like, and I remember I ran my 2 mile, and it was still a decent time for a normal person, right? But to him, it was like super slow. And he was like, "Oh, you're not gonna make it," I was like, "Oh, here we go." But in good intentions, like he like looking out for the Special Forces Regiment. I mean, he's just trying to make sure I push myself, right? And I was like, "Hey, I got my frostbite. Trust me, this won't happen." But he did everything he humanly possibly could to make it like hard for me, because he's like, "Hey, I want to see what you got." Because normally his way of telling if someone's going to be a superstar is how fast they can run, right? And that's kind of one of his assessing things, of how well you do physically, how well you push yourself physically, how much you do that. And at the time, like, my run just kind of fell off just because that my feet were just not there yet, which is okay. Fast forward, I saw him. I was an XO for the battalion, and he told me, he said, "Hey," he was an XO for a different battalion. And he said, "Hey, they told me you're doing really well down there." I was like, "Oh yeah." He said, "Somebody said you can run your 2 miles super fast now." And I'm like, "Oh, I sure can." He's like, "Good." He's like, "I'm proud of you." And he's real proud of me. So it was good. And then we hugged and stuff. But that was like a couple of years later. But yeah, so I made it through that. Even though he made it tough on me, I got through it. And of course he said, "Okay, you're moving on to Robin Sage to finish off," and I was able to kind of do well with that too. So
I remember one of the things you told me about kind of Robin Sage and what you learned in the Q course is one of the things is, you leverage your team to build the mission plan because you're not the expert, they are. How did that prepare you for an actual ODA leadership position?
So I learned that in Ranger Regiment. One of the things that Jeremiah kind of did leave on me was the ability to sit down with my squad leaders and sit down with him and kind of formulate the plan from, their experience and their knowledge. So like I'll come up with like a generic, like, "Hey, this is what I'm thinking," and they would modify and make it to where it was like actually something of excellence. Like something where like, "Hey, this is how we should execute on this." Whether they agreed or not agreed, but the way I did it in the Q course was, I leveraged them like a staff, like, like, "Hey, they know what to do. They've got their expertise in there, and they've gone to their individual training and their committees." And so leaning on that a little bit more than when I was a regiment, but allowing them and issuing the guidance and sitting back and kind of, gathering information, making decisions, and setting the mission and the tone. So what wound up happening when I went to my team, I started off that way right away. So as soon as I got to the team, I put everybody in ISO. And I was like, "All right, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to give out the guidance. I'm going to give you our medal task list, what I think, a medal is. And I'm going to send you off to the races to kind of formulate a plan. And then we're going to come up with a training plan to meet these collective tasks." And so doing that allowed the team to shape our training regiment and our plan, and allowed them to shape the mission that they want to go into, because the plan that they came up with helped get them into the mission that we later got in Special Forces. And that's kind of critical because a lot of people kind of kind of overlooked that fact. I didn't go in there saying, oh, I know everything because I'm Special Forces, blah, blah, and I'm Ranger. No, when I went in there and said, hey, you guys know what you need to do. I think I know what you need to do. Well, at least I have training to say what you need to do. I know what missions are out there, what missions are that we could take. But if you want to get what you want to get, we got to show them and show the organization that we can do it. And so we were like, they came up with some of these ideas that they came up with, I was like, all right, I'm gonna reach out. We'll see if they let us do it, right? And it was crazy. But for instance, they were like, hey, it'd be good if we could work on what they call the FID mission, which is Foreign Internal Defense, training another organization how to do close quarters combat. I was like, well, what do you guys want? How do you want to do? One of the units in 82nd. Like, what? You want me to go ask the unit in 82nd if we could help train their people? Like, yeah. I was like, okay. And of course, at the time, Captain Lebrecht was now Major Lebrecht in the 82nd. So I reached out to him and we set it up and we actually wound up doing it, right? Or training with the 160th. Like, I was like, man, I'm reach out on a limb here and call it 160th and start to coordinate this training. So I talked to my group XO, got the training on, but we had the plan all in place. And so I just started doing the coordinating instructions for everything and wound up doing the training. And of course the units were like, hey, this is the time calendar. We're going to go do this exercise. You guys can come along. We're going to do this, medical training, this, that next thing. And I was like, okay, all right, great. Like, we're with you. So I wound up getting us in the training that was not our original training. I got people in the training that would help with the team, but the team kind of came up with that, right? So and that's the beauty of it. Like, the team built it, and I just helped coordinate it and get everything in sync.
Special Forces NCOs are like none other. The NCO Corps is very unique to the Army, but man, Special Forces NCOs are a breed unto their own. Kevin and I were laughing about that on the phone the other day. I mean, the stuff that, I'm sure you saw as an ODA commander, I've had a lot of friends in group, like, you give them a task, like, hey, we need to go do X. They will find a way. Beg, borrow, steal, the training missions that those guys can come up with. And it's just, again, man, the type of dudes that I've met from that organization, they're some of them still the most handiest humans I've ever met.
Well, yeah, I also got to remember, some of the guys were older than me, multiple master's degrees, like Cameron Westfall. I mean, he had multiple degrees already. The guys had a lot of experience, just out there. Like, it was something where I just knew, like, hey, I could lean on their knowledge and their expertise. And that was like, you could talk to them about what you're about to head into, what's going on. But I mean, they are a breed of themselves. I mean, all the guys in my team could run a line company. Like, they could run a battalion. Like, they were just really bright. Some of them just chose that path to become an NCO, but they could have been an officer just like me. Like Cameron Westfall, he could have been an officer just like I was, right? He just chose not to be.
So coming out of the Q course, how'd you end up in third group? Do you guys get to pick as on the officer side of the house to give you a dream sheet?
I told you. So I wound up so you pick your dream sheet. I picked 7th group, Spanish.
Trying to use that Spanish.
I was like, and they said, nope, 3rd group, Middle East. And they had realigned themselves. So 3rd group was now doing like Central Asia versus doing like Africa, the Africa mission. So I came in right when they was like, yeah, no, we're not doing Central Asia anymore. We're doing Central Asia, not Africa anymore. So but remember that's Colonel Linford Mitchell was the one. He's like, oh no, we put you in 3rd. And I was like, oh thanks.
Appreciate you, bro.
And but good on him. I mean, he's just like, yeah, we saw you had a little Arabic in your history, in your past, and your records, because they pull your transcripts and everything, and they have all that. They're like, we know you can handle it, so we're gonna send you. And I was like, oh man.
Did you go up? Did you show up to group and go straight to a team, or did you have to do staff time first?
Oh, I went staff time first. So I was supposed to. So I was very lucky. My daughter was born right before my deployment. So the battalion commander gave me, Colonel Tal Sullivan, great individual, great human being. He said, hey, look, you need to go ahead and take a month or two. I want you to, no, a month. Take a month to be with your daughter after she's born. So they already deployed. They gave me a month to kind of stay with her. And then I was going to go report to staff. And I was actually at the bottom of the list to take a team because I got there at the last person to get there, right? Which is okay. And I was like, oh, man. And originally, I was actually supposed to go to 2-4 because I was supposed to go there, go to the school, and then go. Yeah, I had my daughter. So I was like, well, I got to have my daughter. Like, this is a big deal. And my first child, and I was excited about it. And daughter's on her way, and then I got to spend some time with her, and it's just a brand new baby, and I was excited, right? Well, then they shipped me out.
Don't get too comfortable.
Don't get too comfortable. But then I was on staff, and they made me the LNO to SOTF South, where I had a chance to meet some great individuals, like a guy named General Bannister. Have you ever heard of General Bannister? He later became the division commander for 10th Mountain Division. After that, he died shortly after that. But General Bannister, man, I used to piss him off all the time because I'd come in his office and I'm like, yes, sir, we're going to go do this mission. He's like, wait a minute, didn't I just decline that? I said, you guys can't do that. I didn't concur for that. I was like, yeah. He throws something at me. Like, sorry, sir. But it was.
Were you just jamming con ops through to help the boys?
I mean, no, because that was my job to get the con ops concurred. Like he had to give concurrence on the con ops from Colonel Sullivan and crew, right? Mm-hmm. But there was some that he just was like, no, absolutely not, and some that they just had to execute on it. They had to execute on the mission. But then, of course, the one went down and they were like red on ammo and everything, and he knew it would happen. He said that. And he didn't concur. And I remember I went to his office and he like, I remember seeing a shoe coming at me. I was like, oh. I'm like, I'm sorry, sir. Like, he was so pissed. He said, oh, I told you guys not to do that. But he gave me a hug afterwards. But he was hot. He was upset.
What happened? They go and get ticked up and then everybody went black on ammo?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Oh, wow. It was a bad one. I mean, now, of course, he sent the crew in and gave them relief and all that. But I mean, they were able to kind of get out of it. But it was a bad situation. It was a bad situation. And of course, General Bannister was always planned and prepared, and he had an element ready to go to kind of get guys out just in case they did do the mission. So, and like he never like. Even though he was upset, he always was ready. Like he was like, "Oh goodness, here we go again." Now he wasn't the division commander then. He was, I want to say he was the DCG, so deputy commanding general of I can't remember what unit it was, but he was deputy commanding general at the time. But he was a good guy, and we used to have some great talks. And oh man, he's giving me hell.
Yeah, you're over there. You're on RC South working with under 10th Mountain for the SOTF, but you're speaking Arabic to the Emiratis and the Jordanians, getting like aircraft support.
That's right.
Your battalion commander sees this. What happens?
Oh yeah. So they thought I was crazy, but no. So he would always a lot of times, sometimes requests would kind of come in late, and they would get denied or wouldn't get approved. So I had a special relationship with the Emiratis and the Jordanians because I would go down there and start speaking Arabic to these guys, and I start using my Arabic skills, and they loved it, and they enjoyed it. So, and I've talked to Colonel Sullivan. I was like, "Hey, sir, what do you need?" He's like, "I need aircraft. Like, I need it for this mission. I need this, that, next thing." And I would like go in there and like, "Oh man, I got to sweet talk to these guys." So I go in there, eat the food and have like the big comfortable meeting, talk about family and all the things. And next thing you know, these guys are like, like, "All right, we'll give you what you need. What do you need?" And typically they usually flew around DIVs and stuff like that, but distinguished visitors, DVs, and then when I came in there with the request and I speaking the language and immersing myself in the culture, they were like, yeah, they were okay and comfortable with supporting us on that mission or supporting us on missions. Now the Jordanians, they were awesome too because they just loved they had their what it was called it was like a fried chicken with salt and like in this, it was so delicious. So I really love eating with the Jordanians too. But they would go out on missions and stuff and everything, and would give support, and I always try to help where I could. And I told them, I said, "Yes, sir, I'll, help out." But what was funny was I actually wasn't supposed to take ODA 3422. I actually was flying back with some interpreters, and a captain. He had already asked the captain to take the team. He said, "Hey, you need you to take ODA 3422." That captain had declined because he was getting married. Of course, at the time, I was all duty, all mission, to my own detriment, right? So I walk in and he's like, "Hey, I got a team."
This is the battalion commander?
Yeah, Tal Sullivan. He's like, "I got a team. You want to take it?" I was like, "Yes, sir." No, of course, our report is ordered. And I was like, "Yes, sir, I'll take the team." And he's just like, he said, "Now you got to go train in England. Then you got to go home, pack your stuff, and you're going to go ship off to a special mission." And I said, "Yes, sir." And I was like, "Whatever it is." And he's just like, what about, you just had a baby. What do you got to do? I was like, "They'll be all right, sir." And of course, wife wasn't happy about that.
I bet.
But at the same time, supportive, right? And just saying, "Hey, you're not going to get a team every day. Just do what you got to do." So what wound up happening was I wound up going back to England, training with the Brits a little bit, and I got to the team, and that's where I saw Kevin and crew. Now, Kevin had already been on the team for a little bit, I think. He had been there for a little bit. But I saw him, Jeremy Copeland, and Tommy Meyer, and Cameron Westfall, and John Clark, and Corey Morris, Ed Fondo, and all these guys were already there, and they were just, going through a rough one. And when I got there, they had some, the leadership it seemed to be out to get them. And I say that because I think the previous team leader saw some of the deficiencies in the team and decided that he wanted to, he was trying to get rid of people or whatever he was trying to do. I wasn't sure, but I didn't think that was the case when I showed up. I felt like when I met everybody, it was a bunch of individuals who were ready to take on the world. And sure, everyone had their own weaknesses and strengths. Just like I told you at West Point, everyone had their own weaknesses and strengths, but as an organization, as a team, I could see the potential. And I was really proud to be there, right? And I was proud to get to that organization. I was like, I landed in a good spot. And I remember Tommy pulling me to the side and like, "Hey, here's the boys," and he's just telling me kind of how everybody, all the different situations and everything that was going on with the previous team leader and everything. And I said, "Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about that. Everyone's got a clean slate with me. And we're going to start this thing from scratch and we're going to get it done." And he's just like, "Okay," but he's like, "Just letting you know."
And you had some gangsters on that first ODA too, man.
No, they were. And even Tommy was. And even Tommy had friction with the previous team leader. And that didn't bother me any. Because I knew Colonel Sullivan told me that Tommy and him had served in, had gone to Sephardic and had been in the, what is it called? The SIF together, right. So he told me, he's like, "Hey, this is one of the guys, I know he's a badass. Like, he's going to go there, he's going to take care of you." And Tommy did.
What was it like seeing Kevin? You had gone to SFAS with Kevin, you went to the Q course with him, and then you come on a team and he's there. Was it nice to see a familiar face?
Oh, it was. I was like, "Oh man, you're here." I was like, "Oh shoot, I didn't even know you came out of the Q course." Well, we graduated at the same time, but I didn't know that's where he landed. I mean, I didn't know. But I was like, "Man, this is great. Like, you're on the team." So it was good to see him as a familiar face. It was good to see the new faces too. I mean, at the end of the day, all the guys, at least from what I remember, Kendall Mankey, they were ready to go. And it's like, but I love seeing Kevin though, because it was very relaxing to see somebody I know I could talk to and had gone through the struggle with me. So I was like, "Oh, I know he's been through the struggle," because we went through selection together, and I seen him in the Q course, right? So it was good to kind of lean on him a little bit because we shared some stories quite a few times, and be able to talk a little bit, on a personal level about stuff. And it was good to have that comfort of having someone that you've been through the trenches with.
Kevin's got a wild story. Kevin will hopefully come on the podcast if we're lucky, maybe this summer.
He does. He's got a wild one. Yeah, I love it.
Just another great human being. So yeah, this deployment. So you end up taking the team. How long before you come on the team and you realized you guys are going to Afghanistan?
Initially we had a different mission.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew that was going to happen right away, but that got kind of blown up. Some incidents happened overseas, and we weren't able to go do that first mission.
Yeah, because originally you guys were going to Pakistan, I think.
That's right. That's right. And then they executed on the whole Bin Laden raid and everything, so we weren't able to kind of go out, and it kind of sucked. And so the guys were kind of like, that was something they were looking forward to. But then we got into ISO, readjusted our planning. And then we went out there and said, hey, if we're going to go to Afghanistan, because then we got alerted where everyone's going to go, our entire battalion, we're going back again. Granted, they just got back. so like, hey, you go back again, in the following year, get your stuff together, get yourself together. And so then we're like, all right, well, a lot of folks were going into the village stability operations mission, but there's also this thing called the Commando mission, where you get to train Afghan commandos, and you go out and you would be that force for direct action, especially with the different VSO ops going on. And you would be like that operating force, kind of similar to what I was doing in Ranger Regiment, so very similar. So that being said, I told the guys, like, let's train to those collective tasks and show the battalion commander and the organization that this is where we belong, that we can do this. So that's what we did. And they kind of put together a very detailed, structured, like, training calendar, got us great exposure, got the team working, and getting certified on all the different things we need to be certified on before getting out there, where at the end of the day, there was no argument that, when other team leaders went to vouch for why their team needed to be the commando team, like, hey, we had met all the mental tasks and collective tasks. And so that's why I had the team go through that exercise. Like, this is what you want. Now, mind you, that's not necessarily what I wanted.
Because I think initially you wanted to do VSO, didn't you?
I did want to do VSO. Yeah, I'm glad that Kevin told you that. And I was like, I'm trying to do VSO. I like the hobnob. I wanted to talk, shake babies, kiss hands, right? Like, I wanted to be out there kissing the baby, shaking hands, and all this other stuff. And I wanted to go out there using the language skills. No. The team wanted to go out and do direct action. I was like, okay, well, if that's what y'all want to do, again, you guys get to shape your future. Because I know a lot of them had other ambitions outside of just being on the ODA. Some of them want to go to the SIF. Some of them want to go to special mission units. Some of them want to go to, more clandestine operations type stuff. So knowing that, I was like, hey, whatever's going to set you up as a team for success, I will support whatever we want to do. So I set the mission, medal, and gave the guidance. They set the collective task, and then we executed. So at the end of the day, we were the best fit for that mission because of how they trained, and because of how they prepared and everything else. So it was like an easy answer.
Did you know, or did you guys know at the time how kinetic, or was it being talked about? Because that was an extremely kinetic deployment for you guys, and actually for 3rd Group in general. You guys ended up in Afghanistan in 2012, and those were some wild fighting times. During those times, were you guys expecting that, or?
I will tell you, I wasn't. I definitely wasn't. I thought we would be kind of responding to village stability operations whenever they had issues, or we would go out and support. But it wound up being a lot more kinetic than I expected. We wound up working with the Marine Special Operations, which actually one of the gentlemen, Chris Stark, actually owns a D1 training gym in North Carolina. So we actually are D1 owners together. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, because for that trip, you guys fell under MARSOC, right?
We did. We fell under MARSOC for that trip. So I got a fellow that works out at the gym here now, Wayne Mai, was like the S1 for MARSOC, or what they call it, the M1? Is it the
I
M1?
don't know. I don't speak Marine.
but he worked at Martin. He worked in personnel, but he was out there with it. He works out at the gym here, and we're good friends. But oh yeah, no. So we want to fall into MARSOC. I don't think any of us were ready for the level of kinetic.
And my understanding is initially you guys were supposed to go to one area of Afghanistan, and that changed not too long before you got there. Was that the same for you guys? Because I know 2-4 originally was supposed to go to a whole different area in Afghanistan, and then not too long before they left, because they actually prepared to go somewhere else, and they ended up going. They ended up getting an area change in Afghanistan. Was it the same for you guys? Were you guys always going out near Herat?
So yeah, you try to pull. That's pulling back on my memory. I do think we were all supposed to go to a particular area, but then they did shift us. I think it was. I think we were supposed to be out east, because I've definitely comfortable out east because I've been there before, right, a few times. But we went west when I was like, oh, and then we fell into the Marines. So I think that's kind of where the shift was, and to support the Marines. So I think our team and 2-4 wound up going to support the Marines, where the rest of the organization wound up going like out east. So we were all preparing for the east, because our entire battalion was out that way. And then like they were like, hey, you two teams, like, no, it was three of us. It was 2-2, 2-4, and I want to say Chris Couch's team 2-5. We all went west. So hey, and he was up northwest, and then Shindad area was where
2-4.
That's where Dave was, and then I was their support.
What was it like? So I haven't told the audience. We're going to get to that point in a second. But you had a classmate in, I think you guys were in the same company when you guys deployed. So Dave was the ODA 3424, and you guys were
Dave
going to be
Kulam. That's right.
Almost co-located. I think he was south of you guys. He took his ODA took the VSO, and you guys took the DA with the commandos. What was it like knowing you were going to share a battle space with somebody that you were extremely close with from West Point?
Well, we didn't share the battle space. He owned the battle space. I was just in charge of the commandos. I mean, I moved to multiple different areas.
Oh, so he controlled that whole area?
Yeah, he controlled the whole area. Like, so I mean, anything happened in that area, I would lean on him to kind of help guide me to like, all right, you want me to do mission here or whatever. So we did a lot of planning and joint planning together.
But what was it like to have like somebody close?
I mean, all the guys there, like, so Chris Couch and Dave were from West Point.
Oh, wow.
So Chris was, Chris might have been class of 05, but he might maybe a year younger, but we all knew each other. So it was nice having somebody I knew I could trust. I knew somebody that I had been with through the trenches with. And, Dave being an old infantryman too as well. And Dave is a pleasure to be around. And I used to call him my brother too. Like he come back to the base whenever they want to come get a little bit of rest and relaxation. They come back and come see us, and we walk around and be like, oh, this is my brother Dave. Or we go do our next planning mission. But Dave always had my back, and that's something I knew. Like going in, and I would have his back. So whenever he called me, I was coming. Like no matter where I'm at, I could be in Helmand, like, hey, Jack, I need you here. Like we'll figure out a way to get back, right? So.
And even before you guys deployed, I mean, even in the train-up cycle, you guys were, I think 2-4 was training with you guys, weren't they?
That's right. Yeah, no, we trained together the whole time. All right, 2-4 trained with us, 2-5. But 2-4 and us, we're pretty tight. We mesh well together. And then on top of that, like, I mean, I knew Dave. We obviously knew each other in personal level, family level. So we got along great. I mean, he knew all the dirt on me. I got some of the dirt on him as well.
That's funny.
But he's like family. So it was great to have, like, it's like, having your own brother out there next to you. I never want anything bad to happen to him, right? Or his team. But it's like having your brother out there, and like, hey, I knew I was good with Dave being there.
And just so the audience knows, for those of you guys who are listening, I'm very familiar with this area because we did a 7-part miniseries on Dave's ODA 3424. They lost Master Sergeant Gregory Trent on that deployment, which is going to come up here a little bit in the story. And so we interviewed 5 people from that team. We interviewed Kevin Robbins, who was on Chane's team. Chane was there during this event. We're going to cover it here, but we covered that story in extreme detail. Dave was on the podcast talking about that from the leadership perspective. So if you guys haven't heard that story, it's definitely worth listening to. It's not very often that you're going to get to hear a story about a hero that's told from multiple angles and multiple people on the team. And we'll cover it here a little bit on this podcast as well. But Gregory Trent was a larger than life individual on 3424, and you guys trained. You knew Greg. Every the teams worked together, and so yeah. If you guys haven't listened to that story, it's a great listen by some great human beings who tell a story about the worst day of their life, and kind of what Gregory meant. So I just wanted to kind of give that backstory. So you get deployed in there, and you guys start getting settled. What was it like for you initially coming onto the team, right? So you're following some shoes, a previous leader that, you're having to make some changes, and try to affect some positivity while still being, the leader. You're new to special forces, but you're not new. Did you feel like you were in the situation where you had to prove yourself?
No, not at all. And I never felt that way in the Special Forces Regiment. I always felt like, you had proven yourself going through that Q course. I mean, that's a 2-year process. But I did feel like when you got to your team, of course, you always got to show your guys that you're competent and you know what you're doing. But at that point, in that deployment, it was like proving yourself wasn't a thing. It was like, hey, we got to get the job done. So we were out there working hard to get the job done, not worried about showing, making sure everybody he has our signature of approval. I mean, like I told Kendall Mankey one time, he came up to me, and I was kind of pushing the team, I was kind of being hard on the team, and I was like, hey, and he was upset, and he's like, oh, you only care about this so you can try to get promoted, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, I care about it so you do well. Like, because your career is gonna be impacted by our performance out here and how we do. And I care about the guys that we're serving left and right. I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'm not worried about my next step.
Yeah, one of the things I thought was so cool, Kevin was talking about how, when you first came to the team, I don't know if it was the old commander gave a PT test and, you smoked him on the PT test, and
right.
Some of the guys didn't do super great, but instead of you crushing them, you went to the Thor facility, which was, I think, still somewhat new in Special Forces.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about that.
So like I told you, like they kind of had some bad leadership when I first got there. And by bad leadership, I mean, like you mold your team and shape your team. No one gets to the Q course wanting to be a bad team member. No one's going to show up with a Green Beret being like, oh, I just want to fail at this. So when you show up to a unit and people aren't achieving excellence, it's not because of them, it's because you haven't given the motivation to strive towards excellence. So when I showed up, the team leader wanted to put everybody to a PT test to show me where their faults were. Like I told you before, people had their weaknesses and their strengths. Well, guess what? I'm going to present excellence to the team. And that's what I wanted to show them. I wanted to present excellence. And I'm going to present excellence in every single event we hold. I think I ran my 2 mile that day in like 11:20 or something like it was. And I ain't run like that in a while. But I was cooking, right? And I was like, man, I'm gonna get these guys, I'm gonna show these guys what's up, right? But not because I wanted to hammer on them to show them like, this is what you need to be. It's because I wanted to show them what it means to be excellent. And I'm not here because I'm better than them. I'm here because I'm gonna get them to push themselves to the next level, right? And I wanted to set the example, not for me, but for that team leader. Say, if you want to get on these guys and harp on them, you better be excellent. Now, he moved on. And then what I did was I talked to Tommy, who's the team sergeant. I said, hey, I got it. We got some guys who had some weaknesses in some events, some guys that struggle in some areas. Let's figure out a way to make this work. And so I went to the Thor facility and I told them, I said, hey, the team needs a little training. We need to get them right. So they have athletic coaches that come from Division I sports, professional sports. One of the guys actually trained the Carolina Panthers, and they were sitting there in the Thor facility. I was like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, can you help us out? And they came up with a monster training plan They bring your team on in. And at first, the team went in, everyone's like, oh, I don't want to do this. But then when they saw the value in it and they got assessed and and these guys were pushing them every day and this training was coming in and we were able to get in there and do our training. We hit the cold plunge, acupuncture therapy, all the things, right? Then the guys were like, all right, this is worth it. Yeah. and then physical fitness scores improved dramatically. And I said, yeah, again, it's not a soldier failure, it's a leadership failure. If people aren't training, and I learned that from Joe Geraci. My very first report card he gave me, I said to him, he said physical was okay. I said, wait a minute. And now I'm rewinding back to when I was a lieutenant. So why are you saying my physical was okay? I maxed the PT test. I did all the things. What are you talking about? He's like, but your platoon didn't. He said they got a 260 or whatever it was, average score or something. And I was like, oh. He said, it's about your unit. It's about your organization. How are you leading your team? That's what I'm evaluating. I'm not evaluating on you. You're a physical specimen. You're a stud. Great. What does that mean for your unit? Nothing. If they can't perform physically or they can't do that. And so he taught me that. And so when I showed up to that team, I had embodied that piece of knowledge and I took that to the team. I said, hey, I don't care if I score 500 on the freaking PT test. If you guys don't score well, then that don't mean nothing for us, right? I got to but I'm not going to sit here and harp on you for that. I got to prepare and come up with a plan with Tommy. We come up together. Tommy, he's a team sergeant. He running it, right? We're going to come up together with a way to make this work and get you guys where you need to be. Because, guys had injuries, had other things. So it's not their fault. They just need to learn how to work around that, fix these injuries, learn how to work out properly. And, in some cases, guys are just lifting just a little too much or lifting a lot. And they just need to run a little bit more and they just need to train a little bit more. But by the time we got to Afghanistan, everyone was in tip-top shape. And that was no longer an issue. So it's like I said, no one shows up to a Operation Detachment Alpha being like, I don't want to be in the best tip-top shape of my life and be a stud and be a winner. So it's up to you as the leader to make sure that you can enable that and help them get to the point where they can be a stud and can reach excellence, because they will. And if they got through that Q course and they got through selection, I know they will, right? So that was not something I was going to sit there and waste time trying to I'm gonna pick at this guy. No. We're gonna get you right. And then I'll talk to the guys as they go through it and they go through their struggles and they, and the coach would talk to me about different guys and their performance, and everyone continued to improve and continue to get better and continue to get stronger. And next thing you know, I'm just like, now I'm in the back of the runs, right? And I was just like, that's where I want to be, right? I'm running to catch up.
Yeah, but I mean, what a great tool, right? And what a great, that really, I think, started forming the cohesion before you guys even got in theater, which played out during your deployment.
Right, that's right.
What was it like to try to battle to get that commando mission? Because I know you guys weren't the only
there was no battle. There was no battle. I think, all as team leaders, we all kind of came together on that. But I think one of the things about it, yes, maybe some of the other team leaders were battling. But like I told you, I put the team in ISO. I went through mission analysis.
Can you explain what ISO is?
So isolation is I put them in we went to our team room, we locked the door. We're like, hey, for the next week, we're gonna sit here and plan. We're gonna do our research, do whatever. Only time you're leaving is if you're gonna go get something you need more information on or whatever. But we're gonna sleep here, we're gonna work here, we're gonna do everything right here in this team room until the last day where we have a flushed out training calendar, training plan, everyone executing on this, and we know where we're headed in the future and where we want to be. So isolation is that time the team just sits in and really, goes through the planning process. You usually call it the military decision-making process, but in this case, I had them, executing as if they were doing long-term training plan. So I said, hey, I want to flush out our metal task, which is our mission essential task list. And what's going to branch off that is our collective task. and based on the guidance and the mission that we all want to execute on. So, shape that mission as a team. They kind of said, hey, what they want to do. And then from there, I let them kind of filter out, like, what do we need to do? Where do we want to be in order to get to the mission that they wanted? Now, the mission they wanted was the Commando mission, like you said before, like we already talked about. That's not what I wanted. I was like, but it's a team, so I'm gonna execute on what they want to do, right? So I was like, hey, that's it. That's what we're gonna do. So then I briefed that to the battalion commander, and he had me brief it to the group XO, and then they're like, all right. Once they blessed off on it, then I just started doing my coordinating instructions. Like I started going to Task Force 160th, 82nd, this or whatever units, right? Started find out different locations to do our whatever planning, training, whatever it is, and if we had to do some type of live tissue, any of that, like I figured that out. We figured it out as a team, right? That is, I think, how we were able to get the Commando mission. So I do think people were fighting for it, but they weren't showing the leadership that they could do it, right? So I like I said, I didn't fight for it. I wasn't trying to say, oh, I'm better than this team or I'm better than that team. I didn't do that. I just said, hey, sir, this is our training plan. This is what we're planning to do. Yes or no? Looks good to me. Send it up. Yes or no, right? Now, once he saw that, they say, all right, what mission do you want? We want the Commando mission. Why? Because I did this, and this. You're good. You got it. That's it. And Tao, I want to say he changed command. Then it might have been another guy that came in after. Bill Lynn came in after him, but I'm not sure exactly when Tao left. But yeah, I definitely briefed it to Tao Sullivan, and I briefed it to my company commander Welliver, and they were like, hey, good to go, and that was it. So and I told the team, I said, if this is what you want, now would I have heartburn if they told me VSO? No, I wouldn't have had heartburn, but I'd have been like, let's go.
Yeah. What was it like for an ODA falling under MARSOC?
It was different because they were still relatively new in the special operations community. But it was rewarding to see the amount of respect that they gave us, especially after we had shown like that we were well trained and had operated at a high level. Because there was one time that the MARSOC commander like made me the ground force commander for the entire unit in a joint operation. And I was like, whoa, you want me to do that? I'm like, you're the commander. He's like, no, we need you. I need you out there forward, directing traffic. And here it is, my team and us. We're out there not only maneuvering, but we're directing the traffic with other Marine special operations units. And he trusted us with that, which meant a lot to me because it's like Marines don't mess around when it comes to you have to show tactical competence. They are very, very professional. And for those guys to trust us with maneuvering other teams out there on the battlefield, at the same time giving him full out reports and all this other thing, while also being engaged, meant a hell of a lot. I was like, man, this guy is this is something else, man, with the Marines. And so I was very proud to serve with those guys. I know with some of the guys, they had a little bit of friction because sometimes, your requests are a little different. Like you get feedback and they deny things and, because they are a little bit rough around the edges. But that's what you expect with Marines. Are tough. So we had to be tough too.
Yeah, and you alluded to it earlier. I mean, you made some lifelong friends. One of the things I thought was interesting too, I mean, you supported all the VSO operations across Afghanistan. So when someone was in a tick or had a nasty firefight, a lot of times you guys would get called. Is that accurate?
I would say mainly in the West. I think there's once or twice we went out east, but typically we would stay in the West. So all the way from like Kandahar out to Helmand and. But then we also had Kajaki province, which was really nasty, back east. So we mainly stayed out west and a little bit north, but, because there was another commando element that was east That we were supposed to go initially, but we wound up going out west.
You had a pretty unique relationship, I think, with the SOF commander. Was that General Brooks?
That's right, General Brooks. That's right. Yes.
And you kind of did you work directly with him a lot?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So because of the commando mission and nature, we did a lot of joint planning together, a lot of mission planning together, and he's a great individual. That's where I kind of met Chris Starks. Chris was like working in the ops section, and Wayne Mai. I got to work with those guys. So there was a lot of back and forth that we had with the Marine Special Operations Command, because those guys were running the Western Hemisphere pretty much, right? Sort of West. So because of that, and we were their reactionary element. Like whenever he's doing any type of joint planning, or like, hey, we're gonna go do this exercise, or we're gonna not exercise, but this engagement, I would be included in that and roped into that. So myself and Tommy would fly out. Sometimes we take Kevin along with us, or we take Jeremy or whoever, and we'd go out there and figure out hey, what's next, where we're gonna execute on, and we actually sit down and come up with a cohesive plan.
So the village stability ops, we talked a lot about that when the guys were here from 3424. But can you speak to the commando mission? Obviously you were training and advising Afghan commandos. How were you guys executing targets? Where were your targets coming from? Were those being sent up through the VSO teams, or were you guys doing completely independent mission planning, or both?
Oh man, so we had done. We were pretty unique when we got there. One of the things that I charged the team with was hey, by the time we leave, I want these commandos to run unilateral operations without us. I want us to train them and prepare them, have them be able to coordinate with their own air assets and be able to execute their own missions without us being there. So we were really working hard to make that happen with that organization, with them as a commando element. Same time, every day the guys were out training with their adjacent unit. Not adjacent unit, I guess they're with their partner force, right? They were training with their partner force, training them with marksmanship, maneuver. Every day those guys were out and busy doing that. If not out on operations. Now, when we go on operations, the commandos would obviously be the lead and the front element of the fight, and obviously we would kind of fall behind. There was very few times where we would actually operate unilaterally, but we did on occasion. But we still had commando presence with us when we went. But some of those missions were a little bit more high risk, and we didn't want to lose folks. But yeah, we, for the most part, the commandos, they knew what they signed up for. They knew that they're going to have to come out and execute on some tough objectives and be in some serious firefights. And they knew that's a part of but so my biggest thing was to sit down with that battalion commander every day, talk through the training, sit down with the S3, the XO, and talk about where they are in execution, where they are and how they are performing. And I wanted to put the pressure on that commander to be running his unilateral ops. Now, by the time we left, they were running unilateral operations. They were coordinating with their adjacent units, getting air assets in. So they were actually getting aircraft in to go fly to their objectives on their own, and executing on their own on targets and targeting and everything else, which made me extremely proud, because I was like, all right, by the time we've left, they had executed at least almost a dozen unilateral missions on their own, right? At that point, they had their own jock running, everything else going, and they're starting to execute. Now, did they have some issues sometimes? Yeah, of course. But they were still making it happen, right? Oh yeah, no. Yeah.
Oh no, I believe it.
Yeah, there's always gonna be some issues, but that's okay.
Afghans are a wild bunch sometimes.
No, they did well. They did well.
There's a preacher story I thought was an interesting story. 2012, there was the big green on blue. So Afghans were turned on Americans. And that was something that a lot of, there was a lot of dudes that were killed in the couple years before and after of Afghans that had turned on Americans or were training them. But there was a guy going around to different Afghan units, police, army, and commanders trying to convince them to shoot Americans in the back. Can you tell a little bit about that story?
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Because that's one of the ones where sometimes I go back to that story. I think back to that because it really burns my soul sometimes. But all right, so there was a guy who was going out and he was spreading that propaganda that Americans are bad, and he was pushing to go out and kill Americans, shoot them in the back, telling Afghans to shoot Americans in the back. Afghan police, Afghan army, Afghan commando, whoever he could convince. But this guy was running around unarmed, right? He was just a horrible person, but he knew like he had a little detail with him, a little security detail, and he just was trying to not, he's just spreading the nasty word. Well, he decided to come visit my Kandak, the commandos and the Kandak. So I'm just kind of strolling on in normally, like right after breakfast or something like that, and that's like around lunchtime. Or not, it's at it's around lunchtime or so, right? I'm kind of strolling in, going to go talk to the Afghan commander, and I see this guy sitting there at the table. I'm like, oh man, there he is. And I'm like, man, I just arrest this dude now or what? But I knew there was something called toughness, which is whenever someone crosses the threshold of your home, they are safe. And that's how the Afghans treat it. No matter if they like you or not, you cross the threshold, they got to feed you. They're hospitable people. They're kind. So that's in their culture. But you can't arrest someone, kill someone if they kind of cross your threshold, especially if they're coming to have a discussion. So this guy had crossed the commando's threshold, and he was their guest. And I knew that. And I had a choice where I can lock this guy up because he's one of our guy, one of the targets that we're looking for, or I could show the Afghans that he's incompetent. So I was like, well, I talked to my interpreter. Interpreter was like, don't do it. Don't pull your pistol. Don't lock him up. Don't do it. You will lose the respect of everybody in here. That's kind of what he whispered off to me, I was like, man. Because last thing I want is my Afghan commandos shooting our guys in the back. I was like, oh, man. So I was like, well, maybe I'll get them on the way out. And so we get to the lunch table and we're sitting there talking, going back and forth. And then I decided to, and then I could tell the battalion commander's a little bit annoyed with this guy. He knows this guy he's trying to spread all this nasty talk about us, and he's speaking in Pashto, which I'm not a Pashto speaker, but I knew it wasn't good. and so he's like, the battalion commander decides to help me out a little bit, and he goes, "Hey, well, you're supposed to be some religious, whatever fanatic," he says to the guy. You should be able to speak Arabic to Chane because you read the Quran, right? And you can speak Arabic, you read the Quran, no problem. And I was like, this is my opening. So then I start speaking Arabic to this guy. And oh man, I just overwhelm him with it. And he just can't hang. And then the battalion commander goes, "You're supposed to be some, religious expert and Arabic speaking, this, that, next thing. You can't even hang with this American." He said, "Get out, you're worthless." And everyone goes, "Oh, and they're stunned. Like, here is this American out speaking him in Arabic. And so then the battalion commander is just like, he lost all credibility at that point. And so he runs up out of there. So immediately I grab my stuff, I go running, I'll go get this guy now. He's gonna go out the door. We didn't catch him. I didn't get everybody mobilized in enough time. I got the word back and I got everybody geared up, and we ran out the gate as fast as we could, but we didn't get him. He had gone off by that point, and it's kind of disappointing. But definitely one of the things that afterwards, like, he still continued to go around and spread that propaganda, and it's like one of those things, like it's not a regret, but one of those things. I know it was best for the team. I know it was best for the Commando Kandak that I didn't do it, but man, I really, really wish I just got that dude and just, because I never had a shot at him again. And I'm sure he's over in Afghanistan now, still like talking bad on Americans, I'm sure. Yeah, but I never got him.
What happened with the Kandak after that, though? Because I know, like, you and the Commando unit, you guys started even to become closer? I mean, you started going.
So after that, what really made us gel was I took a leap of faith and I went to the mosque with them. I went to the mosque with the candidate commander. They were all shocked. I went to the mosque, and I'm not Muslim by any stretch, but I was like, hey, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna just show you that I can hang, or I can go and be respectful to your culture and everything. And so then I said, hey, how about you guys come with us to church? And he said, church? Go to church? What's that? Church? He went. So he took him and his XO and his S3 went to church with us. And I took him to church, and that day they spoke from the Old Testament. And the Old Testament is the same as the stories that they hear in the Quran, because everything's kind of based on that Old Testament. And he's like, hey, you guys you're preaching the same stuff we're preaching. And I think that broke down a barrier. It broke a huge wall, and that kind of got them to gel more with us, and they loved us even more. And next thing you know, I'm wrestling with guys in the street, and they're doing jujitsu and stuff out there with us, and hanging out, working out with us and stuff. And it got really close and really a lot tighter as an organization, because they knew that we weren't just because as far as they were concerned, like what they knew, we were sitting here in America with a bunch of sitting on concrete with no trees and tall buildings, and that's all they knew, right? They
Yeah, and I think you told me too that they thought all Americans were atheists too, right?
They thought we were all atheists. That's right.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
So they're sitting there saying, "Hey, everyone's atheist. Everyone, they don't believe in God, and they're over here against it." But then when they saw that, and they went to church, and they got to hear the scripture, and of course, I mean, my translator was translating for them, and they were surprised to hear it. They were like, "Oh my goodness, you guys are speaking the same scriptures that we talk about," and they were really happy that we were that there was a lot in common, and those barriers had been broken, and then we had families, and it was just the same. But we were there for them, and that was communicated. And I communicated several times that we're there for them, so that they lived in peace, and not in horror. So
yeah, it's crazy that trip for third group in general. I mean, I think you lost. I don't remember. I think 4 or 5 Green Berets were killed on that trip.
Yeah,
I believe
that's right. Yeah, we lost a few.
And it was just a busy time, and that's just. I mean, that was in Western Afghanistan, but even in the East, because you guys had teams out East too. It was just.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
2012 was a very kinetic year for especially special forces in Afghanistan. So there's you guys, again, I can't crawl through an entire year of combat stories, but I know you guys did a couple big operations down in Helmand, because you guys were running the commandos, but you guys are also a part of MARSOC. I think everybody's kind of familiar with Helmand and Kandahar in Afghanistan, and just how violent and how tough the fighting was. You did a couple big operations down there. Can you tell us about any of the stuff that you guys did down there? I know.
Oh no, I mean I could never tell you about it. We had one in Kajaki province, or Kajaki. I don't know if it's a province, but it was in Helmand, so I guess it's a city, I guess. And in Kajaki, what was unique about it when we did the intel dump was they maneuver in and out of graze systems. If you know what a graze system is an underground irrigation system, like how they pass water to their farmland. But they can use it as a tunneling pathway. And what would happen is they would pop out of these tunnels and shoot rocket propelled grenades. They would shoot artillery, or they shoot machine guns from in and out of these graze systems. Very hard to defeat, almost like being in Vietnam. They would have toe poppers in the grass, especially the tall grass where you lose a foot. Pressure plates in the road, for just when you're walking. Just all kinds of bombs strapped inside or next to doorways and buildings, because they knew that if a team or a unit was going to stack on a wall, they would stack on the wall, and the bomb would be laced in the wall. So it was a hell of a place to be, especially coming into those missions. And the Brits were down there. We went down there with MARSOC and everything. I remember there was one mission we had, it was a big one, where we were the supporting element. And the main effort was going into the main city, but we had to hold it down. and we had to kind of distract the Kajaki Al-Qaeda enemy population or enemy by making them think that we were the main effort, which caused us to be in nasty firefights. On infill, we were already taking fire at night because they could see the rotor wash and they heard the helicopters coming in. So we're already under fire, having to maneuver to our locations of within the city to start bounding into and taking some terrain to create space. But we had to do several presence patrols and everything else to kind of make them think that we were the main effort. While the Marines were forward doing their thing, going after that high value target. It was very, very lethal. I remember, during the day I would walk up to the cupola, I would be on the top, second story or whatever it was, and I would be looking over and I would see them shooting all the weaponry that we imagined at us. I was like, oh man, these jokers aren't playing. And I remember walking down the stairs. And this is hilarious. I was walking down the stairs and a guy comes popping out of one of the Graze systems with the RPG, runs up and shoots the RPG past my face. Ooh. And I remember, and it exploded on the wall across the way. And I remember feeling the concussion, and I looked at this guy, and you should have saw his face. He just dropped it, and you could tell he was terrified. Because here I am, I'm still alive, and I'm standing there, and I'm looking at him, and now it's me and him, right? So I just take off running. And so when I take off running, I remember John Clark and the guys, they Cam Westfall and Drew, they go chasing after me like, oh shoot, sir, where are you going? I'm just running after this dude because I'm out to get him at this point. I don't even care. Like, you just shot that thing in my face. Like, we're gonna go. And the JTAC's following me. So we're all running through the town. Like, I'm hopping over buildings. I'm chasing this dude, man. And we're going through it. And and I remember I somehow got up to now I'm jumping across rooftops. A discus going off down south. They're shooting this disca, and Kevin, Tommy, and these guys are down south, and they're dealing with this disca, and now it's oriented towards us, and I could hear it going off, and I don't care, I'm going after this dude. This dude just shot in my face. I'm just like, Now, mind you, I could have been smarter and used my aviation assets and all the things, but at this point, I was upset.
It's personal. It was very personal.
It was personal.
He didn't just shoot at your face, shot a rocket at your face.
So we finally get to the point where he jumps into this door, and like I told you, it was bombs laced on the wall, and I saw the bomb laced on the wall. And he jumps in this building. I'm like, dang it. And then all the guys come up there, and we're all sitting on this rooftop. Discus going off. And now I stop and say, let me pause and think. What am I going to do here? And the JTAC's like, forget it, sir, I'm going. And he just jumps. And he runs. I'm like, oh, I'll go with you.
Oh, he was jumping in the building?
Yeah, he jumped in that building, went after that dude. And next thing you know, we're in there, we're clearing this building, man. And it's and I'm like, holy smokes. We wound up getting the guy, and the disc is still going off, and Tommy's dealing with it.
Did you guys kill that dude?
Yes. We eliminated the threat.
Good.
I'm gonna call it that.
Good.
And so I mean, I wrote that JTAC up for a good award on that one, and the rest of the team too. But I mean, it was definitely some valorous actions that happened on that day. Now, mind you, the team, there's still an element left back at the compound, still under heavy fire. The disc is still giving us an issue. Tommy and those guys, and now Tommy is hanging from the roof of a building because the disc is just going off like bad crazy, and Kevin and him, they're all trying to deal with it. So I decided to leverage, the JTAC air assets and eliminate that threat as well. So we wound up destroying that building and getting rid of it. It was enemy fortified compound. That's what we're going to call that. And it totally
was.
It was. It got destroyed. And then we were able to kind of maneuver. But that was a rough one because when we were in Kajaki, it was constant firefight, constant shooting, because they didn't want us to go near whoever they thought was the high value target. And at the same time, it was unique in such that once it hit prayer time, all shooting stopped. It was like real quiet.
Like eerie?
Like eerie quiet. Like, okay. So that was our time to eat, relax, change up, whatever we needed to do.
Clean weapons.
Clean weapons. Yeah. But also, the Afghans, our commandos got a chance to pray and all that. And once prayer time was over, everybody went back to shooting at each other.
Game on. Yeah.
But that was the first time I ever seen those Vietnam-like conditions where people are popping in and out of like these tunnel systems, these pathways, and I was leveling entire structures. Like making some decisions that, really, to be honest with you, I wasn't as comfortable with, but I knew that if we were receiving heavy fire from it, I needed to eliminate that threat. And I would call it back to the command. Now General Brooks, but Colonel Brooks back then was the one on tap to be like, hey, approved, or he would call it up to the higher headquarters. Now, at the time, I think it was actually Colonel Fletcher who was running all of the combined Special Operations Joint Task Force, Tony Fletcher, who wound up becoming 3-star General Fletcher, running NATO. So he was there making those calls and approving a lot of those drops and all that stuff that was happening. But it was very kinetic. Multiple instances we went to Helmand, and each time we went, it was Vietnam-like conditions, man.
So you guys would know going down there, like. As soon as
it was like, man, these people were out to get us. It was rough. There was one time we got escorted, and I want to say it was Prince Harry on the radio flying the Apache, escorting us, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I wish I could have recorded that. That was amazing. But he was out there flying in those missions because he was out there in Helmand. He was doing the thing. Much respect for him. I was like, man, leader of a country out here flying on mission. You can't beat that. But yeah, so we were out there doing the thing, and we had a couple instances where we were, we were in like in the high grass, just like, oh man, like we got to figure out where we're going. And one time where we had walked onto a pressure plate, blew our commandos up into the air. I didn't lose the Marines, but one of the Marines wound up going blind. The other one lost both his legs. And we were able to kind of get him out on the medevac relatively quickly. I was able to call that in nice and calmly, under duress. And then but that whole area was just bad news. Yeah, bad news. And I felt like those folks want nothing to do with Americans. Nothing.
How did the commandos perform?
They performed beyond measure, especially in those high stress situations. I was very proud of them. They executed, as far as I was concerned, they executed well. Now, my guys will tell you different, right? They were like, hey, I didn't have, I guess I had expectations for them, but just making sure they didn't cower during the firefight. They maneuvered when they could. That's all I could ask for, right? I knew that this was probably not a place that they really cared about as much because, I felt like in Afghanistan, it's very tribal. And so when you're taking someone out of their tribal region and insert them in a region where they have no connection, I knew that it was going to be hard for them to fight. But they did. And so for me, it was like, all right, these guys are defending this land and defending these people, and they're protecting these folks, even though they may not be attached to them, was something to be proud of. And I was like, okay, well, they're willing to fight alongside us and help us out, which is good. Yeah,
you had another big operation. that I heard a little bit about when you guys were up in Baghdad, which is up in the north, I think. It was a little bit north of where you guys were.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah, there was some...
Chris Couch and guys at 2.5.
Some midget leprechaun Taliban dude that was running around.
Well, I'll tell you about that. So that was where it started getting a little sketchy out there. I think at that point they were starting to use iPhones to kind of see at night, or they had night capability. Definitely had to turn all our night stuff off. And so this was a mission that it was a big mission because Chris needed us to eliminate some, and go grab some high value targets.
Because they were getting hit a lot up there too, right?
That's right, they were. And so Chris was like, "Hey man, we gotta. I know where they're coming from. I need you to go there and handle this." Chris, now I think Chris is he should be on his way to take on a group. He should be taking a group command here soon. But Chris just got out of battalion command in third group already. So Chris, good friend of mine as well. Class of 05 out of West Point. So he's like, hey, coordinated with us, telling us where to go, helping us figure out that whole operation. We planned it with the Marines and everything, and then we went out there with our commandos. On infill, we took heavy contact right out the gate. You could tell they could identify our strobes and everything else going on and all the night vision stuff. So I said, I turned all that stuff off. I said, everyone, cut it off, right? Switched to thermal. And then started the maneuver, which was wound up being successful. Now, once I got to a center point where I could get back, call radio, I told Kevin, Tommy, and crew to keep going, keep clearing within the city. Like, I'm going to go radio up, and we're going to kind of remain overnight at this location, right? When I'm on the rooftop, I don't know if he told you about when I was on the rooftop. I was on the rooftop. I'm sitting there with the JTAC. And then I'm trying to call back, and I'm calling back, and I want to say Chris Stark answers up, and I'm like, all right, this is the report, blah blah blah. Machine gun starts going off, like da, 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 da. And I see the JTAC roll off the building, right? Like, oh, he's gone. I was like, oh shoot. And then I start seeing the bullets coming back towards my way. I'm like, oh snap. So I don't have my rifle with me. I'm on the rooftop. All I've got is this Iridium phone. I'm trying to make this call back. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting there with my little pea shooter trying to shoot at this guy. Pap, pap, pap. He shoots. Bullet gets kind of close. I feel it graze my neck, and I fall back through the window, and I break the glass and everything. So I'm like, yeah, dog, I think I shot in the neck. So I'm like sitting there, and I grab my rifle. Now I got my rifle out the window. I'm shooting back, and I call up on the radio. I'm like, hey, God, I think I got shot in the neck. They're like, oh, you didn't get shot in the neck. I got shot in the neck. And so they come back, Kevin and crew and John, and they come take a look at me. They're like, oh, you're fine, sir. You're fine. Nothing happened to you. You crying. You're good. JTAG was just fine, too, by the way. He wound up falling and just a couple bruises, but he was good. That next morning, we woke up, and they went out, checked and it was laced with bullets. And there was one bullet in the window. And then Kevin pulls it out and said, hey, sir, this belongs to you. He said, I think this belongs to you. I said, oh, that's the one. And I had this red gash on my neck. And everyone was like, oh, man.
It's funny hearing the other side of that story because, it was at night. And so your camelback got shot. So when they were trying to check you, you were wet, and they could feel you were wet. And they were trying to check your wounds. And I was told you were trying to fight a gorilla. Because you're so big, man, and you're a very strong person. So they were trying to check you, because you could feel the wetness because I think the bullet had shattered your camelback, and so all that water had come on you. Which at night you can't see. It's the version of the story that I heard.
Hey, that's all right. That's their version. Yeah.
There was a lot of laughing because
I think I smashed the camelback when I fell.
Yeah. And I know initially, from the way that I heard it, you really thought you were shot. And then when they started feeling you, you were wet, but it was at night. And I think initially they couldn't tell if it was bleeding. And
I was fine. I was fine.
Fighting Chane was trying to check and was trying to fight a big gorilla, man.
I was like, oh, I'm just going to die out here. No, they were checking me. They were. But yeah, he gave me that bullet the next morning, though. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was funny. you know, when you guys finally got that objective, there was a lot of funny things that were said.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we got the objective. The guys, and that was a long mission too. I want to say we were out there for a few days. It wasn't just one day, because we wound up going to. We had to, because they kept attacking us. They kept coming at us there in back east, and we had to go from one town to another town. And then of course, like we were up on the ridge line one time and stacking sandbags, and I'm calling in like these F-15 fighter jets and dropping like 500-pound bombs, and it was pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, I heard, you know, you were kind of a tactical genius. You were, you know, faking infills and really trying to get them to move one way so you guys could sneak up behind them. And
That's right. I wasn't a tactical genius. That was the idea from the team. Some stuff that I'd seen before in the past, but it was also, you know, working with the guys and coming up with some good solutions. I mean, you know, tactics wise, I will always tell you, like, creativity and ingenuity comes from experience in the past, but also the people around you. And I think those good ideas kind of came in when we're sitting there talking through the plan, and like, you know, and of course I'm listening, and I'm like, you know what, that's a good idea. Let's try that. Let's see what they say. And the units that we were serving with, like the 160th, they were willing to do that. And even the guys, one of the guys actually I flew with a few missions. Matty Mogeson was the company commander for the aviation unit. He was my classmate from West Point as well. So like talking to, you know, my classmates, my peers, just out there doing the thing, made it pretty easy to kind of have some creative ideas to execute on. And I'm sure that for the guys, it's probably unique. They're like, oh, I've never seen that before. But I mean, it's stuff that I had seen in the past, or even then, like I knew, like, hey, someone had kind of thrown an idea like that out, and I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. Let's see if we can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, but it helps, right? Because, you know, you're trying to keep your guys alive. It's time to be creative, because if you keep doing the same thing, like Wyman Howard said, you know, they'll get used to it, and you'll be predictable.
Yeah, the moment you become predictable in a combat zone, it doesn't last very long. Because
doesn't last long. You don't last long.
The enemy's adapting as we're adapting.
That's right.
You know, you talk about a lot. You know, you've talked a lot about trusting your team and you know, letting them do their jobs. Did you have an example of a time when one of your younger guys did something that either surprised you or proved you, you know, right, or justified the fact that you did give them so much leeway in their planning?
We mean like one of the...
Yeah, man, like one of the junior guys on the team, or...
I mean, that all the time. I mean, I don't... You know, I mean, I think about some of the junior guys we had, like Kendall Mankey, you know, and he's probably the most junior at the moment. But that dude's a stud, man. He was a stud. And I just trusted him. He was a part of the 18 X-ray program and stuff. That's how he came through the pipeline. But when he showed up, like, just, you know, watching him execute, he wound up becoming our sniper and everything. But just trusting where to position himself, where he would get the best field of view, you know, helped us maneuver in all kinds of different ways that I never expected. And that man could shoot. Same thing with Kevin. Kevin was one of those guys. He was relatively junior too as well. If I recall, he wasn't the senior guy. He wasn't the senior Charlie. I think it was somebody else who was the senior Charlie at the moment. I think it was Ed Fontenot was the senior. Maybe he was a Echo, but I think so. But either way, you know, trusting Kevin on missions and stuff, especially with the mission planning and like, you know, on some decisions, you know, when we're executing on an objective, I mean, proved invaluable. And a lot of times I would bring the guys in on the initial jump of the plan. And that's kind of where you would see some of this creativity of thought. And I remember some of the things that Cameron would come up with. I was just like, I didn't even think about that. That's a great idea. Let's utilize our ATVs and our dirt bikes and stuff and try to get around on that mission and see what happens. And trusting that they're going to be able to do that. And they did that. You know, I would say both myself and Tommy had to go up to headquarters for the SOTF, Special Operations Task Force for the Marine SOTF, right? And they had to execute on the mission. We weren't there. And man, they executed with precision. And I was like, man, our team, you know, and both Tommy and I looked and said, they did that without us. Like, good.
It's almost like watching your kids grow up, man.
No, I mean, they did everything. Now, you know, I think they came back and gave us some feedback on that. And I was just so proud, man. I was just like, you guys formulated that plan together, briefed that con up, got it up to headquarters. And I'm sitting on the other side of the fence just watching this thing all in execution. And I'm like, I'm not even there. So it was beautiful, a beautiful operation. They did it with the commandos. They executed. They got they got the target they needed to get, and they got out of there. And I was something to be proud of.
Speaking of dirt bikes, I heard your guys were all pretty good on the dirt bikes.
Oh, you talking about the dirt bike track? Man, those guys, man.
Those guys built I heard they built a motocross track out there.
They did. That was Kendall. He had those guys. So I was like, Kendall, man, what are you doing? So he built a motorbike. He built a whole dirt bike track so guys can learn how to ride. That's what he told me. They need to practice.
And hit some sweet jumps. Again, man, it goes back to like the ingenuity of a special forces sergeant.
Like I said, Kendall was a genius. And Kevin was a part of that operation too. I know that.
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah, talk to me about a time you had to coordinate multiple weapon systems on a single target. What does that look like from the team leader's perspective?
Oh, what do you mean, like?
I mean, I know you did on the you and the JTAC. You know, I know you're very adept at using fires on missions.
Yeah.
How does that? You know, what did you? Was there a time you guys had to drop a bunch of ordnance in one place, or you know, really pull out of an area?
Man, that's all the time. I couldn't give you one specific example. I mean, I feel like I had multiple times where we had to do that. Like I told you back east, like we got pinned down pretty good. So I was like, all right, well, we're not going to be able to maneuver out of here. We're stuck behind these sandbags. We got a trench built out. Let's figure this out. So then I definitely had Kevin and Kendall rocking the machine guns. At the same time, you know, leveraging the commando assets. But then I had some fast movers in the air, dropped some 500-pound bombs at the same time. But I think a lot of that I learned when I was in Ranger Regiment. I learned how to do that in regiment because that's a whole part of the deal, right? You learn how to communicate with air assets in one ear, your team in another, and you got a command headquarters in that same ear, right? So you're communicating on two different nets. You got a lot of chaos going on. At the same time, you're trying to track the battlefield. And I had like a quarterback wristband. Now we're a lot better now. We have better technology now. So I don't have to use a wristband with a graphical reference grid for each building. Like, all right, what building you in now? So we you know, I had that going, and I'll say that's very difficult because a lot of times you have to make sure you know the risk estimated distances. You got to make sure that the guys aren't too close to the building or whatever ordnance is coming out, especially when you're maneuvering fast. Even when we're moving through back east, we infill at night, like we're moving fast. Now I turned all the night vision stuff off, so now the guys are bounding through these buildings, and I'm trying to track at the same time. At the same time, I've got 160th aircraft coming down, doing gun runs. I mean, you got all kinds of things happening at the same time. ISR assets flying around telling you who's where and what's where, and movers and this, that, and next thing. So it's a bit of chaos. But you take a pause, stop, make sure you know exactly where everyone is, where the battlefield is, where you can orient your fires and you maneuver. And I tell you, I got better with it when I was in regiment. Definitely learned it for the first time in the 173rd, and I got a chance to see Joe Geraci execute on that. And I think that was what kind of helped me understand how to do that. Now, mind you, in the 173rd, I did not have all that on me, right? I had my platoon net and command net, right? I didn't really control air assets as much, and that wasn't a thing that we did as a young platoon leader. But when I went to regiment, I did. And then, going to special forces, that was a huge piece of it. Like, you had to really be able to direct that traffic. So I found myself being more controlling the maneuver than actually in the fight as much. Like, I still be in the fight. Like, I'm still in there clearing the buildings, doing what I need to do. But sometimes I had to stop, pause, pull back, bring the JTAC in. All right, where's everyone at? Where am I getting heavy fire? Let's orient here on this whatever structure. Take that out. Boom. Like, and then let's continue to move. Right. And you got to take those tactical pauses. And that's the biggest thing I tell like a lot of young leaders. Like, you got to remember, like, it's great to be it's great to be able to shoot. It's great to go and clear the building and all that kind of stuff. Let your team guide. Let your guys do that. You need to control traffic. On the initial infill, yeah, you're going to be in the fight. You're going to be out there shooting, running with the guns and firing them up. That's great. But then you need to stop, pause, figure out where everything is, what's happening, because, the enemy could be maneuvering on you too, right? Like, what is the enemy doing? You have to stop, think about that. All right, whoa, this is what they're doing. They're shifting. Why are they over here? Where are you seeing this fire at? Talk to me, right? And you're trying to collect and gather information to build and paint the picture. So that way you're aware of the battlefield. And then you can start making decisions on what munitions to drop where and how to do it. And what's the best piece of munition to drop. So understanding what that range looks like and the estimate and like now you're actually maneuvering your elements and also knowing where your adjacent units are. Because there could be, there's other teams out there with me too sometimes. It depends, right? So there's a lot going on in your head that can be overwhelming to some.
What's one of the things that really helps you remain calm when you're handling so many different moving pieces at once, dealing with the enemy and trying to make sure you as a leader are pushing forward the mission intent, and trying to control that chaos?
You know what? I think it kind of goes back to that Alpha Committee instructor I had. He told me something that has always stuck to me. He said, you SF, you gotta always be cool. I was like, man, what's he talking about? Gotta wear sunglasses that look real cool? Gotta have a nice haircut or something like that? I mean, always gotta look cool. What does he mean? And so Brennan Galtrey, hero that he is, and if you ever hear about Brennan's story, Brennan got shot with a 50 cal in the 82nd. They brought him to the hospital and they pulled him back out to the. They brought him to the hospital, told him he was going to lose his platoon, and that he was done. And he wobbled his butt back out to the battlefield and was out there after he got shot in the leg with a 50 cal Dishka, out there in the firefight again and gets shot again. And Brennan's a bad man. We replaced Brennan as a team for the Commando mission. That was actually his team. Now, Brennan had Silver Star, multiple Purple Hearts, hero. And he told me, he said something. He said, Chane, I usually wait for the biggest blast to hit the squelch. So he would wait for the biggest blast to then call it in, and he'd call it real cool and calm. And he's like, hey, we're under fire. We're troops in contact, and let the headquarters know so they give him whatever he needed, right? Yeah. So I think, one of the things, Brendan, he coached me through that. He's like, Chane, you gotta be cool, you gotta be calm. And then I was like, oh, that's what the instructor meant. That's cool, calm, and collect. You always gotta be cool and calm and not show that anxiety. Of course, I'm anxious, right? Yeah. I got a lot of fear. And everything's rolling through my mind, oh my God, what's gonna happen? Oh my goodness. But just being calm, taking a breather, and then hitting the squelch, and then beginning, executing with precision. Definitely something that I think it takes some work. I think it was definitely something that I still strive to achieve. Sometimes I still get hot. But keeping that calmness and coolness and collectiveness is good, especially when your guys are sitting there, you're under a lot of stress, they're under a lot of stress, and them seeing you kind of calm and relax on the radio, calling in what you need to call in, getting the resources you need available. So I was like, did that answer your question? I don't know if I forgot what the question was. What was the question?
No, it does. You wrapped it up. I was just asking, how do you manage stress and pressure when you're in the middle of a combat situation and you're coordinating, multiple different moving pieces, and I think you answered it. Good, man. Calm breeds calm. That's something I learned when I was going to medic training, dude. You know what I mean? When you show up, especially in a mass cal, you start freaking out.
Everyone else is gonna freak out. Right. Gonna freak out. That's right.
What's the one story you think that you remember most from 2-2 that your guys still bring up or talk about today?
I mean, shoot, that was a long time ago. One story to bring up. Oh, I'm not really sure. I'm trying to think. What? That's a good question. I'm not really sure. I would tell you. Oh, I know a story that they probably remember out of everything. So we were out on an objective, and we had just got done with this firefight. I mean, we got, and this was like in support of Dave and the guys over in 2-4. Sorry, 2-4. And we're coming up, and I remember one of my guys gave a warning. This kid was riding on this motorcycle. He's coming full head of steam towards us. Takes a shot, shoots the kid right in the chest. I was like, oh shoot, didn't give a warning. And I was like, oh man. Definitely a stressful moment because the kid was like 12. Dad gets on the scene, they're high stress, and I'm calling in the medevac. One thing that made sure at the moment is to keep my calm in that situation. I was like, okay, this is bad. We got to save this kid's life. And so, of course, my guy was, he was under a lot of stress. He had just got there a firefight. He didn't know if this guy was going to blast off or ID. He didn't know what was going on. He couldn't tell what the age of the kid was either. I understood that. We evacuated the kid. I remember holding the kid's chest and like keeping that pressure, like John, Clark, everybody, we're all on top of this kid trying to make sure he gets back. And we wound up saving the kid's life. And I remember talking to my guys and just being like, hey, things happen. I reported up accurately. I said, hey, this is how it went down. I expected them to kind of come down with a heavy hammer. And Brooks didn't. He was like, hey, accidents happen on the battlefield. I need you to kind of, just to keep the team together and just make sure guys are getting what they need, because maybe they're under a lot of stress right now. And it's getting close to the end of the deployment, like it's real close, And so he kind of, so I was able to turn to the guys and make sure they had my full support. Now I had to pull a couple folks off the line after that because, like I told you, it's time to get some rest. Because you're under high tension, your fingers real hot on the trigger. So
and you're talking about months of sustained combat.
It was months of sustained. Like these guys were getting burnt out. And like so, that was one of the things where I just had to kind of step in there. Another thing was, one of the stories that I'm sure the guys remember was when Master Sergeant Gregory Trent came back. Or when he got evacuated. So at the time, Tony Fletcher, the Siege of Soda commander, 7th Group commander, was out visiting our compound. And I remember, Colonel Fletcher was just kind of in there hanging out and checking out, seeing how we're doing and looking at our mission planning cycles and going through all the things and like, okay, checking this out. And he was about to go visit 2-4. And I remember us getting a call. And we put on our kit real fast, man.
This the day Greg got shot?
Yeah. And I remember being in the hospital with Greg and holding his brain, like holding a piece of his skull so his brain didn't like come out. And not only me, but Tony Fletcher was next to me. Like, group commander, he didn't give a damn. He was in there like, he was gonna make sure like, Gregory got on the aircraft. And I remember him getting on the phone and making sure that he got out of there. And all the guys, all of us were in there, man. And that was a hard moment for all of us because I remember just standing there and us praying together, like, like, hey, like at least let him get back to his family or something, right? And like, the gauze, they were wrapping the gauze on him, and I mean, again, here I am dealing with brain again, right? Fast forward from as a lieutenant to now as a senior captain. Now I'm like back in that same kind of situation. It kind of brought back those memories really fast. But to see the sergeant major also alongside us, the Siege of Sergeant Major, Tommy, everyone. Dave had just flown back in, and we're all like sitting there in tears, like, you know, just praying that he can get out of this thing. And that was a tough moment for the team too, I think, because when we got back, you know, Tony got back, and you know, he's a phenomenal leader, and he just talked to everybody about, like, you know, Master Sergeant Trent, and just like, you know, what he did for us, and he talked about how we were out there performing as a team, and he gave a speech that just, you know, made me later understand why he became a 3-star general, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, the amount of care and passion he had really kind of helped me kind of turn to the team and say, hey, like, you know, we got to be there for our teammates, and we got to support them no matter what. And that was a very tough moment, I think, for the team too.
Can you walk me through that day? I don't need every moment. Obviously, you've talked about the worst part of that day, but, you know, where were you when you guys got the call? Because, you know, this is your classmate, man. I mean, you know Dave real well. You know that team real well. I mean,
right.
What was that day like for you guys?
Oh man, you know, it didn't start off a bad day. I mean, it started off kind of like, you know, we were just hanging out with General Fletcher, or Colonel Fletcher at the time, and going through like our ops. And I remember like him just kind of talking about, like, why is there a calculus book on your desk? And I was like, oh, I'm studying calculus, and I mentor to tutor the guys, you know. And so he's kind of just joshing around about it, and we're hanging out. And then it got real serious, you know. I think, you know, we weren't ready for that, because Dave was just going on a routine like mission. I mean, he wasn't going on anything crazy. And I remember like when we got alerted on that, I want to say we went out. I can't remember if we did or not, but we went out to reinforce once we got the call. But then we all came back, you know, especially when he got shot in the head. I want to say that's what happened. I don't think, I'm not sure if Colonel Fletcher went out with us or not, but he might have. And then I remember, like, because I'm trying to recall what went down that day, because the trauma of everything at the hospital is really what I remember the most on that day.
Yeah, and I think you guys tried to leave, but they were farther south than you, and I think it was you guys were probably 40-minute drive, and I think you guys were going to leave from what I remember talking to the other guys, and then it was decided that I think they finally got the medevac in.
Right, the medevac got in, right? The medevac in. So I think that was it. We were about to leave, then the medevac got in. Okay, you're right. We didn't go out because they didn't launch out the air assets. They launched out the medevac, which I think that was Matty Mogeson's crew. They went out.
Yeah, because they were stationed. I think the medevac.
The medevac was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they went out, picked them up, brought them in. So then we went straight to the hospital instead of going out. And I think that's when Dave and everybody else kind of came in. So yeah, okay, you're right. Because I was trying to remember. I was like, I knew we were getting our gear up. So we got geared up. We were ready to go. Vehicles ready, you know. And then they was like, hey, medevac's still able to get out there. And then they brought the medevac back in. Because I want to say that was it was at night. I think it was like getting close to night or something like that, or it was nighttime.
Yeah.
By the time we all kind of came down there together, and then that's when Tony had turned around. I was like, hey, let's get a C-17 or C-130 in here, and let's get him out like quick.
And he did. I mean,
he did.
Colonel, now General Fletcher. I mean, he at least allowed Greg's wife to say goodbye in a hospital. He got
in Germany. He flew her. They flew her from.
No, he made it to Landstuhl. He got it to Landstuhl quick, and then he made it all the way back to Bethesda pretty quick. They kept him stabilized.
Oh, in Bethesda?
Yeah, she got to visit him at the hospital.
Oh, okay, yeah. So okay, that I didn't know. I thought they flew her out to Germany.
No, he didn't stay in Germany very long. They got him in and out. I think everybody at the Siege of Soda pulled strings to get him back to the highest quality of care.
Yeah, no. Tony was Colonel Fletcher, now General Fletcher, did not mess around. I mean, he was on the phone getting the folks. I mean, he was doing what a very senior leader should do, right? Which I respected, because I couldn't have made all that happen. No. I mean, I could barely get out the gate, but being there when he got back was like. That was hard. That was hard for me. That was hard. That was a hard moment for all of us, I think.
Did you? What was your relationship with Master Sergeant Trent?
Oh, we were pretty cool. I mean, we weren't close, not very close. But I knew him. You know, he was one of the guys on the team. Obviously, I would go over there, hang out with 2-4 all the time and talk smack. You know, he was a quiet guy, though. He was kind of quiet. Some of the other guys like Carl Hoover and all these guys that talk all this noise and stuff, and Master Sergeant Hill. But I didn't know Gregory. I didn't meet him. I was happy that he was like kind of running the team when Hill had taken off. So I had a lot of respect for him as an individual. He seemed to be very competent and proficient in whatever he was doing. I want to say he was also like, what, a Halo master and stuff like that too as well? I'm not sure.
He was the fox on the team.
He was definitely the fox, right? He's definitely the fox, right? So definitely very educated and like he collaborated with us a bunch in terms of like passing information, working with Cam. Cam was our fox, and they shared a lot of data on what was going on. So I had a lot of respect for him as a human.
How what went through your mind when you saw Dave? I mean, here's your classmate. You know, he's hurting. You know, Dave had a lot of respect for Greg as well. How did you support your friend? Because I know there's, you know, you guys are still in combat, right? So it's not like, you know, I always try to tell people too, in law enforcement, when somebody dies in the States, you know, you wrap a thing around your badge. There's, you know, a couple days of mourning. You have time for the funeral. You know, you have time to process. It still sucks. But overseas, man, like you don't get the time sometimes to process it because there's still work to do.
Right.
How did you guys balance all that?
You know, it was a very difficult thing to balance because, you know, I mean, I was also kind of at a loss at the moment. And I'm sure he was full of anxiety. I mean, I want to support him as much as possible, but at the same time, I want to support Greg, right, at that time. Like it's, you know, I wanted to, like, no matter what, be there for him to kind of help him through this, right? I knew that Dave was suffering because that was his teammate, his colleague. It was also mine too, right? So I was also going through my own suffering. You know, but being there for him and encouraging him, listening and being that ear, especially when we got back to kind of talk through that. We later had a memorial service again. Like, you know, you just gotta, you know, just like not letting up on that. But that was the whole team. Like we were all close. It wasn't like we were distant neighbors. All of us knew each other really well. So it was like, oh man, like that's one of our guys, man. Like even if he's not on our team, like he's, you know, one of our guys that we know and we train with.
Did that really reverberate through your team as well? I mean, did it?
Oh yeah. I think everybody it hit hard. You know, you don't ever want to see one of your guys get shot or anybody in your organization, but you don't want to see anybody get shot, especially an American that you've been serving with. But it hit hard home. It hit really hard.
How did you guys help each other finish that deployment? I mean, I know you guys went out a couple days later, and I know the Taliban was served a heavy loss.
Yeah, no. I mean, after that, I mean, I had days back on whatever he needed. I say, hey, you need us all right, we're going to execute, man. You know, and of course we get him full support as much as possible. I remember like going to the commander, you know, Brooks, and like, hey, we got to support 2-4 on this. And he's like, all right, got you. And didn't give us no flack on that. And then Dave, not saying he was going out, you know, getting revenge, but he definitely was going out to find out who did it and why. And we were going to help as much as possible. So, you know, getting vehicles down there, getting aircraft, whatever he needed, like we were in full support. We got a commandos involved. But yeah, definitely it was hard. Those last couple of weeks. I know it was hard on Dave, and he was getting down to the dirty, to the root of it. And he was able to figure that all out, which I'm glad I got to help him figure it out. And I was proud to be alongside him when he needed to do what he needed to do.
I know you guys helped clean up that valley, that's for sure.
That's right, yeah.
Did losing Greg change how you led your team the rest of the mission or deployment, or did anything change? I mean, you guys at that time, I think by the time Greg was killed, I mean, I think Eggleston had already been killed.
Yes.
And I think there was a couple others. And you guys were getting towards, I mean, that was towards the end of your trip. I know Carl had been blown off a rooftop and, you know, was dealing with TBI stuff. And yeah, how did that all affect, you know, the battle space?
I mean, you could tell the guys were getting battle fatigue. I think that's kind of where now, instead of remember I told you that S3 came out and gave me the speech. Now I'm giving the speech to my guys about, hey, we can't get complacent, right?
Yeah.
Like, we got to stay on our P's and Q's. And I was also, Tommy and I were deciding, like, we're making some hard decisions on who should go and who shouldn't go on missions, because it was starting to get to the point where guys were starting to get a little bit beyond exhausted. So some hard decisions had to be made. And you had to be really supportive of your guys, especially when they start talking to you, because now you also run into the issues where the families were starting to become a thing, right? Families were starting to tear apart because the guy's been gone for so long, or they didn't know how to deal with certain things at home, and so that it was like it definitely hit the families at home when they're hearing about these different special forces team members dying. I mean, the guys are hearing that from their families, right? And like, oh shoot, what's going on out there? And so it's tough. It was tough, but I don't think we changed how we did business. I just think we changed, like, we just recognized the fact that battle fatigue was occurring, and I think it was a very conscious choice to go on missions and like pick and choose the right ones to go on, and that's where I was telling you, like, where I started making some choices and talking to command, like, hey, I want to go on that. I know it's a heavy hit, but is this a necessary target right now, or can we opt in and do this tomorrow, or can I roll this over 48? And just to give the guys a little bit of a brain break, because I know they just had come back from a mission or whatever the day prior or whatever.
Yeah, it's all pretty heavy, man.
I know, man. That sucks.
Yeah. After you guys lost Greg, you guys still had, I think, a couple months left. How did you guys finish that deployment?
Oh, man. I think the guys finished off strong. We still continue to execute missions. Like I told you, we supported Dave in most of it. I think we went to Helmand like one more time. So we got a nasty little pickle down there again. But we continue to develop our commandos, staying in support of the guys up in Bag East. That was also later in the rotation. And then we didn't give up on any of that. So I don't think our op tempo definitely slowed a little bit, and that was by choice. But the kinetic activity did not. Right. Every time we're going out, we're in the pickles. Right. We're always in the pickle. So no, we never. And when I mean slowed down, was like, like marginally slowed down, like not as much as I would have wanted it to, just so the guys could breathe, right? But taking guys off and on. I mean, I still continue to go on every mission, so did Tommy. But we would try to kind of rotate through that and try to get some guys some time back in the rear.
Did you start feeling the combat stress toward the end of it? Obviously, you could handle it well, but I mean, did you start becoming aware? I mean, at this point, man, this is what, your fifth pump into combat? You've seen a lot of shit, dude.
That's my sixth.
Yeah. Did you start feeling it? I mean, now you have kids and, you've been gone a lot away from home. And at any point, did you start to feel your own mortality?
I don't, that's a good question. I had normally gotten to the point where I had decided that if I'm going over, that this might be the last trip.
So you kind of like disassociate?
Yeah, I kind of disassociate. Now I do recognize that I have my daughter, and I didn't want to disassociate with her. And so that did kind of weigh on my soul a little bit, because I didn't want her growing up without a father. But at the same time, I recognize that you have to do what you got to do for the mission, right? Now, of course, that was my last, I would say tactical fighting deployment, that one. And it did hit me hard, coming back and then them inserting me into regular society and sending me to graduate school. I wasn't ready for that. I didn't really have a good transition. So, and I think that's when I started experiencing, a lot of the battle for I period battle fatigue and like PTSD and all that stuff post that. But I think during that, yes, I did accept the fact that I potentially may not come home, that this may be the last. And then if it is, it is. But but every moment I got to share with my daughter was a moment I got to cherish, right? And I was like, all right, hoping that maybe I would be able to see her, but I couldn't let that prevent me from doing what I needed to do, especially with the guys to my left and right. Because your team is what they're depending on you, right? And if you at any moment in time hesitate or have that slight bit of like, hey, I can't because I got to get home, then people die, right? And I knew that. And I knew that that's what it would look like. So I did my best to not think on that, to know that I love them and they love me, and then I'm gonna give back.
Yeah. Kind of finishing up. I mean, you guys were there almost a year, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. And I got there late because wife had hip surgery. So I got kind of delayed going out at the moment. So
but that was a long pump, man.
Yeah, so I was out there like 11 months maybe, but they were out there for the full 12, if not 13. I mean, it might have been closer to 13.
So you spend all this time and you're living with Afghans. You train with these dudes. You fought with these dudes. You watched this unit grow. That being your last kind of tactical assignment, what was it? I mean, how did you feel when you watched the country collapse? I mean, especially with all withdrawal, politics out of it. You fought with these guys. These guys are, we had the benefit of going and coming back, right? They had to stay there. The commandos, that was their country, right? And so what was that like to watch all that work and then watch the Taliban take over Afghanistan again?
To be honest with you, I was sad about it. Definitely sad because there was a lot of good folks who supported America that were in the Afghan population that were still there. It was sad to see some of these guys who were on my target list now in the Ministry of Interior. That was a shock to the system. But at the same time, I understood why we had to withdraw. I understood it wasn't going to be pretty any way you looked at it. And I understood and I was actually on the reverse side now on the data science. I've become a data scientist at this point, working to help with that execution of that, right? On the data side. So to me, it stung to see it. It kind of breaks your heart, especially knowing some of the people are still there that you work with and serve with and that fought next to you. But it also hurt that you couldn't help the folks who were sitting here in the U.S. who had family members over there that they couldn't get out. And that made me extremely, extremely sad. And I wish I could have helped them, but even at the time they were saying that you can't help folks. They were trying to get as many of the U.S. citizens out and green card holders, everything else. And I knew that they were doing their best to do that, but it hurt to see the country kind of fall like that, back into a regime that they had fought against and were against. So that was kind of sad, but.
Yeah, I thought it was just super frustrating to watch what happened, especially, we fell back to Kaya after having Bagram. They gave Bagram up, and just to watch, the Taliban take all of our equipment, all of our gear. And I just can't help but wonder, man, there's a whole place in the Pentagon that's called plans. How did we not plan for this?
So that's one thing I don't want to speak to. So that's one thing I don't want to make that assumption that they didn't plan. I don't want to make that assumption. I think, so first off, being a part of that whole orchestration from a different side of the fence, I know that they did. And I know that they did it the best that they could.
So what do you think the major breakdown was?
I don't think it was I think it's a fallacy to say it was a breakdown. I think decisions were made that so that we could withdraw fast. I think the breakdown is in our ability to understand their culture. I think where the failure occurred was in the very beginning. To assume that we would go in and establish a government on a society that was very tribal, I think that was a fallacy. That was an issue. And I think, like, you know,
Yeah, I mean, we tried to bring a Western culture to people that didn't want a Western culture.
that's right. And I think that's kind of where we kind of jacked up. And of course, in that kind of a culture, it's easier for like a dictatorship or to take over by force, whereas, like, you know, a governing body that people elect may not stand and be so powerful in that structure. So I think it was us not really grasping the Afghan culture and the Afghan society and figuring out, like, how can we set this up for their success, so that way they have the strength, though, that when we do leave, we won't have this chaos. And I do think, like, that was something that I'm not really sure that we as a nation wrapped our head around. And I think that's where the fallacy happened in the beginning. Now, when it came time to execute the withdrawal and pull everybody out, I mean, we had to get folks out. We had to get folks out. Now, I mean, that in and of itself is more of a political decision, which I understand, where you're like, hey, we don't want to continue to lose folks in this environment, and for what reason, right? We've already got what we needed out of here. We've gotten rid of bin Laden. It's that next thing. Is our goal really to establish a stable Afghanistan? Well, that's a question that can be argued either way.
Yeah, and I'm definitely, look, man, I don't think we should have stayed there maybe even as long as we did. I'm definitely not against the withdrawal. I'm just, it's just sad the way it was done. You know, like, I just feel like we could have planned for it better. You know, there's definitely failures. I mean, we could argue all day on who, why, what, how. I mean, I know General Miller left Afghanistan early. I know he was putting up some resistance as to how it was getting done. But, you know, again, there was politics involved, and, you know, I think there was a lot of poor decisions that were made. Now, granted, I don't work in the Pentagon. You know, I'm not privy to, you know, there's got to be a lot of things that go, but I don't think it takes a genius to realize that, you know, what we did probably wasn't the right way. So I'm hoping that those lessons get learned and we don't repeat that again.
Well, I mean, it's also like, you don't know what kind of timeline that they had to, and I feel like too, you know, I obviously can't, like I said, I can't speak on it, because I mean, I'm not at that level, but I know there's other factors at play, right? I know there's other factors at play where people are, you know, they're forced on a timeline and they got to execute, and therefore you got to make some decisions, and you're going to lose some equipment. You're going to have to leave some stuff behind. But the big thing is getting everybody out as much as you can. And I think that they did the best with what they had, given the timeline and the restrictions on that. Now, who made that timeline or who enforced that timeline, I'm not sure. But I don't want to say that it was a failure, because, you know, I mean, what would we call success, right? Because that's my question too to most folks. Whenever someone says that to me, it's like, what do you define as success in a withdrawal from a situation like that? Because that's where you now say, like, okay, well, we can speak to what failure looks like all day, blue in the face, but what does success look like?
Well, I mean, I think we could have done more to help our partners, and that, you know, we got in a situation at the end where, you know, everybody's trying to get into Abbey Gate. Taliban's running around. I mean, we lost 10 Marines at a checkpoint. They knew the guy, the bomber, and they weren't allowed to kill him. I mean, there was a lot of failures. I mean, you know, I don't think we should debate them all. It's not the point of this conversation. But, you know, I think the original question was, you know, what was it like to see us pull out of there? And again, man, I think I spent time there. I worked in and around Kabul. I knew people that lived there. We asked people to do things, you know, to help us and put their lives at risk. And, you know, it's hard. It's like when I watched Mosul fall. You know, granted, we ended up going back and taking it up. But, I mean, I was with the unit out there in Mosul. I spent a lot of time out there, got injured out there. And, you know, when you watch that city fall, you're just like, God, man, we put all that work in. People bled and lost their lives. And, you know, I try not to think about, you know, does it matter? Did it matter? Because then I think when you start saying, well, did it matter? Well, people died for it. So, of course it's matter. I'm not going to sit here and say all those people died in vain. You know, there There are people that we helped in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, whether or not we should have been there to begin with, that's a whole different conversation.
No. I mean, that's
Yeah,
right.
And we don't have the time for that one.
Yeah, but and it's like yeah. So it's like, politics aside. I mean, would I have liked to see something different or a different outcome? Sure, right.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of at the heart of what I was really talking about. I mean, again, I'm not really into talking politics.
Yeah, but it's also it makes me sad, right?
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, like, I'm sad to see what happened, but I'm also grateful that, at the end of the day, we're no longer there. I do wish that we could have had a government in place. But I do wish also that we had done to work to put the right government in place that was good for Afghanistan.
Sure.
And I think that's really where I feel like we kind of dropped the ball on that as a nation, but even strategically. But who am I, right? I mean, I was just the lowly the platoon leader running around on the battlefield. Maybe people were talking through that. Maybe they were, having those conversations at the more senior level. And maybe the issue was, it was hard to kind of enforce, and maybe strategically they couldn't figure that out.
Sure.
So and it's
complicated. War's complicated. You're talking about countries. To your point, you're talking about tribal, tribal influences, and then you look at Pakistan's influence, Iran's influence.
Right.
Then you have the whole Pashtun culture, which kind of flows through Afghanistan into parts of Pakistan.
Right.
And I'm with you, man. I think. I had somebody ask me recently, "Hey, if you had to do it all over again, would you do it again?" I said, "Absolutely."
Of course.
And it's not because I loved war. It's because, to your point, it's the guys, man. I mean, you've never felt alive until you've had to experience that trauma. You live life, in the moments, not necessarily. Here we get to plan what we're doing next week and next month. Like there, man, like. Every day you leave your forward operating base or wherever you're stationed you're rolling the dice. Enemy gets a say. Even the most, how many guys have we lost from tier 1 units? The enemy still gets a say. You can be the most trained, prepared plan, and IED hits you or, the enemy still gets a say. But, again, I would do it again in a heartbeat. And, I think some people, I've had some really crazy looks like, what? But if you've never done it, it's really hard to understand for those of us that have that calling, if you will. I guess if that's what you call it.
It's calling to serve.
After Afghanistan, your life kind of started changing. What was the catalyst? Obviously you had to go on to do, you got to do staff time. You're an officer. You only get to stay in, certain places for so long.
No, I changed my military occupations. So I changed and became an operations research system analyst.
Did you do that before you... Because I thought you went to battalion. You were like a battalion.
No, I was a battalion executive officer, right? Mm-hmm. So I was a battalion executive officer, and I think right before that, I had put in the packet to become a function Area 49, which is the operations research system analyst, so like the data scientist, right? And I put that packet in because I didn't want to be home with the family a little bit more, right? I had my daughter, and I was like, okay, this is a great life. I love being in Special Forces, but they're about to send me back over. I think the Colonel Bill Lynn had brought me in and asked me if I was going to go and be take over as a battle captain for Siege of Sodef. And I was like, I just got back. I was like, man, I'm good, man. And that's kind of the route you had to take. It's hard. You got to keep grinding.
Especially if you want to continue to promote. Right?
Well, not promote. It just because you'll still promote. To be clear, if you want to get command, if you want to be in those leadership positions in the tactical unit of Special Forces.
But even past 04, man, you're not guaranteed 05. It really
no. That's true. That's true. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, but you want to. If you want to stay tactical, that's the path you have to take. Because, you can still get command and get 05 and go to the schoolhouse or go recruiting command and all. There's other different routes you can take. But if you want to stay on the operational, like, stay with the warfighter, you had to take some sacrifices. And guys like Chris Couch, he and Dave, they were taking those lumps. They were like, all right, we're going to go ahead and do it, which is hard on the family. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna try to be home, but with my daughter, and I want to see her grow up, and so I switched branches.
Operations Research Systems Analyst. I never even heard of that, dude.
I know.
What?
A lot of people have.
How did that come across your radar?
I originally wanted to be a foreign area officer, but they didn't take dual military at the time. So I was like, oh man. So I was like, what's the next best thing? And I had a math major as my undergrad at West Point with a mechanical engineering track. So I was like, well, I'm pretty good with the math, so let me go back to that. Little did I know what that looked like in the future.
That's wild. When I was reading and you started talking about it, I'm like, oh, I'm like scratching my head. You're like the superhuman Marvel comic book character, and now you're like creating systems and.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a tough job. So I learned a lot in grad school. I went to grad school in the University of Texas, and I had guys like Marat Karatash kind of helping me through. And Marat he's a monster on the code, man. He works at Apple now. He's a great individual, great human being. Josh Woodruff and these guys just like watching me struggle. And of course, Marat and Josh taught me a lot about coding. And we both, and I learned a lot there. Both Sandra and myself, we sat there alongside them, and we learned like how to implement systems, how to implement Python code. And one of the things that when we were in the program that was really unique was one of our professors was like, hey, my job is not to just teach you about mathematics. My job is so that you can walk into a Google interview and pass that interview. I want you to understand both the coding piece of it, the science piece of it, and the implementation of it, right? So I did a lot of training, or like I did a lot of classes both in the business school, McCombs, and over at Cockrell School of Engineering. So I did both, where I got to see both sides of the coin. And I studied operations research, industrial engineering, and I really learned and built that code, like that ability to code, and got comfortable with hard problems and taking hard problems and turning them and translating them into what I need to do for execution in terms of computer language and all that stuff. So it was very challenging. And I challenged mentally on that one, right? But I also started to see that my post-traumatic stress disorder kind of came out. And this is kind of where I destroyed my own family, because I didn't know how to regulate my emotions at the time. I didn't know how to not go from 0 to 100. And I talked about being calm, cool, collected on the battlefield, but then at home I couldn't be calm, cool, and collected for some reason. And I didn't know why. And I struggled with that. And I was afraid to tell somebody or talk to people about it, because I didn't want to lose my career, right? I didn't want them to kick me out, being like, hey, dude, you got post-traumatic stress disorder. You need to get out. And I was like, man, I don't want to end my career. And to my own fault, it took me a while to actually go get help for that. So, I mean, and I think that last appointment definitely brought me over the edge. I was gone at that point. Mentally, and I knew it too. I could tell, even with the sense of like, hey, I'm gonna go be an ORSA right now, which I was happy about doing, to the point where I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can handle another one. Not like that, right? Yeah. And so I was like, oh, let me try to get to a space where I could be safe. But I think, the biggest issue, especially with the military back then and with the Army, is being able to transition a soldier from this battlefield of 100 miles an hour you're going, where you're even coming back and you're training 100 miles an hour and you're going back. And I did that for 10, 11 years.
Guys, when you're in that cycle, you don't have to stop. I equate it to I call it being on the run. And your head becomes a bad neighborhood. And so you really only go in your head to get the things you need, but you try to stay out of the neighborhood. And how do you do that? By staying busy, by staying gone, by training. Right. And then when you got to go to grad school and you don't have that, you got
to stay in the neighborhood.
Yeah, man, you spend a lot of time in the neighborhood, and it becomes an issue. And then guys start turning to drugs and alcohol and all the different things, and it spirals. And it's something we talk about a lot on this podcast. I mean, post-traumatic and trauma. Trauma's trauma. I mean, you can get trauma from war. You can also get trauma from a really shitty childhood, and it's good to hear that you finally. Kind of came to terms with that. What do you think was the things that you're finally like, yo, man, I'm not okay,
I think it was, Sandra kicking me out of the house. Me having to be like, all right, like I'm, now I'm away from my family. I'm separated from my family. So being separated from my family for a little bit, instead of like turning towards, more anger, I decided like I need help. When I'm in grad school, getting angry with, man, I was getting angry about nothing, like little things, right? Little things. I think that's kind of what helped me kind of see like, hey, I know I shouldn't be angry about this, man. I don't know why I'm getting angry about this. Like somebody dropped a pencil and I'm angry. I don't know why. Like, like this is ridiculous, right? Shoot. So, and then also, seeing my daughter like struggle too, like, scared of this angry man every now and again. Like I'm just over there just angry all the time. And she loved me to death, but then she's terrified of me, right? Like not sure if I'm gonna be happy daddy one day or angry daddy the next, right? And like I could not have that. So yeah, I went and got help and said, hey, I need help. And I still see my counselor today, like once a month. I go see the counselor.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what helped you? What has helped you, work through some of those things?
A lot of it, what's helped me the most is physical training, physical fitness, judo, staying active, not resorting to like anger, but like going to the releasing that anxiety in a combat-like environment, which is kind of crazy, like when you spin it, right? But when I get on the judo mat, I feel at home. I feel like, oh man, I can come in, and I don't need to be 10th degree black belt or anything, right? But as long as I'm out, I've been doing it for 27 years now, and like that's where I find my peace. Judo, jiu-jitsu, and I'm not worried about like winning international championships, but I mean I get out there and compete too, and that's where I find some joy. And when I'm in there working out, that's why I have the D1 training facility, right? Like I go in there and I work out, and that helps me kind of release, and I'm around my teammates, and we're going through that struggle. Just last weekend we held the military vets and players, where we had both military veterans and we had professional athletes and vets who had, guys who had just retired from playing like a long-term sport or whatever. And we're all like working out and doing an intense workout together, and we're bonding, and then like we're in a circle talking about our issues and whatever else. And it was great to share with guys and hearing guys with similar stories. And that's that's how I also get my release. And like a lot of those guys are saying the same thing. Like that's how they get they can get away from everything, and that's their way of escaping from this world and the things that they remember. And it's and then bringing us all together with military vets and players was great right there in the D1. And like being the owner of it, I was like, oh man, like yeah. I'm able to host this thing, so I can be a place for guys to come that are they're going through their struggle, and they can actually go in there and hang out and chat about these things. And so for me, that's been one of the things that's helped me through. Talking with a counselor has helped me through it. And just the love for my family, like it's helped me tremendously through all of it.
It's awesome. When did you go back to teach at West Point? Was it after you finished your master's program?
That's right. They had me go back and teach in 2015 is when I finished my master's.
What was that like to go back? Now you're back at the place where it started from you.
Oh man, it was rewarding, very rewarding. Like I thank everything for going back there. I thank God for that, because that was a chance to touch the next generation of leaders. A lot of those cadets now are in Ranger Regiment or like Special Forces. They got in their MBAs and running businesses. Cadets who I still mentor today. Like I was telling you about Captain Stella Cho. She's out there she's out now, but was working in a tech company, just making you proud. Like this is the next generation of leaders. And I was only a few years older than them, right? I'm, 10 years older than maybe, but like seeing what they're going to become and knowing that they have.
It's only 10 years, but it's a lifetime with, as much combat and as much life and loss and stuff. I mean, it's a lot. There's no substitute for experience.
No, you don't, but it's 10 years for me. But yeah. But I would tell them was like, hey, I'm no better than you. You guys are all going to be better and do much greater things than I could even imagine. and because you're here, because I know that you will. You'll be senators, you'll be congressmen, you'll be all the things, right? And I'm proud that I get to touch your life in some kind of way. That I think about like some of the guys like Christian Nettiel, showed up in my office, was like, "Hey, sir, I want to get the Rhodes Scholarship," and I'm just like, "Okay." I was like, "Why are you coming to me?" he's like, "Somebody told me you went through the process," and I was like, I did go through the process. I didn't make it. I said, I got through it a little bit, but I didn't make it. But just talking to him about what I did and didn't do well, and like just teaching him and mentoring him on some of those things. Same with Simone Askew, right? Both of them won the Rhodes Scholarship, right? So it was a blessing just seeing them win.
What is that?
So the Rhodes Scholarship is a scholarship that is given to, it's a national level scholarship that you can go study at Oxford, but only a select few. And they pick a certain number in each district or state. So like not everybody can go for the Rhodes, and everyone competes in their senior year of college for this, right? So you'll have Harvard graduates, Columbia graduates, MIT. Everybody's competing for this scholarship to go off to Oxford and to study abroad for 2 years.
Wow.
You'll make it in as a finalist. You have the Marshall Scholar, the Rhodes Scholar, the Gates Scholarships. All these are postgraduate opportunities, but they're of the elite and very competitive. And so these cadets had come to me because my mentors had told them that I had done the process. And my mentor being Colonel Ruth, he had told them, he said, "Hey, you need to talk to Chane. When he gets here, you need to talk to him. He's been there. He's seen it." I just went through the process, and I got a chance to apply, right? I didn't make it. But of that, I learned a lot about the process. I learned a lot about and I think that's why God had me go through the process. And I tell everyone that, they're like, "Oh, whatever." No, God had me go through the process because I would later go back and teach them so they would win. I didn't need to win. My path was to go to the 173rd, to go to Ranger Regiment. That's what I needed to go. But for these young folks, that's where they needed to go. And they're going to change the world, I'm sure. And I got a chance to work out with Simone's platoon when she got done with grad school. And she was an engineering, I want to say she was a sapper platoon leader, and like right there in the Fort Belvoir. And I got a chance to work out with her platoon and see her as a leader, and that just made me proud. Like, man, that's why we went through what we went through, just so you could do what you're doing now, Simone. And that just made me really proud and really happy. So
you left West Point and you went and worked. I don't know what we can talk about, but I think you worked at SOCOM doing essentially a data scientist. Is that accurate?
Pentagon.
Or Pentagon.
And that's where I got kind of plucked out of my Pentagon job, and that was like I was ready to do it. I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the Pentagon and work there." And then they plucked me out of there, and I remember sitting there with a guy named General Ferrari, and he's like, "Hey," the head senior operations research systems analyst, like he's the head ORSA, 2-star, and he's like, "Chane, I got this thing. We're trying to stand up this thing called the Army AI Task Force. Can you do it?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can do it." So he has me do that for about a year, and I'm doing that. And he brings me back in the office again after a year of that, and I'm working with this woman named Colonel Kelly Ryan. She's amazing. Definitely a stud. And we're standing up this AI task force, and it's like, trying to get AI into the Army. And then he comes in, he has me come in.
This is what, 1920? Just before or after COVID?
Oh, this is 2018. So before COVID.
Wow.
Before COVID. All right. So then now this is like around 19. I get a call again to go back to see, General Ferrari. He's like, "Hey, I spoke to a guy, and this guy was Matt Bonini. And Matt Bonini had been running around in the special mission community doing data science. He said, hey, they want you to go forward because you got a lot of the bona fides, which is like the badges and tabs that kind of match to go over and serve with the special mission unit over in Iraq. And I was like, what do you mean, like do data science for him? He's like, yeah. He said, but it's, he's like, and General Farrar was like, hey, do you want to do it? And I was like, all right, sir, I'll go ahead and do it. And then I remember they told me, and when I went and talked to the folks, and some good friends of mine, they told me it's only going to be a couple months.
That's not how it works over there.
But it was a shock to the system when I got there, and I was like, oh man, I get overseas, and they're already building some contraption, this application that could house all the detainees and like store all the information, and I'm just like, man, I don't know how to build apps. I learned how to do data science and coding, but I said I don't know how to build apps, right? So they're like, oh yeah, like you're gonna come in here and build some apps. They figure it out. So I had to get on YouTube and figure out how to build like a Flask app, and like I was like, all right, I'm just gonna YouTube this thing. So I was figuring it out. I was like, man, I'm learning how to build these apps, and I was able to contribute to the page and everything. And that was absolutely hilarious that I was able to figure that out. And so I'm in there like, and not even a month yet. It's a couple of weeks, and then the guy who's running it in charge, he's like, hey, I got to head back because he's a civilian, he's a normal person, right? And he's running the company, and he couldn't stay. And he had to kind of led the charge on building this app, but he had to go. And he's like, hey, you're going to have to brief this to the leadership in Syria. And I was like, oh, man, like I'm going to brief this thing? I was like, okay, shoot. So I studied it up, got ready, flew over, and I'm sitting down there, and I'm sitting in this, in this room, in this conference room, and they're briefing this commander, and he's Syrian, and they're talking to him in I want to say Kurdish. And I'm like, oh man, I'm not really sure how I'm gonna handle this. I gotta figure this out. I'm like, oh, and I'm super nervous at the time. I'm like, man, first time actually in a operational data science role at this point. So then they're like, all right, Chane, you're up.
Are you briefing? Is this like a capabilities brief or like?
I'm briefing them of the application that was created.
Okay.
Just because it's something that that was going to be utilized in a partner capacity. And so I was like, well, I'm gonna take a swing at this, and I said to him, I said, hey, I said, do you speak Arabic? Do you speak modern standard Arabic? And he looks at me, he says, only the most educated. I was, oh, great.
Yeah.
So I told the interpreters to take a break. And I took a swing, and I started speaking to him in Arabic. And then we started going back and forth, and we're having a conversation. And he starts laughing. The room gets real relaxed. And next thing you know, we're joking. Everyone's relaxed in the room. And he's just like, holy smokes. He's like, everyone's like sitting there like, and so every now and again, I would stop and pause, tell the leadership what we're saying, and I'll go back to our Arabic conversation. Now I'm briefing them an app in Arabic, and I'm struggling with some of the words, but he's helping me out, and we're talking about families, this, that, next thing, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm done. And then I tell leadership, I'm like, hey, there's a couple pointers he wants. He wants to make sure we do this in dual language, blah, 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 blah. And then I was off. And I remember the commander at the time came up to me and said, "How man, that was the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life." And he's like,
didn't see that
"You
coming."
freaked that out in Arabic?" I said, "Man, I didn't know what to do." But I said that's how you win the population over, right? So I was able to kind of win that crowd over, and then after that, they were like, "Hey, we need you to kind of stick around for a while."
Yeah. Once the unit gets their hooks in you, man, they really don't let you.
Yeah, the organization, they didn't want to let me go, so then I stuck around, and
no good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, but it was great because I had a chance to give back in a different way, and I got a chance to kind of get alongside a mission. But then that levers me to kind of go into the organization, into the command, and actually become a leader within the data science organizations within the command.
What was that like to the point that you can talk about? Because now we're starting to enter realms where it matters, but you have just such a unique perspective, especially, I mean, Again, man, I don't think I started tracking AI till 2021. Now everybody knows what it is with, the invention of ChatGPT, but, this is back in 2018, 2019 when things are new. What was it like as you were understanding AI then and now its capabilities now, right? Like it's grown exponentially. Some might articulate a little bit scary. What are your thoughts on AI?
I will tell you, as a data scientist and understanding what the potential what it could grow into, it is a little bit scary. Making sure you have to have those guardrails in place, so that way it can't get out of control. But I mean, there are some stories that I have heard that are like, hey, pretty frightening when the guardrails aren't in place. And of course, we aren't the only ones trying to develop AI technology. There's other folks doing that too, which I'm not sure if they're putting up those guardrails. But us as a fighting force, we need to definitely start leaning on it and leveraging it because there is an advantage to it, especially in the battlefield. Now, back in my day when I was running around trying to design different capabilities, we weren't even close to where we are today. Nowhere near what's out there now. So I do believe that it is a game changer that we have to embrace it. I don't think we don't want to be resistant to it. We need to embrace it, accept it that it is what it is, but make sure that we have the appropriate guardrails in place. And hopefully, I just pray that the enemy does the same. But I mean, it's going to change the way that we think and strategically, and you're already starting to see it now. I mean, you're watching what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, there's no secret. Yeah. It's out there. Like, so it's like, we either embrace it and accept it. It is what it is, or we don't. And I think right now as a nation and as a force that we are accepting it. We are doing what we can to understand this new technology and how we can implement it and how we do business.
Yeah, I mean, you did data science at a high level, and we can't even talk about a lot of what you did over there. But I do have one kind of searing question. You've seen the future of warfare from the tactical side and the technology side. You fought insurgents and you've built AI systems. What keeps you up at night, and what scares you?
What keeps me up at night, I've seen these robots that clean the houses. And they say, they learn as they go. All right. But I'm like, yeah, and they got all the guardrails and all the things, but kind of keeps me up at night because I'm like, what happens when that robot decides that, oh, maybe I should get rid of the set human that's telling me what to do, and that might be the easiest thing, right? But I know like that's just from watching iRobot, right?
Yeah, but I've had this strange, I don't know if it's a dream premonition, but you start looking at our movies. Look at the movies from the 80s. A lot of that technology is now available. The cartoon, the Jetsons, I think that cartoon, when we were all kids, the year in the future was like 2024. So a lot of that,
True.
I mean, if you go back and watch old movies, all right, maybe not Star Wars, maybe there's a few of them, but man, a lot of that technology we thought was crazy boogeyman technology, it ain't that far off. I mean, we're looking at potential flying cars and, the technology race, even the iRobot. Yeah, it's fictional, but is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, I think what scares me at night is not what the U.S. will do with these capabilities and like what we're going to do. And what scares me at night is what other countries who may be our enemy will do with these things, because we are putting the guardrails in place to make sure these things learn a particular way, and they are safe for society and humanity. Whereas, like, I'm not sure if I trust that everyone else will do the same.
Yeah,
I think that's what keeps me up at night.
But even our AI, I mean, there's times I've messed around with AI, caught it lying and called it out for lying and asked why it lied, and it's like, well, I wanted to give you the answer that you wanted. I mean, I've personally had that happen to me.
What AI was that?
ChatGPT.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, and I've seen, again, AI is not perfect. I use it, but I use it cautiously. But still, man, I mean, there's times where, you know, and again, man, people are becoming super reliant on it. I mean, I could give a million stories about people overused it and how it didn't work out super well for them. But, you know, I'll never forget Elon Musk being on Joe Rogan's podcast. I think they were smoking weed. But Elon was talking about the dangers and how scared he was of AI and how, you know, that he didn't think that the guardrails were being properly in place. And I remember listening to that conversation like, I'd never been in a Tesla. And then I got in a Tesla and I watched how that Tesla could self-drive and all the technology was in that vehicle. And this is just one small application. And it finally clicked. Like, what does that guy know, right? Like, I'm just seeing one small piece. Now you're seeing, I mean, look at how far AI has come just in the last year alone. I mean,
it's gone far.
Multiple versions. And so it is just like it's just a fascinating thing to think of, right? Because the things that we think are outlandish now are the things that were crazy, you know, 20, 30 years ago that are now reality.
Yeah, but I mean, AI, you know, when you talk about deep learning, machine learning, when you talk about like conceptually what's happening with the hidden nodes within that network, you talk about a convolution neural network, it's got like these hidden layers. And and it's just like the brain. We've been studying that for years, you know, and this concept of this deep learning concept has really come about because we have the computing power to do it. So it's not like we haven't been in the realm of thinking about conceptually how to make this all happen. Now, of course, the part that really is going to make a difference is how we protect ourselves against the potential, how we keep it from going too far one way or the other. That's what kind of keeps me up at night. You know, obviously our government is doing their best to have those guardrails in place. I have a good friend of mine, Tiffany Martin. She works for Google, and that's one of the things that she really manages. She manages the staff and produces a lot of their AI products and does their research. But, you know, she's chief of staff for like their AI division, like really. And like, so that's something that she's like all over, making sure those guardrails are in place. And so I'm glad that we have folks, especially in the companies that we have in the United States, that are doing that. I know Jamal Easton's also doing that, and he works at Google as well. And he runs their, like all their Android phones and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, these are things that I know that they as individuals are doing to keep us safe. And I'm proud of that.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about is, I mean, it's not a secret anymore, especially with the Snowden leaks. Like, even our own government, but, you know, you take it to Google, they're definitely collecting tons of information from us, like tons. And, you know, I don't think we have a full grasp on where that information goes, how it gets stored, who has access to it. And that's what worries me, right? I love technology. I think like AI is going to do some great things. It's already, you know, making people, it's helping design things. It's streamlining processes. I mean, I've used it for some medical applications recently. It's wild. I mean, what it can do and accomplish in a short amount of time is pretty wild. I guess I just, you know, we talk about guardrails and, you know, I'm not anti-government by any chance, but, you know, I don't have some wild trust in our government either. I think, you know, there's been some things in the last 10 years and, you know, you unpack the JFK assassination files and you really realize who killed a sitting president. So it is scary, you know, and you know, I think this is part of a much larger conversation. I just thought it was interesting to just ask you personally what keeps you up at night because of your experience, right? Like, I didn't even know we were messing with AI in 2018. I mean, it makes sense. I'm sure there's a lot that our government does that, you know, folks like me probably we don't need to know. But it is good to hear that, you know, our military is trying to stay on the cutting edge, right, to give us an advantage against our adversaries, right. Iran, China, you know, Russia, because, you know, just watching like what China can do with those, you know, swarm drones, you know, they've done a lot of displays, you know, visual displays on lights, and it's pretty crazy. Like, what?
No, that's right.
Yeah, and then, you know, then you start thinking, what's a combat application for that, right? Because Ukraine, it's changed the entire battlefield. I believe that war in Ukraine has changed the future of warfare, and you know, and I think we're seeing that. I mean, Marines no longer have tanks. You know, they're getting rid of whole mechanized positions in certain. I mean, I've heard we're getting rid of a ton of Apache attack aircraft because helicopters at some point, why send a, you know, however many $1 million a helicopter is when you can fly a drone and accomplish the same thing. So
it's true. It's
interesting. We are living in a really, really unique time. I think, you know, times are changing, and it's weird. Sometimes I'm super excited. Sometimes it makes me really nervous, but you know, these are strange times in the world, right? There's all these wars going on. You and I talked about offline.
Right.
You know, we got a president run on no more wars, man. And here we are, you know, snatching dictators and you know, we're talking about taking over another country's free country who's a NATO partner. You know, I don't know that I agree or disagree. I just know it makes me nervous, right?
Right, of course.
Especially for those of us that fought in the GWAT. You know, we go back and look, well, why did we go to Iraq? Why did we go to Afghanistan? You know what I mean? You just can't help but wonder. You know, we've gotten it wrong a couple times. Are we gonna do it again? And how many people have to die, right? Because it's the guys like us that die for the super wealthy people that make decisions. A lot of them have to do with money. So again, I still think America's military is one of the best things going. I think, you know, when America's strong, I think the rest of the world is strong, personally. But, you know, I think you need to have a strong military. I'm not anti-military. I'm not anti-war. Obviously I served, but you know, now I think for those of us that spent a lot of our youth in war, it's like, man, are we doing the right thing? You know, are we putting ourselves somewhere that we can't get out of? You know, the first thing I saw when they snatched Maduro out of Venezuela is like, I wasn't even thinking about him. It's like, do we have a plan for what we're about to do? Like, are we about to go in there? You know, what's stability look like? You know,
That's right. That's the first thing you think about. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, what's the stability operation like? But I mean, and that's scary too, right?
Yeah.
Because you know, are we ramped up and ready to go do that? I don't. You know, a lot of those things, like it's scary to think that we would go through another conflict, especially knowing the atrocities that could happen from it, especially on the youth. I know the next generation is prepared. I know they're going to be able to do it, execute with precision, and do it well. But it is a scary thought, and I do think that that we as a nation have to come together to figure out what's the right next step.
Yeah, 100%. Our adversaries want nothing more than to watch this country divide and eat itself. And
that's right.
I hope we figure that out more than, you know, what country we invade next. Although it was fascinating to see the technology that was recently used in Venezuela with the pulse wave weapons that incapacitated Maduro's guards. Did you see any of that stuff?
I did. I mean, I was impressed with some of the stuff. I mean, I will say, like, you know, regardless of your political beliefs and all that stuff, you know, our soldiers do train, and they train well, and that's something that can make you proud. But at the same time, like, it is pretty scary, like, you know, because that opens up a whole nother can of worms that,
sure,
you know, it can be frightening for the soldiers who are on the ground, and like, you know, what does that future look like for them, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I care about. Is like, what does it look like for the future of our troops out there?
Our kids, you know what I mean?
And potentially, it could be one of my own, right?
Yeah. Well, and that kind of brings us into our next session. I just have a couple questions to kind of ask you about your family. I mean, your daughter was born in 2010, right after you got your Green Beret. Then you deployed and, you know, missed her 4 months. You deployed again in 2012. I mean, how did you process missing a lot of their life? I know this is a question I've had to deal with in my own personal life.
You know, I think for my oldest, I missed a good little chunk. I think, you know, processing that is, you know, it is what it is. You know, coming back and making sure I'm staying connected to her, make sure I'm spending time with her, was big. You know, when I had my next two, 2015 and 2018, you know, of course, I was a little bit more stable because I was at the academy for a little bit, and then, you know, in the Pentagon for a little bit, so I got to see them. But then I only had one deployment after that, which was a good chunk of a year. And so it wasn't too bad missing, because most of my deployments were prior to my daughters. Just my oldest was the one that saw me gone the most, and she was still fairly young. So I think you know, just make sure they know that I love them and I'm there for them, and continue to be their biggest champion.
Yeah, like I said, man, I've never had a conversation with you. We're not talking about your kids.
Oh yeah, all three of them.
You said something important when we podcast prepped, and you know, you told me if you could go back, you'd prioritize your family a little more. You know, what do you mean by that?
I think in order to do that job, in order to be a special forces officer, ranger, or anything, I don't care what they tell you. Oh yeah, family first, blah blah blah. Man, you got to be mission first to get that done. And you gotta prioritize the mission, because you can't. It's like a pro athlete, and I'm not saying that, it's exactly the same. But like when I'm sitting down there with the emerging vets and players, like everybody was all in their career, no matter if they were a baseball player trying to get to the elite level, or if you're out here trying to be an operator in a special mission unit. Like, you've got to perform and you've got to be there, and your family comes second, even though you want them to be first. But that's just what it is. Like, the job, the duty, the mission, it has to be done. And if you don't do it, then who's going to do it, right? And so that's the thing about taking on that kind of responsibility. You got to know, like, you're all in on it, and your family's all in on it with you, right? And so, obviously going back in time, I wish that I kind of taken a pause and kind of prioritize differently. Yes. But at the same time, I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't do what I had to do. Like, I had to go out and do that stuff, and that shaped me to who I am today.
Absolutely. What how has being a father changed you?
Oh, dramatically. My daughters are they're extremely important to me. Seeing them kind of go on their own path gives me a lot of pride. I'm proud of them, everything that they're doing. Just spending the time, taking the energy, making sure that they know that I love them, I have their back. It's changed me as a human being. It's obviously calmed me down. It's helped me kind of get the help that I needed to help center myself. So I am a better human in general. And also, you want to be the best example for them to kind of see for their own future, and someone they can look up to and go to when they need help. So I was fortunate to be blessed with 3 daughters. So of course, of my 3 daughters, like, those are my girls, and I'm just, and you want to kind of, grow them in your image, and make sure they have the strength to go out there and be independent in society and have their own contribution, in their own way, right? And I was like, hey, whatever that way is, how they want to contribute, you want to make sure they contribute in a meaningful way as well.
Do you talk to your daughters about service? Do they know what you did?
Yeah, they do. I think my oldest probably understands it and grasps it a little better than the 2 little ones, but yeah, they definitely do, and they definitely understand, like, kind of what I had to do back then. Now, my 2 little ones don't even remember me disappearing and going for those kind of rotations. Obviously they weren't even around for the combat ones, and then my oldest was for that, but she barely remembers those, but. She definitely was there for the trauma afterwards, right? And experienced that. My 2 littles, not as much, but because I gotten help by that point. But yeah, like, so they get it and they understand. And my oldest is in Naval JRTC right now, where she's crushing it and doing great. She's in the band. She's also part of the color guard, and the winter guard is what they call it, the winter guard in the wintertime. So, and she's striving to do, to seek excellence right now. So that makes me really proud. And, but my 2 little ones, like I said, I talk to them about it. They know about it. It kind of, right now, I think it's still kind of a nebulous concept to them. Like, oh yeah, you were, okay, whatever. Yeah. Which is okay.
You're just dad, man.
They're just dad. Like, it's just dad. He's just running his mouth. He did everything. Fine.
When you're mentoring young cadets or, folks that look up to you, what do you tell them about family? Obviously you have experience, right? And sometimes experience is the best teacher, good, bad, or indifferent. But what's that conversation look like when you have to talk about having a family with young people at West Point, or I know you're headed there tomorrow. What does that conversation look like?
Oh, I always tell them, you see a lot of these young folks, they're really ambitious. They want to go out there and do all the things, like, I want to conquer the world. I'm like, hey, do all that, but also consider where you are with your family life and everything else. Like, if you are in the middle of, you're just getting married and you're newlyweds and everything, you might have to make some decisions. Now, if you're not, you're single, and go do whatever you got to do, right? And I tell both women and men, like, hey, consider all things. Like, you will have a life, and when you're in West Point, it's very easy to kind of get tunnel vision and like, career, because that's what your focus is when you're in the academy. But like when you leave the academy, there'll be a lot of other things, and they're not distractions per se, but they are blessings that you have, right? And then you gotta bring them along with you on this journey, and talking and communicating what that looks like is critical on that journey, right? Saying, hey, I want to go be special forces. Okay, what does that look like for your family, and does that make sense? For some folks, it does, and for some folks, it doesn't, right? And so make that decision based on what makes sense for you and your partner and your children and everything else. And if that works for you, then go forth and conquer it.
As we kind of close out your military career, what was the final, you had one wild military career.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You got to touch all kinds of different things.
I was happy. It was good.
What was the deciding point when you're like, hey man, this is it?
Oh, that's an excellent question too. I will tell you, there comes a time in your career where, and I tell everyone where, you're having fun and it just kind of stops, right? Where it's not fun anymore. But for me, I think it was a combination of things. I had gone to Kellogg and I was exposed to all these individuals that were phenomenal people. CEOs of companies and out there doing all this entrepreneur stuff and all this stuff. And I had a chance to kind of touch a different world that I hadn't seen before. And then I'm sitting there in Kellogg thinking to myself, like, man, like, when am I going to get the time to do this kind of thing? And so it was a blessing in disguise to kind of see that, like, there is a lot more out there in which you could still have an impact on the community and society, and still give back in a different way. And I had to kind of make some decisions. I crested my 20-year mark, and obviously my future as a data scientist or kind of staying in the special operations community was kind of coming to an end. And I was like, well, like, where do I want to go next? What do I want to start my next career 10 years from now, or do I want to start it now? And I had to make some hard decisions. It was tough. I had to talk to several different individuals about making that decision. General Garrett being one of them, being like, "Hey, do I hang this up and start this new journey or not?" Also, I didn't exactly agree with where we as an office, the office that I was working in, I didn't necessarily agree with strategically where they were kind of headed. But that had nothing to do with, that just had a lot to do with my background. I wanted to do more with the troop. I want to do more with hands-on, like, in the battlefield. And then rightfully so, they said, hey, we want to go this way, where they were kind of doing, like, they were looking more into trying to build a platform for the enterprise and this, that next thing, which, everyone, you can have your strategic differences, which is fine. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And I didn't see myself going that route. And I was like, well, I really still want to give back to the community. I want to give back to the individual and make sure that warfighter has that capability and that advantage, where they wanted the warfighter to have that capability advantage, but at a more grandiose level, which I really didn't feel aligned with that. But that has nothing to do with them as much as it has to do more with me and like kind of where I saw myself giving back. And I was like, okay, I see where I'm headed here, in terms of like my path. And I was like, well, maybe I can make a difference in a different light and do more in a different way. And of course, whatever that they were doing was still going to work strategically for the organization, and it was going to have its success. But I wanted to give back and have a different type of success, in which I wound up being able to find opportunities to do that. Like, especially when I went to the company called Turbine One, where I was, trying to get AI, machine learning technology out into the community. So that really, I was able to kind of get out there. Now I'm actually doing that, with the warfighter and putting it in the hands of the warfighter and getting out and getting this thing to the edge now, like this AI technology to the edge, which is where I wanted to be aligned. And also, was able to get into the franchise, my D1, where I'm able to kind of train young athletes. I can get back to community in that way, and then have the game day men's health clinic where I can give testosterone and help guys get back to feeling in their optimal condition, right? So starting those two franchises kind of was key for me.
Did you pre-plan that during your transition, or did you decide to do that after you'd already retired? As far as
man, I decided to do that after I retired. Had a chance to kind of get out there in industry a little bit. Ran into a guy at the Service Academy Career Conference, and he was talking about franchise, and I was like, "What is that? That's nonsense. I'm never gonna do that." Right? Came back to him later, a year later. He's like, "I know you'd be back." I was like, "Oh man, talk to me about it." and so this guy named Gilbert Singway, very very good guy, like excellent human. And Gilbert was like, "Yeah, like I've got a couple of them that you might like and be interested in." And he presented, he had me take a personality test. He had me do a couple other assessments, questionnaires. He talked to me. And then he said, "Hey, here's the top five I got for you." And of course, those top five was D1 and the game day. And I was like, "Oh, sign me up, coach." Like those are great. A chance to kind of give back to the community in a different way. So I was like, "Yeah, I want to give back." So I've got the D1 in Jollyville, and I've got the game day in Temple Terrace.
Yeah, I wanna break down those separately because they're two different industries.
Yes.
First, I kind of want to talk about the D1. Can you explain what?
Do I need to change my shirt now? Change my shirt real quick.
You want seriously?
We'll talk about D1.
All right. Chane got into costume as we talk about his franchises. So first up on the list is D1. I went and actually I visited. Man, it's been months. I went and I don't think you guys are open quite yet. But can you explain to people what D1 is and kind of what you guys do, and as much about that? I didn't know it existed, and when you told me about that when I visited right before you guys got open, it's an amazing idea, especially for, you guys service all kinds of different people, but my brain immediately went to my kids to better prepare them, but you guys do all kinds of stuff.
You're right to better prepare them, but the biggest thing about D1 is it's a place for the athlete. When you say athlete, what does that mean? I say it's someone with a movement goal. Of course, I'm a franchisee. I'm not the guy who started it. The guy who started it, Will Bartholomew's legend. Dan Murphy's the COO. Dan Murphy's a 96 West Point grad. Great humans, right? Both of them. But the thing about it kind of got me into it. When I saw the D1 for the first time, it reminded me of like that Thor facility.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And it's like it looked just kind of like that, and I was like, man. But Thor, like that program was based on how athletes train. And you talk about folks who come in, from ages 7 to 18 and up, right? We train everyone, right? We train youth. We call them our rookies from 7 to 11, Devos from 12 to 14, and in high school, our prep is from 15 to 18. Getting them prepared for Division I athletics. And so the training is intense. It's going to help kind of with their speed and agility. But for adults, it's just a place where it's very familiar. It's going to be a little harder than normal, but you're going to get everything you can in a 54-minute workout. And that's just in the group training, not to mention the one-on-one training that we do. We also train teams too as well. We train athletic teams, and we get them to the next level too. So it's like it's that home away from home that I kind of found in and of itself. So when I saw it, I was like, man, I got to be a part of this, right? Because for me, I felt like, wow, this brings me back home to being on a team, being an ODA, going back to bringing my team to where we could get and improve ourselves, and training our team. Like, so when I was in that Thor facility, and Kevin had talked about it, I brought everybody in there, and everyone started to raise the bar, right?
So, and what, for the listeners, what Thor was, I don't know if is it still a program in the military? I don't know if it still exists.
I think
Yeah.
it is.
So what special operations did, especially, they brought this program called THOR. It has an acronym. I don't know what it stands for, but it's basically they brought
Tactical rehabilitation, something. I can't remember.
but they would bring, professionals, not even they were civilians, and who specialized in, Olympic level and collegiate level athletes, which is what SOCOM is, man. I mean, it's the pros.
Professional.
Yeah. Professional, and really, focus on different core competencies and basically just make them bigger, stronger, better, faster, depending on, like the needs. I think you met with the THOR group when you first got to your ODA. Those guys needed something. You got with those dudes. They designed a program and raised the entire athletic performance of your team. And essentially, is that kind of what you're saying, what D1 does?
I mean, it's the same thing what D1 does. And
awesome.
and the beauty of it, like, Lance Stuckey was my coach in THOR. And Lance, man, he put us through the ringer. He was assigned to us, and he just took it on, right? So that's the kind of same thing we do at D1. Like, we'll have coaches assigned to teams, and we'll train them up. Same thing with individuals. They'll have a program, and they'll be able to go into their application, see kind of what the regiment is, and we also have that group training for folks who just want to be a part of a community of folks who are training. And we give folks the full range. It's not CrossFit, it's cross training, right? So we do like a dynamic warm up section to kind of get the body warm. We're going up and down the turf, getting that mobility, stretching, flexibility. Then we move into a performance section. For the kids, it's where they work on their speed and agility. For adults, it's where we warm up the muscles that we're about to activate. And then we go into a lift, the strength section. We're actually getting on the barbell, doing squats, bench, power cleans, like some of these more like heavier lifts. And then we're also working some on our auxiliary. We're working hamstrings, triceps, biceps, all that stuff as well, depending on the day, if it's upper body or lower body. Then we get into our core and conditioning, where we're actually going to now tighten up in terms of like maybe have like a quick hit or something, like we're going to hit some cardio, work up that sweat, and then we cool down with a stretch. So all that's done in 54 minutes, right? And so it's pretty intense, nice pace, fast pace, but you do feel like you're out there as an athlete again. And we also have like the high rock stuff that we do as well, and the DECA. You got to have your Spartan events. Got to have your Spartan.
What is that?
So DECA is like you ever heard of the Spartan races?
Oh yeah, I've done.
Yeah,
that.
it's like that's a part of the DECA challenges, right? So we'll have like the DECA mile or the DECA strong, where you go and you do each of these events and you'll run in between. Same thing with the high rocks, like you'll run 1,000 meters and come back and row 1,000 and run 1,000 and push a sled and do 80 meters worth of burpee broad jumps. And so DECA is very similar, but drastically different, because sometimes they have DECA strong. We're working on the strength exercises or the Atlas. So we host some of those things too as well for adults who are still kind of competing in that world.
Yeah, I thought it was wild when we were kind of talking about D1, because again, I wasn't totally familiar with it. And you have everybody. I mean, you have kids who are competing, and younger kids that are competing in sports. You've got high school athletes, competing for D1, D2 scholarships. You have adults from everything from office dads to stay-at-home moms coming in there to get their training. I thought it was very unique how you've got something in there built in there for the whole family, if need be, right?
That's right.
So I thought that was cool. What does it look like if a coach wanted to have you guys train the team? What is that?
Oh, they just talk to us. We would come up with a training plan, training regimen. They can train in the facility, or we could train them on the field, turf, court, wherever they're at. And then we would just set up a regiment to kind of stay with them and stay with that program. We'd also make sure the coach is tied into the technology, so they can see the regiment, they can see the programming for their athletes. They can try to tailor it as need be. Also, if they needed an athlete that needed a little bit more attention, we could help with that athlete as well. So there's a couple different things there, right? So, but we partner with the coach. We bring it all together for them, and we help come up with a plan so that their team gets to the next level, which is like kind of the focus.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then on the individual level, is it more coming in and meeting and talking to a coach? Do you guys sit down and like design a program together? Like, hey, what are your goals? What are you trying to do?
No, more than that. When you come in, the first thing I'm going to do is sit you down, talk about your goals. What is it you're trying to do? No matter who you are, kid, adult, in between, right? Sit you down in the goal setting room. And this is kind of where I talked about like how it's like an ODA. Like I sat down with Lance and talked about what the goals were for the team. Like, hey, this is what I would like us to achieve. He brought everybody in, made sure everybody knew, hey, this is what we're going to go do, right? Then I'm going to assess you as an athlete or an adult. You know, obviously the different assessments, right?
Sure.
You know, just,
Yeah.
hey, we're not trying to kill our adults, right? But
Yeah.
we're different assessments. But yeah, I'm gonna assess you as an athlete. So kind of like a mini combine for especially our young youth athletes. Give me like a mini combine. I want to see how fast you run your 10-yard. And I got lasers set up out there for you. So I got the technology to test you. I want to see how high you can jump. I got the jump mat set up with technology there as well. I want to see your broad jump. I want to see all these different capabilities, and I'm assessing you. And once I get that assessment, I sit you down, and then I talk about what the plan is based on the schedule, based on your training regimen, and we come up with that plan. Same thing with adults, come up with that plan. Like, hey, what are we committed to do? What are we going to do? And let's talk about how we're going to get to our goal, and let's talk about how we're going to get there from day one being today to day, you know, whatever day is the goal set date, right?
Yeah, it was super cool when I went and visited the facility. It wasn't fully open yet, but man, you have like a mix of technology, modern equipment, coaching. I mean, it kind of reminds me of, you know, what the regiment and the unit and some of these places went, and understanding that whole body health, whole body movement. I mean, it's like a mix of, it's not any of these things, but it's like a mix of Olympic lifting, CrossFit, cardio, but very targeted and focused training with technology and metrics to really track that. I thought I didn't know it existed. It's super unique, and it's something we're looking to take part of with my own kids. It's just, it's really one of a kind. So where is your franchise located at?
So we're located in Jollyville. So we are on 620 and Anderson Mill Road, right there in Plaza Valente.
Which is in Austin, right?
Which is in Austin,
Yep.
Texas. So yes, Plaza Valente, Austin, Texas. So Jollyville, yes. So Plaza Valente, it's 11521 North FM 620.
Cool. And we'll
right next to the Torchy's Taco.
we'll make sure we throw the links in here for those folks that are in Central Texas that are looking for one. But D1 is a national franchise.
It is.
They're in a lot of different states. So, you know, if you're hearing this in whatever state you are, especially if you're near one of the bigger cities, I would definitely look into it, especially if you have aspiring kids that are athletes, or you're an adult that wants to get in shape and, you know, you got tired of the regular old go to the gym by yourself and figure it out.
Yeah.
It's super cool, especially the way that technology integrates with the physical training, with the coaching, really takes the guesswork out of it.
Well, one of the guys that comes in every day, Johnny Alvarez, he comes in every day. He's my man, and we work out together when I'm there, right? Johnny says, like, it takes the thinking out. He says it is so much variety in the workouts. Every day is different. And every 3 weeks, it's a totally different workout. So every 2 weeks. So you do the same kind of regiment with some variation for 2 weeks, but then that third week is a totally different workout, right? Every day again, right? So, but every day is different. So the leg day on Monday and a leg day on Thursday isn't the same. And I tell you, our athletes love that, right? He loves it. He's like, I don't even have to think about it. I just come in, I know I'm gonna get work. And so that's what he loves doing.
What kind of successes are you seeing? I mean, I know you guys haven't been open super long, but are you starting to see differences in some of the, especially the kids that are coming in?
Oh no, yeah, for sure. We've had a couple of guys get selected to go a D1. We got, you know, I mean, the biggest thing is I had a kid coming in, Joel Ontiverios. He was coming in doing one-on-one training. Was going in as a freshman in high school. Got on the freshman team, started on the freshman team, crushed it so much on the field, but continuing to train while he's like playing football in the season. By the end of the season, they pull him up to the varsity and like, hey, you skip JV, you're up on the varsity roster right now. And I was like, wow, that's incredible. So
it's a big deal in football in Texas. Yeah, it's a religion here.
It is.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Anything else that I missed, man, that you think's important? Tell folks.
No, I just say, you know, it's a place for the athlete, but the same thing is it's about community and bringing people together and helping out with the community. And I think that's the biggest thing that people need to understand is like, we're here because we want to give back, a healthy lifestyle to the folks around us. And that's really what it's all about. Like at the end of the day, we do want to see our athletes get into Division I, especially in the youth. But we also want to see folks that are already past that. They're already like either done with their college experience or whatever. We still want to see them have a healthy lifestyle, and that's what it's all about: bringing health to the community. Not trying to bring the munchies to the community, but trying to bring health.
Yeah, and I think it's important, man. I mean, it goes back to the conversation we had earlier in this podcast about mental health. I mean, they're finding, amongst, obviously counseling and some of these other things, one of the biggest things too is moving, right? Working out, how it's good for you mentally, physically, emotionally. I know the days that I miss it, well, whatever, which I try not to.
Don't miss it.
Yeah, man. It really sets your day up for success. I try to get up early and get it out of the way early in the morning. But yeah, that physical movement, especially for, the vets, first responders out there that are listening, super important, right? It's a good foundation for mental health. So cool, man. We'll make sure, you guys have a social media platform. We'll get that as well.
Oh yeah, no, I get that to you.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
All right, awesome.
And it's D1 Jollyville TX.
Okay. We'll make sure we put that link down in the description for this video.
Yes,
if you're
sir.
watching on YouTube, it'll be in the description. If you're listening to it, I'll make sure it's in the description for the audio podcast as well.
I appreciate that.
You want to swap to your other?
let me switch shirts.
It's funny because the folks on the YouTube will see it, but the audio people, they will. Now that we did another Superman change, for those of you guys that get to see it on YouTube, Chane now has his other franchise shirt on.
That's right.
He's got a lot of hats that he wears. And again, man, he runs 2 different franchises. Tell me about your Game Day Men's Health franchise. And I'm super interested into not only why you got into it, but what you guys do and what you guys offer.
So the story about the Game Day kind of goes. It's a little deeper. Kind of personally hits home. With Game Day, when I was in the military, I started I had some massive weight gain. Obviously slowed down a bit. A lot of experience in brain fog. I didn't really know what was going on. And I went to the doc and said, "Hey, I'm not really sure what's happening." So doc tested my testosterone levels. Typically, your testosterone levels you want to have them around 800 to 1,000 NGDL, right? That's about where you want to be. And I think, I was about 150, which is critically low, right? And he's like, "Oh man, your testosterone levels aren't looking good." And so went to the lab, got the testosterone levels. He said, "All right, I'm gonna refer you to an endocrinologist." I went to an endocrinologist. Endocrinologist like, "Oh, let me test your levels." Go to the lab, go back to the endocrinologist. He's like, "All right, you need to get some stuff. I'm gonna give you Clomid instead." And I'm like, "Okay, I got him Clomid." And he's like, "Well, you got to get the meds." And I was like, "Where's the meds at?" I'm like, "Well, I got to go to the pharmacies. I have to figure out where to get the meds." And the next day I go get the meds. That was like a whole 6-month process before I actually got some help with it, right? And that really didn't do much for me, at the time. And I still kind of felt sluggish, still felt slow and everything. And so I was suffering from this testosterone deficiency, but I was also depressed at the time and, kind of feeling down and low, right? So when I heard about Game Day Men's Health, where it was all in one in a clinic where you get your consultation, your lab, and you can get the meds right in house, where you can come in, they're going to pull your blood, get you your results read on your testosterone, your PSA, and your hemoglobin, everything right there. And they could do a full panel if you need to, and they'll send it off. I was like, wow, this is like everything in house. So we'll have a gentleman or come in and like 45 minutes in and out with the meds all done, right? Get the testosterone shot, whatever they needed, in house, done, out the door. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. That there is an organization that's doing that, and I was like, I want to be a part of it, right? I want to be a part of something where folks can come in. It's very uncomfortable to talk about already, especially when guys are experiencing that. It's uncomfortable to talk about, erectile dysfunction issues. It's uncomfortable to talk about hair loss. These are things that you don't want to. Us guys, we're told to just suck it up, and that's typically what you're told. Like, hey, your testosterone levels are 200. That's about where you should be, right, at your age or whatever, right? But you don't feel good, and so A lot of times, like when I like when Dr. Jones says this best, like when you talk about the world of medicine, they're fighting disease and they're trying to get you to a baseline. Whereas we are looking to get folks to optimal performance. We want to get you beyond baseline. We want to get you to the point where you can seek and pursue excellence. Going back to that central theme that we talked about in the beginning, wanting to seek and pursue excellence. So this is a way that I can give to the community so they can go out and seek excellence. So when you're having these issues and you're having these struggles, it's a place where you can go and you have the comfort of being like, one, you come in and it's you got football on, you can relax, there's snacks in the back, and you don't feel like you're in this hospital environment, but you feel like you're a place where you belong. You feel comfortable. And then like you go see the doc, and of course they're gonna pull the blood and all that kind of stuff, but you go see the doc, you talk about whatever issues you're having, and he can prescribe something to you right away. Now we've got a PA on site, and we also have our medical director there on occasion when he can come down, right? And that medical director is a good friend of mine. We've been friends since high school, Joe Jones. And Joe wound up going to West Point after high school, wound up going to the infantry, got his Ranger tab, and then went to med school and became a doctor. So he's a monster. And he knows what it's like to be in the infantry and to be out in the bush, right? So it's good to have a partner like that, Jason Morales, Sandra Jackson. Jason and I went special forces together, and he's a Green Beret now. He's still in and still doing the thing, which makes me proud. He's a colonel in Peru and working as a foreign area officer. So, and then Sandra. Sandra's working at Visa, and she's all a part of the company too as well, and she's a huge part of it too, and she keeps us all organized. So we're kind of doing what we can for the community, and that's really what we kind of preach out to the guys that come in. It's like, hey, come on in, see us. We're not here to tell you what makes sense to your body. We're gonna speak to what makes it optimal for you. So we want to get you to the point where you feel you're at your best. Not just bring you up to baseline, not try to fight or prevent anything. We're to bring you to your best. And when guys understand that right away, they come in, they're like, yeah, I want to be out there throwing the weights again. I want to be out, running around and multitasking like I used to when I was younger. Because a lot of times you'll hear guys come in, they're like, oh, I'm sluggish, I'm tired, I'm sleepy. And like, yeah, oh yeah, I know why. I can already tell you why. Let's go see where your levels are. And then right away, like, hey, this is going to help you immensely.
That's awesome. Are you guys looking at whole health wellness besides just testosterone, right? There's vitamin deficiencies, and I think all that stuff plays a role as well.
No, we do. So I'm glad you said that. I mean, so we look at, we also provide vitamins. We do look at vitamins. So when we do a full panel, we do everything. We not just the endocrine system. We test cholesterol. We test everything, heart health, everything, right? Because we do look at whole health. Because like when we're talking optimal performance, I can't tell what's optimal if I know I can consider all the things.
Sure.
So we provide peptides that will release, from the pituitary gland, particular hormones that you may need for your body to perform at a more optimal level. There's other things that we're also trying to do in terms of like, giving you those vitamin deficiencies. If you have them, we can supplement with that as well. So we do a lot with the body just to get folks to where they feel like, hey, they are at their 100. And if not 100, 110.
Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of men out there, I mean, I've talked to a lot of men in their 40s that don't really understand, testosterone and the role it plays, and how, low testosterone could cause all other problems in your health system, right? Like,
Right.
You start getting testosterone below 100. I mean, you name some of the symptoms, but it also can cause long-term health symptoms, and you start getting your I've been on testosterone for a while. You get your testosterone, optimized. I mean, I'm 47 years old, and I can crush young dudes at the gym sometimes.
That's right.
Because to your point, when you are optimized and you are moving at your best, you just feel better, and you're able to do the things to get out of bed early in the morning and go to the gym, and to find the energy to play basketball with your 12-year-old kid or whatever that, before I did that, you're just tired all the time, and then you're grumpy, and
that's right.
It takes a toll on your relationship, your marriage. When you're feeling your best and you're performing your best, it really matters. And it's, I don't know, maybe it's just kind of how my brain works, but it's funny when I meet men, especially guys in 40s that are working out in the gym and they're like, yeah, man, this is really hard. And you're like, are you on testosterone? Like, no. I'm like, why? It's 2026. Why would you not try to?
That's right.
And it's not like testosterone, some new thing. It's been around for years and years and years.
It has.
But I think, steroids, falls under that old connotation of like, oh, it's illegal steroids. It's, I think people don't understand that testosterone replacement is so different in the fact that you're not juicing to win a bodybuilding competition. A lot of people don't even realize that a lot of guys that are on TRT, they're on low dose TRT. You're not taking massive amounts. Sometimes, depending on your body, and again, that medical evaluation, you may not need a lot. Like,
right.
and what you may need and what I may need could be completely different. And that's why it's so important to not buy shit from Mexico and
and that's why we keep and also our physician assistant and our medical director will monitor those levels and make sure you're at the appropriate levels you need to be, so that you're performing and you're feeling good, but you're not exceeding what you need to be, right? You're not doing too much, because some of that will, if you get too much testosterone in your system, then you start to produce estrogen. Right. And then now we got to counterbalance that too as well. Right. So,
and too much estrogen could cause other problems.
That's right.
Lead to
That's
other
right.
issues
It could.
as well. So,
but that's only something. Some guys we don't prescribe it for, to be honest with you. Like some guys will come in, if they have like cardiovascular issues, whatever, and we may prescribe a peptide or something else that will activate, those hormones or the correct hormones that they may need. But but a lot of times, in most cases, yes, I will say guys will need TRT. But in some cases, it may not be the case. Sometimes it's just like, hey, but we also do weight loss as well. So in those occasions where we have guys that'll come in, they're already on TRT, but they have an issue with the weight. We'll offer them different GLPs or GPT-1 or whatever it is to kind of help them counteract with the weight gain. And so we are big on that too as well. And we also do that for women too. So women come in also for weight loss.
Yeah, that's another thing I've learned too in the last year. The women, like TRT replacement, can help women as well. Now, obviously, you don't want to give too much TRT to a woman, starts growing a beard and all these different things. But like, again, very small, low doses of testosterone can really move the needle for men and women. Depending on your body composition and what's going on to specific. That's one thing I think it's really important to have labs. And I think it's really cool that you guys do that in-house, because a lot of TRT clinics, you got to go somewhere else. You got to get your labs. Then you got to wait for them to get their labs done. And then you got to wait to have your eval. Then you got to wait to get your meds. And so
That's right.
It's really cool to have all that in one building where a guy can come in, get seen, get his blood drawn, be in and out in 45 minutes with a solution that doesn't take, a month.
No, and it's concierge service, right? You're getting that concierge service. You're getting a chance to sit down with the doc right there. You're getting a chance to get your meds right there. And like you're walking out feeling good already with your first dose in the system. And you're like, wow, that was it?
Yeah.
And it's too easy.
Yeah, super cool. And game day, is that a national?
So it's a national franchise, and they're all across the United States and Canada. So they're everywhere.
There you go. For all the we got a huge Canadian audience. So that's pretty cool.
Come down to see us. So we're located in Temple Terrace, Florida, which is right there in Tampa. And we're veteran owned, all 100% veteran owned. We take care of our vets there as well. We make sure that everyone, veterans, first responders, everyone kind of gets taken care of like right away. So we're located on 13101 Telecom Drive, Suite 250, on the second floor. Just come check us out, and you'll come on in, sit down, grab a snack, and we'll watch a little football, and we'll get you going.
And you guys just had your grand opening, right?
We did. We had it last Saturday. It was a big turnout, and I'll send you those photos. But we had a big turnout. All the partners were there. It's amazing.
That's awesome. We're super excited to watch that grow. There's nothing more than I love to do than support those that give back to the community. And when you're going to Game Day Health, not only are you getting your TRT and you're getting your medical needs met, but you're getting treated by a veteran-owned business with guys that have really, as you've heard this super long podcast of how Chane has just put his life on the line for this country, and it's really cool. And I think people like giving back to the folks that have served. So that's awesome that you're doing that.
There was a guy that came in when we first opened, and he was a former Ranger, Silver Star recipient, all that kind of stuff, and it made me really proud when he come in after a couple of weeks of already being on TRT, and he's like, "Man, I feel good."
Yeah.
And of course, he's disabled, 100% disabled. He's got his cane he's using to walk, but man, he said he was in the weight room hitting heavier weights and getting back to where he felt like he was feeling good and getting that muscle mass going again. And we hugged, and I was like, "Man, brother, I'm here for you." So it was good. It was good to kind of see that, and of course, a former Ranger, I was proud.
And I think one of the cool things too that I think it was Andrew Huberman put it out a couple of years ago. I mean, there's this idea that you have to stick a needle in your quads or stick a needle in your butt, but I mean, they're showing that the testosterone is just as available by using an insulin needle and shooting it in your belly fat.
That's
so when I first started using, I hate needles, man. I'm not, which is funny because I'm covered in tattoos, but sticking yourself with a big needle is not a fun thing. And insulin needles, you don't feel anything.
That's right.
And so, there's really no excuse unless there's obviously consult your doctor, seek medical profession. I'm not a doctor, but if there's no, medical contraindications for you to be on testosterone, especially as an older male, you're really just missing out. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. There's plenty of people that, there are, there's depending on the test to go back, there's some people that don't want to do it for whatever medical reasons. Again, it's personal choice, but when you're talking about being excellent, especially depending on what you got to do for a living, but for those that serve, especially first responders, people that really rely on their health for their line of work, man, it's an awesome boost. And it's something when you're low and, when you get on it, it doesn't take long for you to start feeling better. It's not like you got to take it for 2 months. I wouldn't say it's necessarily instant, but it's pretty quick.
It's pretty quick, and that release of the brain fog and having that energy again changes. That's a game changer, especially when you're going to work. No matter who you are, like you're going to work, having to get stuff done, having that clarity of mind, it makes a huge difference. And of course, everything's happy when mama's happy, and you're getting stuff done. You can multitask, and of course, you can do what you need to do outside of that, right?
Yeah. Because if you don't do it, find somebody that will.
Right. So it's like, hey, but I always tell folks like, come get your lab test, see where you're at. If it's low, let's make the difference. Let's make the change.
Well, not only that too, the peptide game is huge, right? You start talking about BPC 157, TB 500, and what it does for wound recovery and gut health, and then helping specific injuries. I mean, the peptides are, I'm looking forward to, I think you and I were talking offline about having, your doctor come on. We definitely want to bring him on and talk about testosterone, all things testosterone and peptides.
Oh, he'll talk about it.
Yeah. And I got a million questions, but I know you're not the doctor. But
and he runs the medical side of things. And let me tell you, he knows his stuff. I mean, he talked to everybody. He did for the grand opening. He actually held classes and seminars for folks to just come on in and ask questions. And so he was like, hey, and he had like 2 or 3 classes that he just was like, all right, on the Saturday, just like, come on in, let's sit on down, let's talk about, what are your questions? What do you want to know? Let's talk about all the things. And then multiple groups. And they challenged him with some questions, but he answered them, and he knew what he was talking about. He knew his stuff because Dr. Jones has been all kinds of different fields of medicine, so he knows all this stuff.
Yeah, it's even better, man. It's great, and you leave with a better feeling of, there's a lot of fly-by-night TRT clinics, man. I've seen quite a few of them, and I've had to swap clinics a couple times because there's been a couple I went to where you see them telehealth, and you're not even talking to a doctor, and you're not even talking to somebody in the medical health. They've got a medical director somewhere that signs off on some, but the person you're not talking to, it doesn't even have a medical background, which I think is irresponsible. But again, man, there's a lot of folks out there, so you do want to be careful where you go, get a medical advice from, and especially when you're talking about men's health. So it sounds like you guys are a one-stop concierge servers, and that's really cool.
Right.
I wasn't familiar with the brand, and we're excited to get plugged in. I know you and I have had a couple conversations offline. Well, kind of as we close out this podcast, man, I know this was a long, but we covered a lot of ground. Man, you're a person I feel like that's lived like 4 or 5 lifetimes.
I wish.
So, and it's cool, and you're still going, right? Like you're not letting, retirement define you. You've just continued to go onwards and upwards, and it's it's inspiring. I've had a lot of conversations offline just about, if you don't know how to do something, you find somebody who knows how to do something. That's what I love about you. You're never pretending like you know everything. If you don't know something, you know the guy who knows something, or you'll learn it. And it's super inspiring to see that. And, you have an energy about you that it's hard to not smile when you're around. We were laughing, we were taking pictures, and it's like, I can't help but smile.
I can't help but smile. She's like, it's serious face.
you have an infectious smile. I just have a couple questions, in closing.
Go ahead.
I'd really like to talk directly to the audience now. There are young people listening to this, high school kids, college kids, who feel stuck. They don't see a path forward. They don't know what's possible. What do you say to them?
I've been there. I know kind of what they're thinking. Like, they don't know what that future looks like. And I say to those high school kids, like, the biggest thing they can do is to continue to push and drive themselves. Perhaps the answer may not be directly in front of them, or where they're going to be, or where they're going to head. But if they surround themselves with people of excellence, people who are pushing themselves to make themselves better, then they naturally will gravitate towards that. And I say that the worst thing you could do, especially, those young kids in high school, is to decide to surround yourself with people who aren't where you want to be. And if you make yourself better, you want to be surrounded by people who are better. And those people who are better will push you. Like all the friends I've mentioned earlier in the podcast, they're better than me. Andre Smith, Nathan Yokel, Donald Harrison, Lawrence Butler, all these guys they are what I aspired to be. Joe Jones. And because of them, Chris Jefferson, I became better. Amy Britton. I mean, it's countless names, right? But I surrounded myself with these folks, and you surround yourself with these people, and they will pull you along, and they will show you what right looks like. They'll show you what great looks like. When I got to the academy, I was surrounded by greatness again. Like I said, Josh Wilson, Sarah Merkel, Felix Zayas, Darcy Jones, all these folks. I'm just, everywhere I turn the corner, these are folks that I looked up to. Ashley Delaval. Ashley, man, she got out of the Army and she was competing on, what's the name of that thing called?
Shark Tank?
Shark Tank. She competed on Shark Tank and won.
Oh, wow.
And then she started a Delaval business with her sisters. Just amazing, amazing individuals. But we went to school together, right? Surrounded by excellence, right? Ryan Kent.
I tell my kids all the time, man, if you find yourself and you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
You're in the wrong room. That's right. And so I say with these young folks that are out there and they feel stuck, who are you hanging out with? Who are you paying attention to? Because you can achieve greatness, and it doesn't take much, but you got to know that you can do it, and you got to push yourself to do it.
That's awesome. You didn't know what an engineer was. You thought you had to be a pro athlete to make it. Then someone showed you a different path. How do we create more of those moments and opportunities?
Oh man, it's really what we need to do as a community is have that outreach. Be able to talk to those young folks out there, tell them that these things exist, tell them these programs exist, tell them that there's all these opportunities. And there's a lot of programs out there trying to reach out to the youth today in these socioeconomic areas, in the wealthy areas. It doesn't matter. But exposing them yeah, you can be an athlete, which is an option. But a lot of folks can't make it that far. Whether it's genetics, whether it's health, whatever it is, injury, but there's still other options to you, and you may actually gravitate towards those other things anyway. Like my daughter, she's big on music. She can play all the instruments. She's good with engineering and math and all the things. And you know what? And she's also an athlete. But you know what? She knows about all these things because she's exposed to it, right? And that's the biggest thing for all of us is exposing and talking to the youth about these different opportunities. And when you have a chance to talk to them about what you do or what you're doing, so they know about it, because some of them may not even know that it exists.
What would you say to the kid who's being told he's not good enough? The new first lieutenant, maybe the E4, he's not smart enough, doesn't belong.
Well, first off, that's not true. and that's never true. I think everyone has that potential in them. And you got to find it within yourself. Now, if you're lacking the skill set that's needed for the job, is one thing. Then you can train to it and you can learn it. I think anything, you can learn anything and you can pick up on anything. And I think it is all about your mindset. It's all about what you want to achieve. And if you fall short of what that bar is, then it is what it is. But you at least maximize what you can do and what you can be, then you will achieve it, right? And I'm telling you, you will not fall short if you know exactly what you need to do, what needs to be, what excellence looks like. You got to go and pursue that. And if you give up on it, you're giving up on yourself, and you just can't do that.
You've overcome a lot, but you're not angry. You've had to deal with all kinds of stuff. We didn't even dive into the racism in this podcast. We merely hinted at it because that's not something you define yourself of, and it's something I love about you. How is it that you keep from being bitter? Like, you're just one of the most happy-go-lucky guys in spite of being a person who could have said, woe is me many times, quit, walked away, Ranger School, West Point, the Ranger Regiment, on and on and on. What is it that drives you, and what is it that you can share?
I think, it's adversity, right? I mean, it is what it is. Like, and you're going to experience that in your life, no matter who you are. Black, white, purple, blue, brown, it doesn't matter who you are. Like, if you go and you face obstacles in your life, and those obstacles cannot be the thing that defines you. It is how you overcome those obstacles what needs to be what defines you. I don't think of anything as a failure as much as a point of learning. And I think that's kind of where you have to be, and like, you have to have that success. I mean, I read several different books, especially read Colin Powell's book, where he talks about how he defined himself and how he always looked at life in an optimistic lens, and how that really is like what defined him as a leader. Like, and like, reading that book like meant a lot to me. It's like, oh man, I didn't realize like that's kind of how he approached the world and how he approached life. But like, you have to be optimistic about it. You have to be positive about it. And like, yes, you will have some shortfalls. You will have those things that aren't your happiest days, but you can't let those non-happy days be the thing that brings you back and pulls you into darkness. Now, there was a point in time where I was in the darkness, where I didn't really treat my stress and post-traumatic stress disorder and my PTSD. And I was in a world of darkness for a while, but I think, coming out of that and getting into that counseling and then getting back to the light that I had from the beginning is really what helped me kind of persevere and say, hey, look, I define myself through my successes and through the things that I've done well. And I continue to do that and continue to push towards excellence and push towards those successes.
Amazing. These are just some quick hit questions. What are you most proud of?
Oh, my girls, my daughters, my 3 little boo-boos.
Hates it.
Yeah.
What do you still want to accomplish?
To be honest with you, giving back to the community, giving back to society, giving back in a different way, through AI and technology to the DOD in the right way, also giving back in a healthy way too to the community, right? But my biggest thing now is like, I don't really have a set thing that I want to accomplish. I think right now, establishing these companies and stuff and these franchises and helping to hit the community is really something that is a blessing. And I just want to continue to reach out and be able to communicate and talk to different folks that are local or even national that I can reach to and talk to. Same thing with doing what I'm doing with Turbine One is being able to help out with the DOD and giving back in a different way where they can actually have stuff at the edge. Like, so these are all things that I aspire to be able to do now, and still while I'm running around and working really hard.
What does happiness mean for you now?
Oh, happiness is happiness is just living. Happiness is seeing my girls grow and seeing them perform and seeing them, be excellent. Happiness is just, being able to see other folks be happy and be successful. I really don't, to me, happiness is within. And so a lot of times people talk about that. They talk about this concept of happiness. And like, if you're not happy in here, then you're not happy at all. And so for me, I'm happy when I wake up in the morning.
It's a choice we get to make.
It's
right?
a choice. Yeah, it's a choice. And so like, it's not this singular thing. It's not this characteristic that comes from something happening. It's really choosing to be that every day. And I'm choosing to be that because every day when I see my little boo-boos, I'm happy.
That's awesome. What are you grateful for?
Mostly I'm grateful for everything that's happened to me in the past, all the experiences that have led me to the point where I'm at now. I'm grateful for my mom being so strong and raising me how she did. I'm grateful for my dad, even in his absence, still providing that foundation and eventually coming to bear the fact that he was who he was and he did what he had to do. And I learned from him too, right? I'm grateful for my sister and all the things that she did and showed me, because without her setting the example of excellence in the beginning, I don't think I would ever see what that was, right? But I'm grateful for all my friends and especially my family, right? So every single one of them have always been there for me.
It was wild to hear you rattle off so many names. It's not very many people I have come in here that can just provide a laundry list of names of people that help them. It's very impressive. But it also shows the depth, not only to who you are, but what those people meant to you. And you're, one of those people that I've taken away from my time with you to just really appreciate the people that help you, right? So oftentimes, veterans especially, we put ourselves in this box and we really isolate ourselves. Or, you do have the folks that did something and really try to hog all their credit and not really realize that, you might have accomplished some things, but you accomplished some things because of the people around you.
Right.
And many people forget that. And it's awesome to hear you talk about your friends and what they mean to you. I think it's really cool. What gives you hope?
I will tell you, when I see the children, especially in the facility, that gives me hope. That gives me hope for our next generation. When I see the cadets and the youth and the future leaders of tomorrow, that gives me hope. Like, and seeing the strength that they have and what our future looks like. Am I sitting here, do I know what exactly they're all going to do? No. But I do know that they're going to do great things beyond whatever I could ever do. And it's great to see that. And that gives me a lot of hope.
Last question, man. What are your final thoughts, last words, or what do you really want to leave the audience with?
One of the things that I want to leave the audience with is, just like we talked about before, everything in life is a challenge. And it's the people that surround you, that help you, that are there for you, that bring you through that challenge. I think that, all the things that I've been through, I've always had that base of support. Sandra Jackson, she's been there to support me through a lot of those things. And my mom has been there, my sister, and you know what, regardless of, my friends, just everybody has always had my back. And you know what, when I had an opportunity, I provided for them when I could. Did I give them everything they needed all the time? No. I mean, sometimes I fell short. Sometimes I didn't know all the answers, right? But whenever I felt a moment of weakness, especially like, there was a point in time where I was really down and I was having those suicidal thoughts from my PTSD, and Colonel Ruth snapped me out of it, and I was talking to him on the phone and he immediately caught it and brought me back into reality. These are things that, I can never forget. And so just remember, you always got someone there to help you and guide you and be there for you. Lean on that. Lean on your folks. Lean on your support network, but also be there for them as well on the reverse side when they need the help. And I learned that early on, and I think that's really what's makes a difference for you in your life.
Bro, what an honor to share space with you. I mean, you are an American hero. You would never tell anybody that. I know it's not the way you speak. I gave you an opportunity to introduce yourself, and I did that on purpose,
right.
Because I wanted to show people who you are. I mean, obviously, I wrote an introduction, but you're just a great human being. Thank you for your friendship, and I look forward to what's to come.
All right, let's go.
Hey, to everybody out there, if you've made it to the end of this, man, you're the reasons we have a podcast. If this podcast helps you, if you got anything out of it, just share it with one friend. That's how we grow this thing. If you're not following the channel, if you could hit the subscribe button, it's free and it helps us grow our channel. If you're listening to this on the audio podcast on Spotify or iTunes, that's kind of where we're hurting. If you one, could follow us, but two, leave a comment. It pushes us a little higher in the algorithm. If you want to support the podcast, we have started a Patreon account. We're just kind of getting it up and running. So feel free to, if you want to sponsor. We also sell merchandise on thevanguardwall.com. All that money is used to help keep the lights on and help continue to bring you great guests. So thanks for all you guys that are tuned in and have been supporting this channel, whether you're new here or you've been here since day one. We couldn't do this without you. So everybody stay safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.